studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Low, the fourth batter Cabrera has faced. Here's the pitch. It's hit on the left side and through. A base hit into left field. Simeon around third. Here's the throw from Donovan. It's offline. Simeon scores. And the Rangers walk off the Cardinals in the opening game of this series. The final score, 4-3. Rangers are bouncing between first and second, and it is a happy house in Arlington.
I think we got a voice crack.
I think we did.
I think we got a voice crack, a choppy-esque voice crack from Matt Hicks, who joined us yesterday, your play-by-play voice of the Texas Rangers. Make up a storyline. Come up with anything you want in your mind, and this team can make it come true if it comes to a positive outcome. 4-3 walk-off win against, in St. Louis, apparently, here on your home of Rangers baseball. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you as the good guys keep it rolling. It wasn't Arlington.
Can't give this team 4 outs in an inning. You will be begging for bad things to happen. And did the Cardinals skip fielding practice this offseason? How many pop-ups did they drop yesterday?
You don't see that from Arenado.
No, you don't. Maybe it's because he's an overrated baseball player. I don't know.
Here we go.
He's on my Mount Rushmore, though, of third baseman. Arenado.
Tell us about it, Jonah Heim.
Jeez.
Tell us about it.
When he put Posada on there?
Who are the others, Pepe?
It was Buster Posey, and it was Yogi Berra. This was Jonah Himes.
Okay, I thought you were going third baseman.
Oh, no.
No, you're third baseman.
Oh, jeez. I'll have A-Rod on there, Chipper Jones, Nolan Arenado. Give me Adrian Beltre.
So you're leaving George Brett off?
Brett. Get off. Sorry.
Just leave George Brett.
Didn't see him play, so it's
badly almost 400 one year.
Arenado making the Pepe mustache.
He's really good. Wish he was a Ranger, but now he's on a losing team.
You bought Mike Schmidt too.
Yeah, it's all right. What do you put? Phillies.
I don't know how much thought you put into this.
I did it. It was like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's on my Mount Rushmore. I don't know.
Brooks Robinson.
Yeah, I said Brooks.
Yeah. Scott Rowland.
Overrated.
Anyway, the Rangers overcome Grant Anderson getting roughed up. The new invincible kid in town had the 3-1 lead, turns into 3-3. You have Jonah with a fantastic throw in the 8th down to second base. Marcus Semien walks. Seager, I think they credited him with an infield single, even though that ball went to the outfield. Arenado misplayed it. And then Nate Lowe is the walk-off hero.
Yeah, this is a
nice piece of hitting.
There's a lot of contact on this team. It's there's strikeouts here. Young will strike out on you. They got some strikeouts. Garver will strike out on you. But there's also a lot of contact, and that's great.
The big inning to me that told a lot about this team yesterday was in the second when they just singled St. Louis to death. 11 men to the plate, 6 hits. They didn't score 5 runs. They didn't score 6 runs. It was single. They were just chipping them to death.
Yeah, you string them together. Now, is that difficult? Is that easier to do against a guy like Wainwright who barely touches 88? Yeah, it's easier to do. You start throwing up against, you're going up against a Scherzer. There's going to be more swings and misses in that order, just by default. But yeah, this offense is clicking on all cylinders right now. It really is firing on those, whatever the hell you want to say. It's tremendous. And they're getting good. They're getting good starting pitching. When they tied it up, I was like, God dang it, we're going to extras. And he goes, here's the thing. This is how we want. I'll just say. So I either want, when the other team's about to tie it up, I either want them to take the lead or stay behind. I don't want extra innings. I'd rather lose than go to extra innings. That's just me. I don't care.
Corey Mage is rolling in his grave.
I don't want to stay up. I want to go to bed. I don't want to. So when that idiot got to a rundown, I was like, you moron. All right. You had second and third with 1 out.
He's getting ready to lap the other dude.
Yeah, I know. Like, you guys are morons. Like, that now, here we go. 2 a.m. Let's go.
Well, it's not going to happen because of the second base rule.
Well, I know, but you still get 1 run here, the other team gets a run, and you keep going. But it's not. You're right. It's not as long as it used to be.
I have more faith in a baseball game going to extra innings than hockey OT getting done earlier.
Well, you don't have to worry about hockey OT in this series.
Woo! We'll get to that in a second. But look, Marcus Semien extends the hit streak to 24. They have won 4 in a row and 6 of their last 7. That's all the feel good. Man, what a day of headlines yesterday in the sports world. We're going to get to Kyrie recruiting LeBron to the Mavericks at 6 o'clock. But one of the negative headlines, Jacob deGrom, 60-day IL to make room on the 40-man roster for Spencer Howard. He is now eligible to return June 28th. He has been shelved since April 29th. They initially put him on the 15-day with inflammation in his right elbow. Now, they're trying to spin this. The diehard Ranger, Homer, is trying to spin this. They knew that this was happening anyway. They had zero expectation of him returning before June 28th. So they're not really surprised. You know, this doesn't come as a shocking revelation to them. But, Choppy, what does it really mean? deGrom is kept on the IL longer till the end of the month at least.
I mean, nothing in general, because I don't think he'll be ready on June 28th either.
Oh.
So, moving to the 60-day DL in a nutshell, because he's not ready to come back, and he probably wouldn't be ready to come back for a couple weeks anyway, isn't doing a ton of things that are a ton of bad. But the problem is going to be is when he doesn't return on June 28th. That's going to be the issue. No one's dying, Jason, but his elbow did. When he can't return on June 28th, or when he does return and then he gets hurt again on June 29th and has to go back on the shelf, I would put the chance that we don't see him again the rest of the year at about 35%. But this is what it is. You're going to get, and Met fans warned us. They warned us. You're going to get 12 starts or 6.
The Mets warned us by saying, no, we'll take Verlander.
We'll take a 40-year-old. So the Mets warned us. And they said, you're going to get 10 to 14 starts of the greatest thing you've ever seen in your life. And then you're going to get frustration because this guy either can't pitch through injury or won't pitch through injury. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what the reasoning is, but you know how some people say he's playing himself out of the starting role. He's not pitching himself out of the Hall of Fame.
He's not pitching himself.
He's not pitching. So by not pitching, he's not pitching himself out of the Hall of Fame. All right, because this was an all-time great who is now known more for his inability to stay healthy than he is for his actual pitching.
I did get some Instagram messages acknowledging RJ was right. RJ called it. Of course, you had to be the bad guy in the moment. We were at Boomer Jacks for a fan outing. The news broke the day and night before. We had to crush the spirit of Reggie Atatula by saying, no, disagree with it, not on board. And that is looking really, really, really correct. Evan Graham, Rangers insider. Rangers knew it coming in, but also knew it would take some time to learn his cues and language, and him. This is not necessarily a physical setback. He will have a follow-up MRI this week. Chris Young, I'm confident he's going to pitch. I just can't tell you the timing. Wish there was more clarity. We're still learning the player. So that's their spin on this. We're still just picking up. We're learning. We're feeling each other out.
Feeling them out.
Are you healthy or not?
No.
Let's boil it down. And you're not healthy. And this is looking like it's going to be a financial disaster because he's not 26. All right?
He's 34, 35. He's not a spring chicken.
He's 34. He will be 35 in 2 weeks.
Yep. So you're sitting here by his 35th birthday. He might be ready to come up to the injury list. He might not. And if he is, great. We'll see him there. And then here's what also is going to happen. He's going to wind up getting hurt again. That's what Jake deGrom does.
At least the Stars can say they lost to the champs after Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals last night. And all you Pete Rose fans, all you Pete Rose defenders, this is why. What's happening right now in the National Football League with the player betting on his own team. Plus, Kyrie is recruiting LeBron to DFW. The Mavs are going after Jeff Van Gundy. Stephen Jones says they're out on DeAndre. And Jerry with another answer on Jimmy and the Ring of Honor. Loaded Tolo Tuesday with a Rangers 4-pack giveaway. Jacob deGrom bobblehead. That may be the only movement you see from this guy for a long time moving forward. We're just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
joins the play with Stevenson. Here's Stone with that new stick. Slides it across. Score! Red Howden, 4-0 Vegas.
TNT with the call as Vegas destroys Florida 7-2 last night. Tolo J hitting us up. I'm out of my Vegas and Stars losing depression. Ears are dialed in. That's what I was thinking last night and this morning. I'm like, okay, at least it feels better losing to the champs, if that is indeed what happens. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. And Vegas, Ralph, has a commanding 2-0 series lead after what happened last night.
Man, they are so amazing. And, you know, Florida got swept out of the 96 finals, or final, whatever the hell the Stanley Cup wants to call them. And it looks they are half there, looking like they are well on their way to getting swept out of this one. This has been a non-competitive series. And, you know,
before last night's game, if I asked you which 8 seed had the better chance, would you have said the Miami Heat versus Florida?
Which 8 seed?
Before last night.
Before last night. No, I would have said Florida.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, they let's not forget, they were the 1 seed last year. They brought back a lot of the same team. And I mean, they beat arguably the 2 best teams in the NHL on their way to the Stanley Cup final. And they did it.
Finals.
Yeah. And they did it in 4 games in one, and they won the final 3 games of the other. So like they basically ran roughshod over everybody in the East. And now they get to this at that 10-day layoff or 90-day layoff, and they can't even skate right now. Usually they say it takes 1 day, 1 game to get your legs back. Man, they haven't gotten them back yet. They have not gotten them back.
There was some physicality in this game. Vegas's goaltender is getting into it. Aiden Hill is fighting people.
Yep.
Jack Eichel got...
Oh, he got wrecked.
That was fast. It was hard.
It was. That was clean, though.
It was.
That was clean.
It was. It was a Kachuk hit him.
Yeah, Bobby.
I'm starting to talk like Bobby now. Yeah, so that was a clean hit. But they Florida needed that. But man, they got into Hill's face. There was a stick that went up and it was up towards his mask. Hill got into it. A couple of players got some minor penalties on that one. But there was it started to get chippy. It started to get chippy at the end.
So 2-0 Vegas with a stranglehold. How much are you watching the Cup finals?
The Cup final, Sean. Not a lot. I mean, I keep up with it here and there, but I'm still Stars depressed. It hurts to watch Vegas run through them because it was you had 2 overtime games against Vegas in games 1 and 2, and you lost both of them. And if you win one of those, you never know what happens in a game 7.
Yeah.
Maybe they come out with more fire in game 6. It's the big what if, but I mean, I know Vegas. It looks like they ran through the Stars easily, but it was closer than it seemed like.
Yeah, I think the bitterness should subside a little bit because Vegas was the better team. It's not like you lost, in Game 7 with a power play advantage and you had it. You should have had it. You got beat in the series.
Yeah, it wasn't an upset by any means, Vegas and the Stars.
Yeah, Vegas deserved to win that series handily, and now we are seeing the reasons why as they are putting it on Florida right now, defending the home ice on TNT. We have an NFL scandal. Man, every other week we're getting a gambling story coming out of the league, and this time it is Isaiah Rodgers from the Indianapolis Colts that has admitted to betting, and the league has him betting on his own games, RJ.
Yeah, this is not good. This is Pete Rose. We'll never see this guy again. You start betting on your own team, that completely changes the dynamic. If at first it's just hey, he's betting on NBA games, I don't care. I think the NFL's rule where you can, so if I'm at the Star, if I'm Dak Prescott, I'm at the Star in Frisco, and I want to place a bet. All I got to do is walk across the street, go to Cane Rosso, and I can place a bet.
Yeah.
As opposed to just staying in my own facility, and I'm okay. Of course, assuming it's a different sport.
Yeah.
But if I do it in the facility, I'm Calvin Ridley and I'm gone for a year. Okay, I think that's stupid.
Yep.
But you can't bet on your own sport. You can't bet on your own team. And the reason for that is the integrity of the game and the fact that, why would let me tell you, ask me this. If it's found that people are betting on their own team.
That people are betting on their own team.
And they're fixing the games.
Why
am I watching the NFL?
Why are you watching the NFL?
I'm not.
There you go. That's the Pete Rose issue that I know I sound like old man in the clouds, old man Simpson in the clouds. This is why Major League Baseball had a problem with Pete. Hey, Pete's cool. Let him back in. Everyone deserves a 15th chance. Put him back in. You cannot let people think you're throwing a game or affecting it so you win your betting slip behind the scenes. It's every sport's biggest nightmare. Because otherwise, we're watching WWE. Otherwise, we're watching something that's scripted. It's not real. It's fake. We're watching a movie. We're watching a Hollywood production. This guy was making a bunch of $50 bets. That made me feel a little bit better that Colts games were not affected. So his account was open under the name of a friend. Approximately 100 bets were placed on the account, including on Colts games. Most of the bets were in the $25 to $50 range. although there was at least one low four-figure bet. This guy started 9 games. He was the Stephon Gilmore replacement for Indianapolis after they traded Stephon to the Cowboys. So this got broken by sportshandle.com when they noticed some pervasive betting with a Colts player, including those on his own team. So he came out last night and he admitted it. I know I've made mistakes and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to repair the situation. The last thing I ever wanted to do was to be a distraction of the Colts organization. Blah, blah, blah. I've let the people down that I care about the most. So we've got Calvin Ridley, and we have a bunch of Detroit Lions players. But now we have it on your own team.
Yeah.
Right? Those did not include betting on your own team.
No, they didn't. They included it on football. And some included on just betting within the confines of your own facility, which is against the rules. But never on your own team. So betting on your own team is grounds for dismissal permanently.
So for the
disgustingly
for the non-NFL games, the Lions receivers got 6. We know Ridley was suspended for the entire season betting on the league. What's this punishment?
Gone.
You think it's gone?
I mean, now he can appeal it, but I think the initial suspension is gone, and then he appeals it, and it gets appealed down to something else. But, precedent's kind of been set with Pete Rose, different sport, but still, it's a sports precedent. I don't know how the NFL, they gave Ray Rice 2 games. He kicked his girlfriend in an elevator. She was down on the ground, dragging her out of the elevator. 2 games. They gave Calvin Ridley a year for betting on other teams. This is the biggest sports crime in the sports crime world. This is the number one crime in the sport from the commissioner's perspective.
Ridley did bet on Falcons games. I thought he did. I looked it up. 3,900 on 6 separate wagers that included Falcons games. Now, will it matter if this guy, Isaiah Rodgers, bet against his own team? I don't know how that comes into play, but if Ridley bet on the Falcons and got a year, they're probably not going to. This feels similar.
It does.
So we already have it. We already have it with Atlanta money lines. 5 of the bets were parlays that included Atlanta money lines, while one was a $1,300 wager in the second. Man, he was betting second half games. In the second half, Calvin Ridley did. But he bet on his own team, so that to me says it's at least a year. But it's not going to be permanent. It's not going to be lifetime.
So this guy, he went into the locker room at halftime unless he was hurt.
I'm talking about Calvin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, if I'm hurt, is that different? Can I place a bet then if I'm hurt?
Well, they all get the friends to do it.
They do. That's what they do. Yeah, I mean this is hundreds of bets this guy's placed.
And what's the difference if Ridley's doesn't make a difference if Ridley's were on Atlanta to win? I'm speaking hypothetical.
Yeah.
And Rodgers was betting against his own team.
The betting against, I think the perception is worse.
Oh, yes.
But when you bet for your own team, you're still making moves to help your bet. And
to win.
It is to win. It is to win, but you are still manipulating the game.
I think the league has to just make it blanket. You cannot bet on your own team, period. We don't care whether it's to win or whether it's to lose. Because then we open up Pandora's box and we start having, well, this and well, that and different details. I think you just got to be ironclad and drop the hammer. He's going for at least a year. I don't think it'll be permanent because Ridley did bet on Atlanta outcomes.
Bobby just texted in and said Ridley.
Oh, nice.
Ridley was away from the team when he played. Remember he had the mental health break?
Yeah.
So he was away from the team, so it was viewed differently.
That he wasn't an active player?
Right.
I don't care. I don't think it should matter at all. You know what would be better than Bobby texting it?
Being in here at 5:30?
877 sounds about white. 877. That's not the moment to drop that.
I just wanted to. It's so funny. I had to.
87. Whenever Bobby makes a point, sounds about white. 877-881-1053. We have big time headlines all over the place. Jerry Jones crapping on Jimmy Johnson again. Stephen Jones crapping on the idea of DeAndre Hopkins. But what about the news from Shams and NBA insiders Kyrie is trying to bring LeBron to DFW. Next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What a day of stories to talk about. So much so that Bobby Belt is fist pumping on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, Metroplex. It is a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station.
So, Sean, you see, the reason why the Isaiah Rodgers thing is different is because Calvin Ridley was away for mental health reasons. And so, John Morant could have bet on a game while he was away.
Thanks for relaying that on a microphone.
You're welcome.
Instead of a text message while driving in late. So, yesterday, it feels like someone or a bunch of people within the Dallas Mavericks said, you know what? Let's try to be like the Cowboys and create a bunch of headlines just to make noise in the offseason. That's what yesterday felt like, with a bunch of unrealistic, unattainable scenarios. And Kyrie recruiting LeBron isn't even the craziest one.
No.
The craziest one is the Mavs wanting Jeff Van Gundy to come out of broadcasting to be an assistant coach. We'll get to that in a second, but Shams Charania is the one who had the report. He was on with McAfee, and he's the one who broke it, along with Chris Haynes, Bleacher Report. Kyrie wants LeBron on the Mavs.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is it's probably very unlikely because of the reasons you just mentioned. Like LeBron James, for everything I've heard, he's happy, with LA, being in LA. His son, Bronny, is about to play at USC. So, there's a lot of reasons why being a Laker, retiring as a Laker makes a lot of sense for LeBron James. But everyone I've spoken to fully expects, and my full expectation, that LeBron James is going to play next season. He has way too much left in the tank. He looks too good. He just averaged, 29, 7, and 6? Like, the numbers he's putting up at the age of 38, unbelievable. So I think everyone expects him to play. But the fact that everyone talked about Kyrie Irving going to LA. LeBron clearly has made it known he wants to play with Kyrie Irving, and he wants to play with Kyrie Irving in LA. But now Kyrie Irving is changing this, and he wants to recruit. And I think the bigger story is what will happen with Kyrie Irving in free agency. The fact that he's going out and wanting to recruit a guy like LeBron James, it's clear he's putting on his recruiting cap. He wants to get talent in Dallas. He's trying to recruit talent to Dallas, and we'll see how that plays out and bodes for his free agency.
All right, I wrote down a bunch of things, as RJ Choppy did. Pick and choose whatever you want. Number one, the biggest takeaway from me in all this is that Kyrie Irving appears satisfied and content to be a Maverick. That's the big win. If you want Kyrie to stay. So if he's trying to recruit LeBron here, maybe that's just Kyrie trying to get the most money for himself because he can get more money here than if he becomes a Los Angeles Laker. Luka cool with this? We getting the total Luka sign off? We think Luka's got a problem sharing the ball with Kyrie. He's going to be fine sharing the ball, yes, with his idol, but also Kyrie Irving. LeBron James really going to leave. What the hell is that?
It was my computer dinging as I was not on purpose.
So in the commercial break, he comes in, he goes, my computer's about to die. It's about to die. And RJ goes, well, there's specials out there on Apple computers. No, they're trash. Apple's nothing but trash. Meanwhile, your thing sounds like it's backing up into a school zone.
That is not that the computer's trash. That's that I'm trash and didn't turn down the sound effects. So that was me being trash.
Sound doesn't come out of any of my technologies.
What was that sound?
It was the critical stop window popped up because it was reminding me I needed to renew a subscription.
So is Kyrie happy here? Is Luka cool with it? Is this just a ploy for Kyrie to make sure he gets his money? RJ, why would LeBron leave Hollywood? And most importantly, whenever these stories break, who leaked it and why?
I think Kyrie's camp leaked it. It allows him to say, hey, I kind of want to be here. Even though he has no intentions of being here. It's like I'll show them I kind of like it here, but I'm not going to sign anyway. This told me the first thing, the number one priority is that he wants to play with LeBron James. And he also knows he can get way more money from the Mavericks than he can from the Lakers. So from Kyrie's standpoint, I want to play with LeBron, but I also want to make the most money possible. That's here. To which I assume the phone call went like this, hey, LeBron, you want to come play for the Mavs? And LeBron gave that. Like, are you kidding me? Like, he's not gonna leave the Lakers and come to the Mavericks. I'm sorry. Like, this is one of those know our role and shut our mouth situations. Nobody's leaving the Lakers to come play here. Especially when he literally went there.
Maybe if you're a bum and we can overpay you.
Yeah, if you're a bum. But also, like, he went there to end his career in L.A., to create this Hollywood,
to make Taco Tuesday commercials,
to be able to continue to grow his brand, because he's more than just a basketball player, right? More than an athlete.
Yeah.
So like that was the issue. Now he'll go somewhere else for Bronny, but he's not going to go somewhere this year and then move again next year for Bronny. So that was never going to happen.
And we would have to trade to get him.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure the Lakers would love to get their hands on Davis Bertans and Tim Hardaway Jr.
I'm thinking about Dwight Powell.
I'm sure that they're just all in on that. So that was never going to happen. Maybe the Mavs told Kyrie that they wouldn't do a sign and trade. The Mavs don't have anybody the Lakers would want. And he knows the Lakers won't pay him top dollar. So, like, from Kyrie's standpoint, like, best of both worlds, I get to play LeBron and I get the most money is here.
Or, as the fan text is bringing up, was this LeBron's camp leaking it to put more pressure on the Lakers? Yo, man, these two are going to end up together. They clearly want to be with each other. Go ahead and make it happen. Chris Haynes, by the way, one of the 15 NBA insiders that don't message us back, he's very good. And he said the Mavericks were preparing. Make sense of this. The Mavericks were preparing to make an offer for James last season when the Lakers were spiraling. Despite James being ineligible for a trade last year due to the date of his extension. But the Lakers made a string of trades near the deadline that changed the trajectory of their season. So what does that mean?
So,
You're not tradable. The league won't allow it, but we're setting up an offer to try to get you anyway?
So this is allegedly a little CYA. That line about, but even though this is the case that he wasn't eligible, was added after the internet immediately fact-checked his report and said, LeBron couldn't have been traded, dude. And then that got added in there. So some people are saying he's just now digging in on his report and throwing in the note as like, yeah, that was the case. My report is still true. And they couldn't have traded for him. It wasn't possible.
But any chance of forming a big three in Dallas under the NBA's new CBA will be difficult. The new CBA resembles a hard cap, making it very difficult to have three max players on a roster. In order for Irving and James to partner with Luka, the two would have to take a sizable pay cut. The easiest and unlikeliest path to adding LeBron this offseason would be for him to orchestrate a buyout. He has 1 year, $47 million left on his deal. He's got a player option
for $50 million the next year.
Yeah.
So he's going to give up $100 million.
Well, which he's going to get anywhere.
Well, but not here, right?
No, not here. If he has to go ahead and take that pay cut to make it work,
that's going to be a major issue. I mean, he's got plenty of money, but he's got goals. Like, he wants to be like a team owner. Like, being a team owner, you don't give up $100 million when you can get it.
A governor, sir.
Doesn't have to be in the NBA. It could be somewhere else, which they're still owners elsewhere.
What do you make of all this?
My big takeaway was similar to the one that you had, that this sounds like Kyrie's on his way back. This sounds to me like something Kyrie's camp leaked, which I think is funny, as Chris Mannix at SI, another insider who wants us to suspect, as Chris Mannix at SI said yesterday, it's just funny that he goes on Twitch last week to talk about, guys, stop talking about my free agency. And then in all likelihood, he probably leaked this. But my thing is, at what point do we start believing Kyrie, and at what point do we start believing everything we're being told? Because insiders have been telling us for months he's probably going back to Dallas, and I feel like a lot of us have just kind of said, yeah, it just doesn't feel like it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Not happening. It's like we get insider report after insider report. Now Kyrie, in all likelihood, is leaking that he's trying to recruit people to come play with him in Dallas instead of leave to go anywhere else.
He wants that 5 for $272.
He does want that, and I think we're starting to see. And then I feel like we have to start believing he's going to be here. I would prefer the sign and trade and go get other assets. But I think the likeliest ending here is Kyrie's here.
Yeah, I think this is good. This is a positive development. There's no chance in hell LeBron comes here, but this is showing that Kyrie Irving is trying to bring people here, and I'd love to get Luca's reaction to it. Shams with the most likely outcome to the report that he broke.
I think Kyrie Irving, it seemed like he enjoyed experiences in Dallas. I know Mark Cuban, Nico Harrison, they've been vocal about wanting to bring him back. I think that's probably the more likely outcome in all of this, but these players are talking. And when players talk and when guys start to recruit each other, there was a period of about 2 months where Kyrie Irving was deciding on his future. And him and LeBron James were going back and forth. And I think Kyrie Irving at that point, there were times last summer where he wanted to be a Laker, no question. He ends up staying with the Nets. We talked about it. We broke all that. Then he ends up getting traded to the Mavericks. The Lakers had an opportunity to trade for him. He ends up in Dallas Maverick. And I think there is going to be a lot of interest in him staying there.
So that's Shams and Chris Haynes. That Kyrie's interested. That's not even the craziest Mavs rumor of the day. I don't know who decided to come up with all this crap yesterday, because that's what this is. The Mavericks are interested in Jeff Van Gundy and Jeff Hornacek to join Jason Kidd's staff, according to Mark Stein, who's a longtime Mavericks insider, another one who won't text us back. The Mavs were previously linked with Hornacek during this coaching cycle. Van Gundy has worked in broadcasting over the past 15 years, and the Mavericks also had interest in Frank Vogel for the role. So it's like Cuban told Stein yesterday, hey man, throw out Van Gundy and Vogel and Hornacek, and let's create some headlines.
Yep.
Yeah, Jeff Van Gundy. Now, I will say this. Every time we've called Jeff Van Gundy to come on, as he says no, he's also a Houston guy. So he does live here. He does live here, but yeah, let's go be an assistant coach for the Dallas Mavericks and leave the ABC ESPN cushy job.
I'm going to say this is the dumbest report I've ever seen in my life. It's a non-report.
More than Condoleezza Rice is going to coach the Browns.
I think it's on par. Because I think the difference is that Condoleezza Rice actually would have accepted that job.
Yep.
Jeff Van Gundy's not accepted an assistant coaching job under Jason Kidd, as opposed to grinding for 82 games when making probably half the amount of money he's making now.
But sitting next to Mark Jackson.
Yeah. But man, there's no way. There's no way. Now to coach as the head coach, I could see it. But an assistant, Jeff Van Gundy's I think an assistant coaching job.
Jeff Van Gundy is one of the top Kyrie Irving critics in media, too. Oh. He has taken kicks at Kyrie Irving almost every opportunity that he's gotten. Whether it's been over the COVID stuff, over demanding trades, over all the off-the-court stuff. He is in interviews, on broadcasts, on everywhere else, taking every chance basically to say he thinks Kyrie's an idiot. Yeah. And so
Kyrie would strangle him.
Yeah, I don't think that would work
Latrell
out great.
2.0.
Yeah, I don't think that would work out great to have Kyrie and Jeff Van Gundy here. So if your end game is to please Kyrie and this is your future and to make this marriage last as long as you can, Van Gundy doesn't seem like a real possibility.
No, it doesn't.
But
good.
I'll take Hornacek and Van Gundy. I'll take a veteran coach sitting on the bench next to Kidd and helping him out through some of his stuff. If it doesn't have to be one of those guys, but sure, bring me in a veteran coach who's had head coaching experience before to sit on the bench with him.
Cool. I mean, but if I'm Jason Kidd, I don't want Jeff Van Gundy here. Looking over my shoulder every bad timeout. Every time I don't take a timeout, some idiot fan in media like us, and we would do it, is going to be calling for his job. And why don't you just have Jeff Van Gundy out here? Or, this is where the credit starts. Jeff Van Gundy's doing all the work behind the scenes. This is his team.
Yeah.
So if I'm Jason Kidd, I'm like, I don't want this dude here. Undermine me.
To be fair, people are already talking about Jason Kidd that way without somebody over his shoulder. People are already talking about he needs to go. He needs to get out of here. He's a mess. It would just obviously turn up the heat. It would create the Dan Quinn, Mike McCarthy factor.
What a day for Mavs stories. We got LeBron James and Jeff Van Gundy in the same show.
And Jeff Hornacek. Don't slight him. And we got the 10th overall pick. It's a great time to be a Mavs fan, baby.
Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I honestly don't know where to go here between Rangers and Cowboys. I never thought we'd get to this point with this baseball team this year. Like, a member of the G-Bag Nation is going to make you hate the Texas Rangers. deGrom is out even longer, and Jerry and Steven shut down DeAndre Hopkins and Jimmy Johnson next.
But let's get that carpet clean.
1053 The Fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Swinging a drive deep into left field. Duran back into his right onto the track. He bangs into the wall, but he can't make the catch. Now you've got a logjam on the bases. Gorman with Edman right behind him. Gorman scores. You've got two Cardinals at third. The throw is taken in by Young. He's chasing Edman home. He throws to Heim, who applies the tag. Crazy play. The Cardinals get a run out of it and tie the game at 3.
And the Rangers were able to overcome it as Nathaniel Lowe has the walk-off to have them win again. 4 straight and 6 of their last 7 as they beat the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis apparently last night 4-3. And I don't know who has more rage and anger. Bobby Belt over Nolan Arenado on Peyton Russell's Mount Rushmore or RJ Choppy listening to your favorite St. Louis fans invade Arlington.
There is nothing I hate more than St. Louis Cardinal fans.
We should have done a dark roast. RJ writes it. Bobby reads it for the Cardinals. For St. Louis fans.
We still got a series?
Yeah.
There's a series going on. We can do this.
Maybe you can write one for tomorrow. Write a St. Louis dark roast because you don't hear a lot of people expressing their hatred for Cardinals fans.
Chiafalo's writing songs. You can write a dark roast.
I can do that. He shouldn't be writing songs. Those are our things. That's our thing.
He gave us the breast milk story.
I could come up with something. Yeah, because look, they are the most hateable group of people in the world. First of all, people who refuse to boo suck. Okay, sorry, Aggies. But that's what that is. It's cultish. It's cultish behavior up there. You didn't invent the game. You're not the best fans in the world. You're the softest fans in the world.
Woo!
Okay, that's what St. Louis Cardinal fans are. The softest fans. We don't boo our players because they put in effort.
They seem like very nice people.
That's the problem.
Seem like a very nice people.
Midwest nice.
Fans can be nice outside the stadium. When you get inside the stadium, everybody should act like they're from Philadelphia. You want a home field advantage? That's it. Now, I've heard it's a great stadium. I've heard it's fantastic. I've heard the area around the stadium is tremendous. Don't care. What's inside the stadium are St. Louis Cardinal fans.
They took over. They took over. So now we get to Bobby expressing his hatred on the text line, the morning show text chat over Peyton Russell at 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, so I understand, Peyton, that the Nolan Arenado part was a joke. But then when you were asked to actually give your top third baseman, you only got one name right on your Mount Rushmore. By the way, you shouldn't be using Mount Rushmore. Those aren't even the greatest presidents we've ever had, Peyton.
I think Mount Rushmore.
Jay Williams will tell you that.
Is Mount Rushmore on the Mount Rushmore of national monuments?
Ooh. We should break that down. So,
Friday, 10:01.
The only name you got correct on the Mount Rushmore of third baseman is Chipper.
I thought you were
not even
gonna say
Beltre?
Beltre.
Oh,
No.
you're about to get lit up, Bobby.
No. Chipper over Beltre.
Chipper was better.
Yeah.
He was better. You got to say he was better.
Yeah, and it is morally offensive that you would put A-Rod on a third baseman list.
Yeah. A-Rod and Blowy there either.
A-Rod's career, like if you're going to put A-Rod anywhere, it would be shortstop to me. If he belongs on any Mount Rushmore, it would be shortstop.
Debatable.
Third base is just something he moved to like be self-indulgent for Cal Ripken in the All-Star game one year. And then it was in order, they wouldn't move Jeter. That should tell you right there exactly what kind of Mount Rushmore status A-Rod has, is that he went to another team and was like, you're not playing that guy's position. You need to figure out something else. The other names on there, Mike Schmidt. There you go.
George Brett.
I left Brett off.
Give us your four.
Chipper, Mike Schmidt, Brooks Robinson, Eddie Matthews.
You can't leave. Brett has to be on there over Schmidt.
It's the pine tar for me.
It was legal.
No, he's tainted now because of the pine tar. No, Brett's right there. It's those five. I was having trouble trying to put it down. If I had to move off one, it would probably be Brooks. But Brooks Robinson was 16-time Gold Glover.
His offense was going to be the issue compared to the other four on the list.
I mean, his OPS was like 760 for his career or something.
The human vacuum cleaner.
He was.
Great nickname.
He was fantastic.
Yeah, so you should appreciate that, Maryland. that I'm showing some Brooks Robinson love.
That's how I knew the nickname.
And then Nolan Arenado was 6th.
6?
Yeah, he was 6th.
So it wasn't a bad choice. Dang it. I thought I had
So that's Pepe putting Arenado on after he dropped the pop-up last night from Corey Seager. Meanwhile, let's just throw out Jonah Himes' Mount Rushmore of catchers that he named the other day.
Who would be the 4 catchers that you put on Mount Rushmore? I mean, obviously, there's a guy that you probably see the statue out there.
Yeah.
But who would be your 4?
Definitely Pudge, Yogi, probably Jorge Posada, and then probably Buster.
Buster Olney, Posada.
No,
Yogi.
Buster Posey.
Buster Posey. Who did I say?
Buster
Olney.
Buster Posey, Yogi, Pudge, and Posada.
This is offensive.
I don't
This
think...
is offensive.
Okay. It's nowhere near as offensive as Peyton's.
How you don't have Johnny Bench, who is universally seen as the best catcher ever, on the list, or how you don't have
Piazza?
Mike Piazza, who from an offensive, now he was a terrible catcher. I mean, he couldn't catch a cold.
Well, who you bumping? He caught that Clemens right
You,
hook.
well, you bump Jorge Posada
Okay.
for starters, who was good.
Yeah.
He was good, but like that's somebody who thinks sports started in 2005 saying that.
We got to decide how much of a pass we give these guys for the age cutoff. You know what I
None.
mean?
Not in baseball. I don't do it in baseball. Baseball is the one sport where you can just look at numbers and say go.
I mean,
in football, it's different.
He put Yogi Berra. If you put Yogi Berra, you've got to be able to
put Johnny Bench. Too,
you got to be able to put Bench.
The age cutoff is null and void if you have Yogi Berra on
you
there.
got to be able to put Roy Campanella.
Sure. And Carlton Fisk, if you wanted to go down that road too.
No, because he played for Boston, so we don't recognize him.
Wow.
Those are some Rushmores. Rangers get the win. The new golden child, Grant Anderson, gets blowed up a little bit, but they win in extra innings. Anything else on this game, Roberto, before we move on to deGrom?
No, I mean, just it was, we talk about Heim. It was huge, the caught stealing that he had in the 9th. That was a big play last night. But in general, it's good to see. You mentioned it right off the bat. Like anything we want to see from them, they'll do it. So, any type of victory we need to see or any type of play style or any type of performance, the Rangers can provide it. And it's why they're right at the top of the league right now as, arguably the best team in baseball.
And now we get to deGrom, 60-day IL. They're trying to spin this a little bit. The Ranger diehard fan is saying, oh, this was just a matter of semantics. They just moved. It wasn't a physical setback. We're just moving this to the end of June. So he'll be out for another month, but this isn't anything crazy to freak out or panic over.
So that's what they say until, what is it, June 28th he can come back?
Yeah.
Is that what the day is? Okay, so June 28th will roll around, and then it's going to be like June 29th. It's like, he needs TJ. Like, it's Tommy John time, and we'll see you in a year and a half. Not actually. Like, I don't know that that's what they're going to say, but that's what this feels like. I have zero confidence that he's pitching again this year. Because it's one of those, this is the same feeling that we get with, think about in the last decade. Corey Kluber, Yu Darvish, like it always starts out with, there's just some soreness. It's a little tight, and then it lingers. And then he's out for a couple weeks, and then he's done. He's out for the year.
Yeah. And
this is just, I don't like that he had a bullpen session, 35 pitches last week, and now we're moving to the 60-day deal. I understand, or IL. I understand it as a procedural move in a lot of ways, just because they're trying to save the 40-man roster spot or whatever. But it's concerning that Chris Young is going on with G-Bag yesterday and going, I'm confident he'll pitch, I just don't know when. Okay, You don't know when even after seeing him pitch a bullpen session a few days ago?
Right. There's massive issues. And the thing is like, this isn't just one body part that's ailed him, right, throughout his career. I mean, he's had a kind of a litany of injuries that have just been nagging, that have just, over the last couple of years, that have just stuck. Either he can't pitch through pain or he won't pitch through pain. Don't know which one it is, but man, this is awful. Like, look, it's terrible news.
It's getting to this point, and there's just no way around it. And RJ called it from day one. Right now, you're looking correct. They're going to have to win a World Series with him to make us feel like it's justifiable. Because right now, it's looking like it's going to be a financial disaster, an epic disaster that this is the way it's starting off in his first half.
Yeah.
That he's going to have to come back for a playoff healthy run and be the hero. He's going to have some heroic playoff moments to make us as a fan base in the media feel like it was worth. At least you got a title. That's the best case scenario for this right now moving forward.
Yeah.
At least you got a title out of it because this is everything that you and we feared.
It is. It really is. It's like, when they were to sit here and, go back and look at this contract and this deal, this is how teams get gun shy. This is how they say, all right, well, we're not going down that road again. We got burned. So, let's say he doesn't pitch again this year. You think they're going to shell another $200 million on a single player in the offseason? Not after what happened.
5 for 185. Well, how about not someone that's a walking IL stint that's 34? You can shell it out for,
26-year-old who's, when Bryce Harper or Mike Trout was a free agent.
Yeah.
Trout never got there, but Bryce did. You could shell it out for that.
What if Shohei, just for the hell of it, what if Shohei was available, given his age, make you gun shy towards that?
Well,
I'm
say
second
no.
guessing.
I may second guess, but, and Shohei's had his injuries, but it hasn't been over the last couple of years. He's been pretty healthy.
Yeah.
Last couple seasons.
He'll be 29 in July.
And it hasn't been pervasive. It hasn't been his entire body. He hasn't been Mr. Glass from Unbreakable. This is deGrom consistently having health issues, which we knew. It's deGrom and Kyrie, it's the same thing in terms of the inevitability, it feels like. You feel like it's going to go wrong with Kyrie on a standpoint of the chemistry. You knew it was going to go wrong at some point health-wise.
There's only one thing. Well, two things. DeGrom's one. There's only two things that can go wrong for the Texas Rangers. Jacob DeGrom's health and Eric Chiafalo making a G-Bag song about them.
Oh, no.
You know you're crushing. You know we stare. Manage forever. And we'll be there. We want Young's Glove. The ace to star. We love Globe Life Field, but we still miss the part. Division leaders. Boys keep playing. It's just June. F what they're saying. A healthy Garver. I can't believe my eyes. And every time still feels like the first time. And I'm all like, Bochy, 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 yo. Like Bochy, 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 bro. Like Bochy,
Is that bro?
Bochy, Bochy, coach. I hope you'll always be mine, mine. Bochy, 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 yo. Like Bochy, 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 bro. Like Bochy, 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 coach. I hope you'll always be mine, mine.
Hey! Effort.
It's an A for effort right there.
A for effort.
It's a good song.
Is that what we get from a Florida Italian? Is that what happens when we let a Florida Italian sing and do songs?
They're like sixth on the list.
I just love your
Italianness.
I just love your background. I could just listen to a track of your background effects.
We try and be as true to the original production as possible, and we needed to put in the ad-libs.
Eric Chiafalo with a G-Bag Nation production. We bumped the Cowboys. Cowboys can't even get top 4 segments on the show these days, and they spoke a lot yesterday. Jerry and Steven shutting down DeAndre, Jimmy Johnson, and Dak next on The Fan. But first, don't shut down. a.m. Club. We got a lot of shout-outs to get to here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Brian Broaddus, all the best to Broaddus medically, Bobby?
Yeah, Broaddus is going under today. In fact, I think about 13 minutes ago, he was scheduled for a little heart cleanup. So he's been talking about it on G-Bag, but he'll be out today. He said he should be back tomorrow, but good luck.
Tomorrow?
That's what he said.
Off a heart procedure?
That's what he said. You know him, that like he's the one who would
soldier.
Yeah, just like, yeah, I'll be there. What do you need? I'll show up. Like he's gonna be there. Even if he's got a Zoom from the hospital bed, he'll be there.
Wow. So all the best to Double B. I got a shout out to my my home interior designer as I went in yesterday after the show till 4 p.m. and she's like, I turned on the radio yesterday. And I was like, oh, really? Thank you. I really appreciate that. I was like, what was the segment? And she goes, Bofa. And I was like, Bofa? What? And she's like, yeah, Bofa these nuts.
Oh,
you fell for it, huh?
She got you.
She didn't drop the line on me. She just said Bofa, and then I was immediately humiliated. So later on through the process, she's like, oh, you can pick a fan here, or you could have looks at me with great disappointment, a boob light. They call it in the industry. And I'm like, oh, my God, she tuned in. So, Julie, fantastic job by you. Thanks for putting up with me. And thanks for listening 24 hours ago. Maybe you're listening right now.
He said a fan or a boob light. Can I get both of those?
Both of those. Get them both.
That's what you should. Yeah. You should be happy. She didn't hear me talking about you getting a jelly sting on your face. Like, she didn't hear that one, though. That would have been worse.
That's true. And I was like, what are we talking about? 640. So that's her listening into that. And then shout out to the miserable chaperones on Luca Choppy's trip to D.C. with the photos you said yesterday.
Oh man, this is wild. He has gone everywhere in D.C. He's out in front of the White House, in front of the Capitol. My mom.
Second time in front of the Capitol, right?
Well, no, for him first. My mom did not send any signs with him.
You're evicted. Get out of his house. There's a woman named Nancy. Find her stapler.
Oh, nasty Nancy.
So they left at 3 a.m. yesterday from the school. 3 a.m. Got to D.C. around 9-ish, right? And then they were walking around D.C. till 10 o'clock that night. Those kids had to be dragging.
Oh, yeah.
And then they're going to be up early this morning. They're going to take the bus to New York or the train.
And walk Times Square by themselves.
And they're going to walk Times Square by themselves.
It's a great idea. Wore them out all day in D.C. so that then they're not going to do anything bad and they can be unchaperoned in Times Square.
Yeah. Wore them out, just like you said.
Yep.
So you're going to have the tracker on him? Can you follow him
I've
around?
got a tracker on him right now. So I've got that Life 360 app or whatever. You guys have that?
I do not.
So it's just it's an app where you can, obviously, as long as his phone's on, I can see exactly where his location is.
Nice.
I can see how fast he's going. When we were snowboarding, I saw
I got McCarthy tracking GPS on there.
GPS, amazing, man. It's amazing,
man. See, and he was talking about me being the overbearing parent, and here he is literally microchipping his kid.
That's right.
Yeah, right. There you go.
All right. So Jerry and Steven talking a lot yesterday. What was the reason for this?
Shrine Bowl. They were announcing the Shrine Bowl, the East-West Shrine game coming to town. And so then when it was done with the press conference, they kind of broke off in the hallway and did a couple minutes.
All right. You want to start with D-Hop, Dak Deal, or Jimmy? Choppy, you pick.
Let's go with Dak Deal.
Okay. So Jerry was asked if he had any interest in putting anyone else into the Cowboys Ring of Honor.
No, none. Well, I'll look at that later as we get on into the year. Of course, obviously, we've got DeMarcus that is front and center here.
I did that just to mess with you, Choppy. Okay. But look, there it is again. Jerry shutting down Jimmy Johnson, reminding me of playing with my 3-year-old every day and making him try to share. No, it's mine. No, it's mine. And that's Jerry Jones with this sad, pathetic Ring of Honor grudge that he holds against Jimmy. So there it is for another year. He just brought up DeMarcus Ware.
I agree. I mean, you would never want to have the 8th winningest coach in team history be on the Ring of Honor.
Here we
want
go.
that.
Here we go. Here we go. So look, I thought D Ware would go in with Witten and Romo. but Jerry will probably try to drag this out to get more attention for it in individual years. If you remember, Jimmy Johnson, this is from us, right, Pepe? Jimmy Johnson came on the show to promote his book, and we asked him, how much do you care about going in?
Well, I'd be honored. I'd be honored to be in the Ring of Honor. There's some great individuals in the Ring of Honor. And the Dallas Cowboys are a big part of my life. So I take great pride in that. And you look at, Jerry's told me, half a dozen times he's going to do it. But I have no control over that. That's up to Jerry. When and if he decides to put me in, again, I would be honored. But if he decides he doesn't want to do it, I understand.
So petty. So pathetic.
Very.
It's ridiculous.
I want to just play devil's advocate for a moment.
Okay.
And this isn't any argument of mine, but I'm just saying that Jerry is such a Cowboys first type of guy and loves whenever the Cowboys brand is being represented in all sorts of different phases after their careers and everything else. And people always talk about what a loyal guy Jerry is and yada, yada, yada. He's looked past some offenses before to continue a relationship with Roger Goodell and other things. It must have gotten so much uglier than we publicly have even heard, or even privately. It must be so bad between them, or got so bad between them, that Jerry literally just after all the fact that he can't look past it.
No, I don't even think it got that bad. Jerry can't stand that Jimmy gets the credit.
I agree with that too.
Jerry, even though he was a college football player, he was an athlete. He was the nerd in high school who was, I'm just making an analogy. He was the nerd in high school who was always dying to be the high school quarterback, to be the varsity star. And Jimmy Johnson was the varsity star around here after they started winning the titles. And it's just like the rock star wants to be the movie star, and the movie star wants to be the athlete, and the athlete wants to be the movie star, right? Everyone yearns for a different level of celebrity and popularity, and Jerry Jones making $1 million in an hour didn't get him off. That didn't get him excited. It was Jimmy Johnson getting credit for making a trade for a backup tackle, and Jerry can't get over it. Now, you would think that's why he won't, step aside with the whole GM role and title and all that stuff, because he wants to walk away winning a championship with GM next to his name, because that's what haunts him.
Yeah.
That's what haunts him. A lot of Tolos were saying, ask Jerry this next time he comes on. If putting Jimmy in, we're not going to ask him this because he's not going to answer this hypothetical. If putting Jimmy into the Ring of Honor meant you winning one more title, would you do it? And Tolos were like, what do you think his real answer would be? What do you think? What would he do? Devil rose up and said, for a second time with Jerry, and said, if you put him in, you will get another ring. What would he do?
He would say no. He wouldn't say that publicly. Privately, he would say no, because he would say,
you think so?
All this, yeah, because he'd say, again, Jimmy is responsible for me getting a ring. In the end, he's responsible for it.
Nobody would know that. Nobody would know that.
But he would know it. And here's the thing. I think that if you were to ask him the question publicly, what he would do is he'd say, well, and then he'd go down a rabbit trail, and 10 seconds into the answer, you'd be like, this isn't even the same topic I just asked you about. You're talking about something completely different now. And then he'd be like, so that's how it is. And he would just talk around in a circle for a little bit and not answer it. But I think private moment, he would still say no.
I think he would say yes. He wants to win, but he wants to win his way. And his way means that he would be the GM.
You don't want to win badly enough if you have to do it your way. You just don't. That's not the ultimate level of desperation and winning, if you have to do it your way. So there he is, shutting down Jimmy again.
Can I throw out another conspiracy theory? What if we haven't seen the Dan Quinn move to head coach? Because that would be a concern. Because if Dan Quinn were to win a Super Bowl next year or this year with the Cowboys, everybody would say it was Dan Quinn. Because they had all the talent and Dan Quinn stepped in and he's the one who pushed it over the edge.
What do you mean? I don't understand. I'm not following.
If they were to swap out McCarthy at the end of last year and Dan Quinn was hired as the head coach and they won a Super Bowl, who would get the credit?
I wouldn't take away from Jerry.
I know we wouldn't, nationally.
Jerry brought Quinn and kept Quinn. I think the highlight would be Jerry convincing Dan not once but twice to stay. I think he'd get a ton of credit, my opinion. You could argue he'd get more credit for Dan Quinn than McCarthy, because McCarthy already won one in Green Bay. He was already a Super Bowl winning coach.
Yeah, probably. Dan was close. Super close.
Should have won.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, Stephen Jones, according to Clarence Hill, I didn't get this out of the quote, but I'm going to trust Clarence with the tone of Stephen shutting down any perceived interest in DeAndre Hopkins. Quote, he's not on this team right now. We went down the road with Cooks. We're very comfortable with Cooks. We're pleased with our receiving group. So I guess that does sound like a shutdown, and Doug Peterson shut it down in Jacksonville for D-Hop.
Yeah, look, DeAndre Hopkins is getting a sobering reality right now, I think, about what his market is.
Getting Zeke?
And has for the last couple months. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing is that D-Hop's in a better position to still contribute than Zeke is, and he's still receiving this kind of treatment. I think it's just his price is going to have to come down. Yeah. And then the question becomes, does it lower enough? Does it get down to a point enough that then the Cowboys would be interested? They would be interested to a point, but money would be the biggest factor to them.
Yeah, money would be. Here's the thing. Like, I wonder how much of this is the league is shifting on skill position players with age. Like, that's for DeAndre Hopkins not to get any interest, and teams just outright saying, "No, we're out."
We don't know what his money is either.
Right. We don't know the money, and we also don't know how much his reputation across the league might be quitter.
Because of the last 2 games?
Not just the last 2 games, the suspension, the way he jeopardized himself there. Like, teams may just feel like he's not a culture guy.
Why wouldn't teams love a guy who took PEDs?
Do anything to win.
I think it would be more about the practice habits. Practice habits over the PED concern. But Jerry's still trying to keep the little Zeke.
It's cute. It really is.
It's
cute.
Perfectly Jerry trying to keep the Zeke headline alive. We still haven't ruled it out. We still haven't ruled out a return.
I have,
so that was Jerry trying to keep Zeke and his team in the headlines. But they can't get headlines right now over the Rangers with a walk-off win. deGrom's out longer, and Kyrie recruiting LeBron to the Mavericks. Headlines with a Rangers ticket giveaway and a deGrom bobblehead with Carbach Brewing as well to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on next.
But let's get you over to
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Low, the fourth batter Cabrera has faced. Here's the pitch. It's hit on the left side and through. A base hit into left field. Simeon around third. Here's the throw from Donovan. It's offline. Simeon scores. And the Rangers walk off the Cardinals in the opening game of this series. The final score, 4-3. Rangers are bouncing between first and second, and it is a happy house in Arlington.
What a call. Hicksy, a stud who joined us yesterday right here on Sean and RJ with the play-by-play of the Rangers walk-off win over the St. Louis Cardinals in Arlington, 4-3, 19 games over 500, and this is your Tolo Tuesday edition of Headlines. Will Smith gets the win because Grant Anderson could not hold on to a 3-1 lead. They lose it. Jonah Heim with a big play in the ninth. Marcus Simeon, who extended his hitting streak to 24, had a walk. Corey Seager and the Rangers benefiting from Arenado with a rare misplay at third base. And then Nathaniel Lowe with his second hit of the night. And the Rangers continue to, it's a brand new storybook tale every single day.
It is.
It can be winning 2-1. It can be winning by 16 runs. It can be Adolis with a historic day. It can be Simeon and Young's hitting streaks. It can be Corey Seager coming back red hot. It can be the 7, 8, 9 bottom of the lineup, or it can be a walk-off win even after you blow a lead.
Yeah, whatever it is there. But, you know, they make contact, and that was a perfect example of a team that just needed to put the ball in play and get that run in. And, you know, in today's Major League Baseball,
great piece of hitting.
It was. It is strikeout or home run or walk. It's the three true outcomes. Well, Nathaniel Lowe put bat to ball and made something happen. You don't get that run in a lot of times in the current game because of the high strikeout numbers a lot of these teams have. This is going to work. This is going to pay off in the postseason too. Teams in the postseason who don't strike out at the rate that some of these other ones do, like, you know, the Yankees always strike out. That's why they don't win the playoffs. You don't win. You got to be able to make contact. You got to be able to make things happen. This team does that.
And that was evident in the second inning to me. They sent 11 guys to the plate. They had 6 hits. They only made it a 3-1 lead. You think with 11 guys to the plate, you've scored 5, 6, 7? No. Single. Just taking what they could at the plate, and they get another W, Bobby.
They can win every single way that you need them to. If you need a dominant starting pitching performance, they can give it to you. If it's, you know, the just the chip away type of offense like we saw yesterday, they can do that. If you need the big play offense, they can do that. And they are just on this incredible run where I had to look at this. You know, we're now over a month. It's been over a month since they lost back-to-back games.
Wow.
And they haven't lost back-to-back games at home since April 4th.
Freaking Astros won again. They beat down Toronto 11-4. The lead is only 3.5. 3.5 in the West.
No, that's the pessimistic view. The optimistic one is the Astros have gone on this run and they can't crack more than 3 games.
Okay.
That's how we look at it.
Well, here's some negative that's, I think, for real, even though some people are trying to spin it in the Rangers media. Jacob deGrom has been moved to the 60-day IL. Initially, it was 15. We have been hearing about these progressive bullpen stints going out there and throwing. He's now eligible to return June 28th. He's been shelved since April 29th. So that's the earliest that deGrom can come back and pitch.
All right.
And now, RJ brings up the question. So we've had 2 different trade discussions. One, do you go out and get bullpen? I was going to bring this up yesterday. We just ran out of time. The Rangers just stand pat. This was yesterday before the deGrom news. And now the third trade discussion is, do you have to start thinking about a starting pitching replacement for this guy for a playoff run?
At some point you might. Now, not yet. I don't think we're there yet. But at some point, let's just say he is out until the trade deadline or gas, even worse. You know, maybe then maybe he's back and then he's out again. At that point, I think you have to do something. You know, but for now, I think you can stay the course. It's working. The stuff that's out there is going to be very, very expensive on that starting pitching market, just like the relievers. Although it's probably going to get cheaper now as we get we're within 60 days of the trade deadline. But they got a great chance to go for it here. They do. This is a baseball team. They're playing well over 600 ball, almost 670. Is it 665 or something like that? You can absolutely go for it. And I'm not saying overpay, but if you have to overpay, you never won a title. You got a chance to go for it, and then maybe, hopefully, you get deGrom back. So let's just say you could Washington Nationals your way to a title. What they did a couple years ago against Houston. Scherzer, Strasburg, and go. And you get some two dominant front end starters. You saw this with the Astros when they had Cole and they had Verlander. Houston's got great starting pitching anyway. You get yourself a couple of front end guys. I mean, Eovaldi as the 2 or the 3 in a postseason series. You kidding me? They've got a chance. They've got a chance.
Thank God for Dane Dunning. Dane Dunning has been so crucial to this. I mean, I know we talk about Eovaldi stepping up and doing what he's doing. I think everybody anticipated Eovaldi would be good. He's just been better than you expected, and he's been able to step into that ace role. But, man, they would be in a world of hurt if Dunning wasn't doing what he's been doing. 48 innings on the year now. He has no home runs given up still.
Wow. 48 innings?
48 innings, 0 home runs.
Chris Young joined the G-Bag Nation yesterday. I saw them take the picture in person. That must have been before he heard Chiafalo's Rangers song. And the Rangers GM was asked, is the phone heating up yet?
In terms of the trade market, that will materialize in time. I mean, there's a lot of parity throughout the league right now, and I think that it's going to take time to kind of flesh that out. What I'm focused on is our team internally, getting the best out of our guys. Jonathan Hernandez, we got to get right. He's a high priority. We went through similar with Jose Leclerc a few weeks ago, and he was struggling, and he's come out of that. He's looking great right now. We want to see that continue, and just finding a way to get the best out of our guys internally. We've got a great group. I believe in the guys we have, and it's important that we find a way to get the best out of them. In terms of the phone blowing up, what has been really cool is our fan base, and hearing from so many people in this community who are proud of their team, who are out here at the ballpark and rooting us on and every day cheering our group on. And that has been the cool part for me. That has been the most rewarding part of that, and I want that to continue.
So that was CY yesterday with G-Bag. He joins them weekly. Bochy, of course, weekly with the KMC Masterpiece. Shams Charania and Chris Haynes from Bleacher Report taking over the Metroplex yesterday, especially on Twitter, when they reported that Kyrie Irving is recruiting LeBron James. He has reached out to LeBron to see if he would come to Dallas. Not, how do we get to Los Angeles? Who do you need to kick off the team? Reeves or Rui? No. Kyrie's trying to get LeBron to become a Dallas Maverick. And this reporter's name from The Athletic, who also rejected us like everyone else in town, is it Jovan Buha?
Jovan Buha.
Jovan Buha?
Yes. And he didn't reject us like everybody else. He actually texted back.
Yes, that's right. You know what? The only one that texts back is Windhorse.
Yes, he's a whale.
He's a whale. Chris Haynes.
That's not nice.
Chris Haynes. Shut up. Chris Haynes, Stein, Woj, Shams. These NBA media, all too cool. It's amazing. It's like they're not in a regressing sport. So
they'll take our Jerry audio.
Oh, Shams uses Jerry audio?
Oh, a lot of them do.
So this Lakers reporter from The Athletic said, if Dallas is offering Luka for LeBron, one would assume the Lakers will listen. The Lakers, meanwhile, maintained yesterday they are not interested in adding Irving this summer. So this could be a result of that. Kyrie knows the Lakers want to retain Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
They want
$100 million. They want to give him $100 million. Hell yeah. I mean, look, he's a good player.
Yeah.
What a career he's turned out to have.
I'd rather have Reeves and Hachimura than Kyrie, I think. I'd rather have both of them.
You'd rather have both of them.
Yes, but this is the report that rocked the Metroplex yesterday.
Yeah, it is. And look, I mean, who knows who leaked this? Could have been Kyrie. Could have been the Mavs. Could have been LeBron. You don't know. I think it made sense for Kyrie's camp to leak this. It shows that he kind of wants to stay here, but his priority is to play with LeBron. So he always has an out. He can have an out with either fan base. I wanted to play here, but I also want to go with LeBron. But it's clear the Mavs can offer him so much more money than anybody else can. And it's going to come down to what's number one priority, playing with LeBron James or making the most amount of money.
What would he do here, LeBron? Is he the 4? Is he playing center like he did at times in Miami? What's his role? Because Luka's the ball handler. If Luka's not handling the ball, they've got, I mean, the offense is broken. In terms of Luka's role in the offense is broken. He just can't play off the ball. And so LeBron's not bringing it up at that point, so he's playing power forward, I guess.
I mean, look, it would be an interesting kind of Jordan-like transition to where, you're a low post player, but I don't think he's got that game. That's not his best. That's not when he's at his best. The problem is he's at his best with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, would this even be a great basketball fit?
I don't think so.
First off, trying to afford it with 3 of those guys on the cap is basically impossible. You think the Mavs have a weak bench and roster now, depth-wise? Whew! Imagine that.
Oh, it'd be terrible. It would be such a weak roster. But, look.
LeBron's not leaving. We all know this is never happening. No. He's not leaving Los Angeles. His son just committed to USC. He's got his whole Hollywood thing out there. He's going to wait. He's got the timing worked out perfectly to join Bronny. As Shams and others have reported, LeBron's going to come back next year and play. The Mavs have 0 assets to give up, and that still wasn't the dumbest story or thought of the day yesterday when it comes to the Mavericks. As Mark Stein said, they were interested in Jeff Van Gundy as an assistant coach. Those are the Mavs headlines yesterday. LeBron coming here, Jeff Van Gundy leaving ESPN to be a kid assistant.
Why would Van Gundy do that? There's no reason he would leave that cush job to come be an assistant and grind for 6 months. No, he gets to work twice a week. And you think he wants to go and do this being an assistant? Jeff Van Gundy's above being an assistant.
And him and Kyrie would kill each other. He probably him and Luka would probably kill each other too.
Yeah, he's not a fan of Kyrie's at all, and has been very vocal about that. He makes $1 million. I see one thing here says he makes $1 million doing the
no way
analysis.
No,
I don't know.
They're
maybe
paying Chuck 20.
1.2 over here. I don't know. I'm seeing some different numbers, but it makes me wonder: is there any way he would make more as an assistant here in Dallas?
Kevin Young makes $2 million with the Suns now.
Well, that's one.
So you'd have to make him like the highest paid assistant in basketball. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, but $1 million. That means the guy.
No way, it's $1 million.
Yeah, it can't be because you mean to tell me that the studio analysts like the Jalen Roses and the Michael Wilbons are making more than the guy doing the game?
Meanwhile, at least the Stars can say they lost to the eventual champs.
From the bench, and joins the play with Stevenson. Here's Stone with that new stick. Slides it across. Score! Red Howden, 4-0 Vegas.
Bobby, hockey hamster?
That's me.
Stars, baby.
How much did you watch the beatdown? 7-2. Vegas all over Florida to go up 2-0.
I was into it early. Once it was like 3-0, I was kind of just flipping at that point. But I mean, Vegas. I guess the good thing you can take out of this is, like you were saying, you clearly have lost to what has been the best team consistently throughout the playoffs, and they were a team who was similar to Seattle just in terms of that speed and that forecheck, and they're just more talented. And now you've seen them kind of take over. And Florida just looks completely overwhelmed at this point. And
looks slow.
Compared to that, which is funny because Florida was so fast in the last series with Carolina.
Yeah. I don't know if they just don't have their legs. I mean, they had 9 days off. I mean, maybe they don't have their legs. Who knows? But, I mean, they better find them quick because this thing is about to be done.
They tried to make it really physical. Like, they tried to slow it down and just turn it into a more physical, grinded out type of game. And Vegas is just going to play their game.
There were 84 and 64. There were 148 penalty minutes in this game.
Yeah,
Jeez.
there were 10-minute majors. Is that what we call it?
Yes, there were. There were several of them.
Several 10-minute majors, not ejections.
Florida had 84 penalty minutes on their own.
Jamie Benn's like, whoa. Even Jamie Benn was taking it back.
Just go to the third period here. All right, third period. You had a misconduct on Kachuk. All right, you had a misconduct. You had one on Fitzgerald. You had one on Kolazar. You had one on Duclair. You had an abuse of officials by Eric Stahl. You had another misconduct on Cousins. You had one on Whitecloud. You had one on Riley Smith. You had one on Reinhart. You had one on everywhere you turned, there was a misconduct. I think Kachuk had another one earlier in the game.
What is the most disturbing secret you've discovered about someone close to you? What's something that is way less dangerous than people think it is? And what are you just tired of explaining to people that's an absolute fact? We have Ask Reddit on the truckwreck.com text line and the same number to win the Rangers Blue Jays 4-pack and a deGrom bobblehead giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on next.
But let's get some hair up on top of your
to the coaches and players for America's team. Let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Our offseason coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. They did not have an OTA yesterday, but Jerry and Steven were talking. Ask Reddit is coming up here momentarily, along with another Rangers 4-pack giveaway. We're sending you to see your red-hot team, the story in town, versus Toronto. And as my guy, my auto mechanic Mike texted me, it's a deGrom bobble arm. Stop saying bobblehead. It's a bobble arm for Jacob deGrom. So we got the deGrom bobblehead giveaway and a 4-pack against Toronto coming up here momentarily during the Expressway. We're commercial free up until 8 o'clock.
Sad because it's true. Yeah. That's actually, I wish it would be a little bobbly. I wish it'd be a little looser than all that inflammation is causing his arm to be right now.
So the Cowboys have given all the national shows content and fodder for today. What are they talking about? We were talking about Stephen Jones shutting down any talk of DeAndre Hopkins, Jerry keeping Jimmy Johnson out of the Ring of Honor again. But the big story for everybody else, and RJ Choppy's number one topic, getting Dak Prescott done. Bobby has told us over and over again, the Dak domino needs to fall if you want to be able to spend in other places. And Jerry was asked if he feels the pressure to get contracts done right now for the future.
It is not imperative for me to wrap anything up at any particular period of time. We've got it right now to where we'll go to camp and have our year based on where we are contractually.
Would you like to see the Dak extension done before the others just because of what that does?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I'm not trying to give you a vague answer. It just is not a prerequisite. Pollard has nothing to do with Dak.
Yeah, this is, I think the first part of that quote is and that's the one that's being thrown up there as it's not imperative to get Dak done. I think the first part of that quote is more it sounded like a business philosophy to me of I don't put timetables on anything. I don't put time crunches on anything. I'm not going to be put into a box.
Yeah, if Jerry Jones says, absolutely, we need to get it done, that gives Dak and his side leverage.
Yeah, so it's just it is a business philosophy on the first one.
Which they have all the leverage anyway. Yeah.
The second part of that is a direct answer that I don't think is totally right, though, is that you probably should get Dak done so that you can do everything else. I mean, you can make things work however you want to make them work, but in order to have the smoothest transition and make sure that your cap is in the tidiest order, you should probably just get Dak's extension done now.
But they don't have to.
They don't have to in terms of to get the other deals done? No, but it'll tighten things up a little more.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you don't want to put yourself into a bind. You don't want to be sitting there with a $50 million quarterback that's worth 20.
The other thing,
John, that was for you.
I know it was.
John Machota's tweet is being put up on all the shows as well, as Jerry was asked about, man, this Dak interception thing. Holy crap. You talk about an overblown story. It's like a 90% free throw shooter shooting 78% 1 year. And now all of a sudden that individual Shaq at the free throw line. That's what we've turned Dak's interceptions into. Jerry, address that.
No, I think there are several things that when you try to improve that you can work on. And in the case of if you want to address interceptions, you can address protection. You can address aspects of the running game. You can address certainly the out of the backfield routes, the short routes, and you can address how much of the field that on any given play that your quarterback is trying to cover. All of those things are tangible but impactful. All of those things should potentially adhere to quicker releases, which gives us a better chance to block them up. I know you've heard this 1,000 times, but we are fundamentally doing some things different in the offensive line that let us block them up, protect. And he's going to be doing some things, too, that work with that let us get that ball in a spot quicker than we have.
Get the ball out quicker. West Coast offense, rhythm, and passing.
Receivers need to be on their on point. They need to make sure that their timing's right. No, I'm saying they need to have them. There's a difference between an excuse and an explanation. Okay, like those are two different things. But I wonder if the discussion from this organization was exactly the same as it is now, and Dak was in free agency, because they can't tag him again. That's part of his contract. He has a clause in his contract. He can't be tagged. If he was an open market free agent right now, I don't know that he would be back here. Like, I don't know that, like, there's just a frustration, it feels like, with the blame that gets shifted to him. Like, I think we heard it last week whenever he was getting asked about it.
Leave versus them?
I wonder if their discussion, how many times have we talked about before that
they all blame the receivers. Jerry's been blaming the receivers for 2 years on this show. The receivers are not in the places they're supposed to be.
Part of it. And but I mean, Jerry has taken his fair share of criticisms towards Dak for it. And look, Dak absolutely deserves some of this blame for the interceptions. It's not all the receivers, because
you're wrong. Publicly,
oh, really?
they don't criticize him at all publicly. Zip zero, basically. They put on kid gloves with him, and you know that.
I disagree.
Well, find me some quotes, just like you did.
Burrow. I knew exactly where you were going with it.
with Burrow, I think they go out of their way because they know they have to have him. They're screwed without him, and they put on kid gloves with him. They don't. You can't give me the one major headline in which they've really called him out publicly.
Do you disagree that last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, Dak sounded frustrated with how McCarthy had discussed it?
Yes.
So I mean that he's clearly frustrated to that extent, at least.
We could have been looking into it. He sounded irritated about something. He sounded irritated with the way that McCarthy presented Dak's interception review. No doubt about it.
I think he was upset the Stars had lost. It was just weighing on him. He was like Peyton, just like checked out.
Okay, elsewhere, Jerry man, he's either negotiating or really trying to piss off Terrence Steele.
Ooh.
I'm liking his flex that we're thinking about it. I think the fact that those tall guys with that kind of length, arm length especially, I like the fact they haven't been ruled out inside either.
Oh.
I see how that can work. So flex as a backup, Choppy, and then working at guard instead of right tackle for Terrence Steele, according to Jerry.
Yep, it's they're just trying to figure out a way to anger him, to make sure that he doesn't play the positions that he probably should be playing. They've got. It's a good problem to have where they have several guys that can play, but how many can play are they putting the guys who can play at the highest level in the right spot,
or is it deference to Tyron? That's what this is about, Tyron deference.
That's really what it is. It's now listen, the idea that the Cowboys won't move on from play. I mean, they moved on from Romo, they moved on from DeMarcus Ware, they cut them both.
Yep,
it's okay. They will get rid of people. But
they get rid of Antonio Callaway.
They did.
Same discussion.
Same discussion. So they will get rid of people. So the idea that they won't get rid of anybody or they're soft or scared to move on from people, I think that's a fallacy. This is
they got rid of Zeke.
Odd.
I mean, too late, but
they did. Yeah, they got rid of Zeke.
This is a silly one to like. Why? What are you messing with here? This is a guy who was an undrafted free agent, has been one of probably the best. If you look at last year and how he played the year before, probably the best dollar to performance value that they had on the roster. He has given them so much these last 2 years and taken such strong strides, and I don't understand the game that they're playing here. Now, it was interesting.
Maybe they're not playing a game. Maybe they feel like, devil's advocate, maybe they feel like Tyron Smith is a better right tackle. Tyron Smith's a better player than Terrence Steele, and therefore he'd be a backup, a swing tackle, and we still need a left guard. So there's a possibility there. Maybe they just feel like Tyron's better.
If they feel that way, that's an evolution from the end of the season. And thus you would have to say it probably comes from the new offensive line coach, Mike Solari. Because at the end of the season last year, they felt like they took a hit when Tyron played right tackle in place of Steele. That's how they thought that they were not playing as well. And the interesting thing is you're talking about not only playing him inside as guard, where play strength has kind of been his issue his entire career. He's not the most powerful player. You'd like some power on the interior. The other issue here is, do you remember how bad it looked when he would play the left side of the line? It looked worse than the right as a rookie. And then when they were asking him to flip sides and do different things, the left side has not been a strong suit of his. And so I have I have no clue what they're talking about there. It's interesting. Michael Gelkin from Dallas Morning News tweeted yesterday, said, according to him, he says, Terrence Steele has not yet been asked to play guard directly. The team apparently has not directly asked him to play guard yet.
Okay, that's interesting. Right. So there it is, Inside the Star, brought to you by Bosch Power Tools here on DFW Sports Station. It's Tuesday. It's Expressway. That means let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. We're going to ask Reddit here, and this is not a spectator sport, okay? This is a participation sport. So that means the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You guys who lurk in the YouTube but don't chat, we need you to chat here and give us some answers here. Twitch as well. We've always got the great interaction on the Twitch. Twitch's interaction to viewer ratio is super high.
Has it overtaken YouTube?
No, YouTube has more viewers, but Twitch is more chatty. They interact and they're there and making themselves heard. But we're going to go around the room and answer some of these questions as well. And the first one, I don't know how many of you guys have answers for this, because this was the hardest one for me to come up with an answer for, so I'll lead off just because I know I already have one. What's the most disturbing secret you've discovered about someone close to you? And
I love this type of question.
This one was, and I'm going to be as gentle as I can here. This was I grew up in radio. My dad's worked in radio my entire life.
Wow.
So one of my dad's really close radio friends that became a close family friend of ours growing up, we moved to Texas from Nashville when I was 7. We didn't see him as much. But after we moved here, not long after, he got arrested after his computer was seized for images.
Whoa.
And that was jarring to find out about that and just go, wow. Like, this guy was that person. Like that was pretty disturbing, and that's something that I still think about to this day.
That's going to be very difficult to top. Affair/cheating, I would guess, is the number one answer. Like you found out someone was having an affair and it shocked you, or you had no clue about. But I'm here for the non-affair stuff. I mean, that type of story. That's juicy.
I don't have anything like that sinister. Mine isn't disturbing so much as it's like,
well, your high school coach.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think of that one.
Filming you guys to the shower wall.
Okay, that's it. That's the one. I totally forgot about that.
Is he
out? He's out now. Yeah, he hit me up for an email. I tried to see. Can you help me get a job?
I heard you and Sarah doing an OnlyFans. Can I get in on that?
we haven't done that yet. We're debating on whether we want to use masks or not.
Whoever's tripod is in this studio, y'all better get it out of here because it's about to be on set. Choppy's thinking about taking this out of here on set.
Oh, no, we have one.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah, we already got one.
Okay.
So you've made some investment.
We've made some investments in this. But, the one I was going to go with, and this isn't really disturbing, it's just the relationship changed because I was like, I found out somebody close to me. I always knew that he worked for the government, but I didn't know what he did, and it turns out he's basically like an assassin.
Who's this? I'm sorry?
I can't really say his name.
Okay.
But, I found out he's basically like an assassin.
No!
Yeah.
Brian Estridge?
It's not Brian Estridge.
Oh.
But good callback. I was like, oh, okay. All right. Well,
Did you... Okay, I'm going to try to walk gingerly.
All right.
Did you start thinking like, okay, I can see that person being capable of this?
Oh, yeah.
Seemed like it.
Yeah.
It made sense?
It made sense. I was like, okay.
Total,
I get that.
Badass?
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
Did you start connecting dots and say, that mutual friend of ours died under suspicious circumstances?
No. This is, nothing that would happen here. This is like other countries.
Boy, the YouTube, Austin on the YouTube says, found out a family friend was a swinger via a suggested Facebook group based off of friends participating in the group.
Woo!
Man, those
is that
things
the pineapple?
Those things will tattle on you. It's the Facebook equivalent of that. Peyton, do you have any deep, dark secrets?
Mine was just a cheating one. It was unfortunate in high school because I knew both the guy and the girl, and the guy was like, hey, you can't tell her that I'm doing this. So, but that was just a tough one for me, but not as big as these.
Did you find out, or did he confide in you?
No, he told me that he was cheating on her, but he was like, you can't tell her because I was more friends with him than her, so it just put me in a really tough spot. And it's like, what do you do in that situation? Do you lose the guy friend to just tell the girl, but you're more friends with the guy. It was tough.
What else are the Tolos saying?
That one sucks.
What are the other stories?
Let's hear. What else do we have here? We've got Pat on the YouTube says, my friend was sleeping with his teammate's mom while in high school.
Oh, yeah.
Gonzalo says, I found out my uncle had another kid while going to a bar that knew my uncle also.
Whoa.
So it's like, oh, yeah, your uncle comes through here. He's always got his kid with him there. And that's what that was. J-Rod on the Twitch says, my aunt used to cheat on my uncle with more than one guy at a time. So there you go.
Dang.
Way to go, Auntie.
All right. Good start, Auntie.
All right.
Good start. Ask Reddit.
RJ Choppy.
Yes, sir.
What is something that's way less dangerous than people think it is?
I think the easy one here is like flying. People scared to fly. But, I mean, there is not a shred of evidence that doesn't show that it isn't the safest means of travel by a wide margin. By far. Like, it's probably safer than walking.
So my contention all the time, my fear of flying, has not been that I know the statistics of how infrequently it happens. My issue is if it does go down, the survival rate is not great. It's worse than the cars. Like the cars crash all the time. I get that, but my odds of surviving that are more likely than if the plane goes down.
So you want to hear the worst part of this? Is
I'd love to make me more scared.
I used to live next to somebody who is an NTSB investigator, and she had said that in a plane crash you don't usually die on impact. You die from smoke inhalation, which has to be the worst way to go.
It's great. Awesome.
That makes me that makes me hate life even more.
Did you see the details? Remember the other day I was talking to you about a city that's like an hour from my hometown was trending for sonic boom?
Yes.
Did you see what it was about?
It was Annapolis, right? No, I didn't see what it was about. What was it?
Fighter jets took off with a private plane that was going down. And the sonic boom was an F-16 fighter jet.
Trying to get to the plane.
Trying to get to the plane. A small plane that flew over D.C. and went down in that area.
Oh, because there's a no-fly zone.
And it was the fighter jets that were cleared supersonic to respond. Imagine getting in the plane, you got supersonic clearance, strange flight path that was taking place with this private plane that was going down and did go down. That's what that was. People were like, I heard an explosion, and it went to different states. The sonic boom went to Virginia. It was heard. Houses were shaking. It went, obviously in Maryland, D.C. That was the sonic boom.
God,
I thought you'd be interested.
That's amazing.
No, don't say fantastic. The people died.
No, it's the sonic boom's fantastic.
Yeah. What is something that's way less dangerous than people think? 469 says skydiving. 903 with my answer, quicksand. As a kid, I remember thinking quicksand. Like, how many movies in the 60s and stuff, quicksand was like,
where does anyone come across quicksand?
That's my point. Like, it's not out there. It doesn't actually seem to kill you, but in every movie and 60s TV show, like, didn't Captain Kirk almost die in some quicksand? And
what about bungee jumping?
That scares me too.
I assume that's super dangerous. So if it's not, then that's a good answer.
So have you all seen the photo, the video of the dude in like South Dakota who climbs that tower? It's 1,500 feet in the air. He climbs it twice a year. He gets paid $20,000 each climb, and all he does is go up there and change a light bulb.
I knew a guy who.
It's so dangerous. I mean, like, he's climbing this. We
can't get someone on a jetpack to hover up there.
The TV antenna towers.
Yeah.
He goes all the way up to the top, changes the light bulb, walks back down.
I knew a guy who that was his job. Not quite that high, but he would climb like the cell towers up here and stuff.
I'd start undercutting. You could definitely find someone to do it for 10.
940 eating poisonous berries. As a kid, I thought it would be a bigger problem than as an adult. Okay. For me, jellyfish sting. I definitely was Googling if it would kill me.
Here's one. The Cowboys offense. That's one that we can do here.
Okay, that's what that was. Twolo Vader on the Twitch says driving with interior lights on. Gasol 247 says going to Mexico. That's one. You found that out. You were scared of Mexico, and it turned out great.
Cabo's fantastic. Cancun. I'm sorry, Sean. We may never hear from you again. It's a little bit more dangerous.
You want to Playa technically?
Yeah. No, you're good. Mexico. Stay out of the certain areas. I thought if you want to go to Cabo, it's fantastic.
Some of the other answers that were on Reddit, the Bermuda Triangle, particularly with modern navigation equipment.
Weed is one I was thinking of. I mean, it's really not all that bad. Like people make it seem like it's life or death. It's really not that.
Tell us more, Snoop.
So, I mean, Babe will tell you.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
Strangers. Most of the violent crimes you hear happen between acquaintances and people that you know.
Ah,
it's a good point.
That's a great one.
One of the other answers that was on there that I think is the whole like razor blades in the Halloween candy. That there's like 0 documented cases of that ever happening, but people believe it for some reason. All right, next one. And again, we're doing Ask Reddit here. You can weigh in on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. Sean, you're the perfect one to ask about this. What are the cons of not having kids? Since you're the one who's always like, kids, man, they're paid. So what are the cons of not having them?
You know, I would think that when you're 50, 60 years old and you're not going out like socially like you do in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, you want a family. You want people around you. You know what I mean? Like, I would like my pool parties to eventually evolve into my son and maybe another sibling having their 20, 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds around.
Yeah, I bet you want all the 21-year-old girls around.
We'll just have your girlfriend show up in her bathing suit.
Oh, God. She's 34, sir.
She'll still be wearing thongs everywhere. But
that was one of the more conservative ones that she had.
You don't want to end up, lonely.
Right.
You want a squad. You want a crew. You want your own family. I would say those are probably the cons. I can't really think of any others right now. Because right now, every couple that we come across and the kids are 16, 17, I'm like, I would trade with you so fast. We should have gotten together and had kids at 21, 22 to be out of the woods and off and vacationing.
But then
now I got 20 years.
Then you
15 years left.
You start counting down like, it's good. Now they'll be out of the house, but now there's going to be a loneliness factor that sets in.
It's your biggest fear, Chop.
Yeah, biggest fear is like being alone. But for me, there's a few of them. Like one of them is like without kids, you have fewer excuses as to why you can't do things. Kids are the greatest excuse in the world.
Yep.
Can't kids.
Yep.
Can't baseball. Can't kids got
throwing up. Diarrhea.
Yep. I also think that if you don't have kids, there is a level of like I don't say self-absorbed that you come, but like
shots fired at Spittle.
No, you know what I mean? Like you don't have.
No, I get it exactly what you're talking about, and that's something you may not even know until you have them and you see it.
Right.
Like it's hard to know when you don't have them that how it will affect you and change you.
Yeah, like you realize how selfish you are when you have them.
My dad always.
Is that what you're getting to?
No,
selflessness.
If you don't have them,
yeah,
I think you become more selfish. Right? Like you
don't learn to live for other people. Like everything I do right now is for my kids.
Oh.
Like I'm just saying, like when I have 2 full-time jobs or I do have it, like it's all for my kids to make sure like they have what they need to have and do those things. And
I thought it was for the bartenders. It certainly ain't to have your kids live in the house.
I mean that's why I
cram into a 2-bedroom apartment with 8 people.
I do this so all 6 of us can share this 2-bedroom.
Exactly. That's why I have the NFL Network gig is for the tipping. The 2 full-time jobs are for the roof. No, but I think that's something that my dad always said that if he didn't have, because we had 9 kids, he always said if he didn't have kids that he would have been in a lot more debt. He's like, it forces you to be more responsible and to, which I mean, clearly it doesn't with me. I'm just like throwing money everywhere. But it forces you to be a little more container responsible. One of the cons of not having kids, the fan text was coming through, a lot of them, the tax break. You do miss the tax break if you don't have the kids.
Yeah.
I have them, but I don't get it. So what the hell?
Twillo Vader on the Twitch. Your family legacy doesn't live on. Steve from Tyler. No grandkids really sucks. What else do we have here?
I already dread being a possible grandparent.
Fernando comes.
Oh, really? I figured that'd be the best. Like you hang out with them for a couple hours and give them back.
Well, yeah, but I don't even know if I can deal with a couple hours.
No, fair.
At this point.
Fernando on the YouTube comes in with what Choppy said.
My mom gets so furious during these segments.
Really?
Oh, don't talk about my Ollie like that. Don't
See,
talk about. Don't Mike. He's an angel. Like I sit here and I troll a little bit, and she gets mad. She gets worked up talking about her grandson.
How heavy-handed? Who was the heavy-handed one of your parents? Your mom or your dad?
My dad.
Is he softer with Ollie?
Oh yeah.
My dad was a ball breaker.
Yeah.
Like the worst time. Like was
and
just,
my in-laws are the biggest hypocrites.
Bro.
Are you kidding
Really?
me? My wife tells me stuff that her father did, and now we could never let him cry. We can't let him cry to sleep in the crib if they're in the house. They go and get him. They usurp our parenting. Usurp. I like it. Undercut us. Go pick him up and just let him do it. Well, he's grabbing a knife off the counter. No, he'll know. He's smart. He's brilliant. The mijo, he's brilliant. He'll grab it by the handle. He won't grab it by the blade. Let him do it. Just let him do it. I'm even fighting my wife with it right now. No, I said, I'm putting him in timeout. I don't want to hear him cry. I don't like when he cries like that. I said, this kid is literally walking all over you. He's literally doing, last night, he refused. He finally said, I'm not wearing pajamas. I'm not wearing pajamas. I'm not going to bed. I'm not going to sleep. And she wouldn't crack down on him. And I said, fine, you deal with it. So he just laid next to me, a diaper on, and it was a war getting me to go to sleep. And she's like, I just don't want to deal with it. He's the mijo. He's the chosen one. The Dallas Mijos.
Dallas Mijos. Man, my dad was so tough growing up. And when Jacob started going through some of his stuff, like a couple years ago, and I called him, I was like, can he come stay with you for a week? I want you to just show him what tough is.
And your dad had bongs there instead of vapes?
And no, my dad was he was soft.
Yeah.
And I was like, the hell is this? Where was this when I was growing up?
Yeah.
I got the heavy-handed stuff. This is super easy now. Next one here on Ask Reddit. I'm answering this one first. What fact are you tired of explaining to people? You know what fact I'm tired of explaining to people? Particularly you people right here. And by you people, guys, I'm pointing at Sean and RJ. That Dak Prescott's elite. Tired of having to explain that fact to everybody.
Gosh.
I don't like repeating myself. It becomes tiresome. It's exhausting.
What would it be, his fifth year? Sixth?
Exactly, Jerry. Time flies by. It feels like such a short time because we're having so much fun with an elite quarterback. But I'm tired of that one.
This is a great question. I don't want to get into it. My answer is political, and I don't want to hear from the boss. But I can't wait to see the responses at 877-881-1053. What fact are you tired of explaining to people? Pepe, do you have one?
It's that the Earth is round. I mean, why are we considering that it's flat? There's no scientific evidence out there. It's just made up crap that the Earth would be flat.
Come on, Kyrie.
Everything is out there proven that it is a round Earth, and it's stupid that we even have to have this conversation.
Woo! It's fair.
Got a lot of people in your friend group.
You got to be a moron or an idiot to believe that's flat.
I agree. I was going to say that I'm tired of explaining that running backs don't matter. Anytime anybody ever says how good somebody's roster is and they mention a running back, it's like you're missing the point. There's no such thing as a talented running back.
The Reddit says that I'm not lonely or sad. I just like to spend time by myself. That being deaf really means I can't hear you at all. All the shouting doesn't help me to hear you. There's that one. Let's see what some of the answers here on the Twitch. Swaggy Booty says, tired of explaining why turn signals are important. J-Rod on the Twitch is tired of hearing me say Dak is elite. I would guess a lot of people would say tired of explaining to me that Dak isn't elite, that's the fact that they're irritated by. Let's hear. 972, tired of saying Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. 817, that Jordan isn't the GOAT. Or that Jordan is the GOAT. Having to explain that to somebody that Jordan's the GOAT. That is, I kind of get now, I guess, what other people from previous generations, like older people, when I used to fight with them about sports, about stuff.
Gosh.
I totally get what they're saying now, because it's like, I can't make you understand why Jordan was different. Like, if you were not there to experience the cultural moment.
We all do it.
It's just impossible. And eventually, y'all are going to understand it with LeBron. And when you're trying to explain why...
It's like Ali to Tyson to Floyd, from Arnie to Jack to Tiger. You know?
If you don't see them, if you don't see somebody every day, it's really hard to grasp.
And you want to
the
be able to
impact.
brag.
Yeah,
you want to
of course.
brag that you saw it. We saw the greatest quarterback of all time. We saw the greatest boxer. We saw the greatest golfer, and we saw the greatest basketball player. And Choppy would say maybe we saw the greatest baseball player in Mike Trout. We saw it all. We own that. It's like you own it. It's a part of you. You stamp it.
I own it all.
Yep.
All right, last one here really quickly. What do people take way too seriously? Do you have any, is this a political answer for you too?
All my answers
Crap.
are
Okay, Sean's out.
All my answers are
Sean's
politics.
out. RJ, what do people take way too seriously? I feel like you have a lot of answers for this
Yes.
because I think you believe most people take most things way too seriously.
Yes. I think the easy answer that's all encompassing is life. It's not that important.
Oh God.
Like just enjoy it, have fun. It's not that important. I don't care. That people always say, like, what's the first one? My dad used to do. We play golf with people, get teamed up within 5 minutes. So what do? I don't care what you do for work. It's not important.
I think it's a
your work does
conversation
not define who you are. I think we just take life too seriously.
Who on
it is a conversation starter? Yes, it is.
Who on this show generally takes things too seriously?
Probably me or you.
I was going to say, I was expecting Choppy was going to say something like, people take PFF too seriously or Dan Orlovsky too seriously and just start staring daggers through me. Because I get accused of that all the time. This is a hard one for me because I think I take way too many things way too seriously. But I would say any sort of discussion or debate on social media, it is not serious enough to lose your freaking mind over, or
you don't lose your mind.
Somebody's
you lose your mind plenty of times.
No, I generally kind of let stuff brush off with like social media arguments, or the digging up. Let me go dig up something 10 years ago that somebody said when they were 17, and let's just ruin that person's life now. That I think is ridiculous.
They are flying in social media, adult beer league softball,
golf,
youth
817,
youth sports. People take themselves too seriously. Let's see, youth sports, work, the Cowboys, draft coverage.
214 Sean and the life hacks segment. He takes it too seriously.
What a perfect walk off. Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time. It's one of our best Tolo hookups in a long while. Let's send you to see your Red Hot Rangers. Let's get to the baseball power rankings. What song is Bruce Bochy singing? And what insurance do the Rangers have for Jacob deGrom? Next.
All right, Tolos, call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Toronto Blue Jays on June 16th. You want to get there early, Tolos, because it's also Jacob deGrom City Connect bobblehead or bubble arm night, and there will be a Carback Brewing pregame happy hour. Get tickets and information now at rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-2, and Durant lines one down the left field line. That's a base hit. Heim scores. Garver heads to third. Durant up to second. And the Rangers are on the board. They've tied it up. An RBI double for Ezekiel Duran. And with the score one apiece, the Rangers with men at second and third. Nobody out for Leody Taveras.
Jared Sandler with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. Congrats to the Tolo who won the Rangers Toronto 4-pack giveaway, Carbach Brewing Experience, and a Jacob deGrom bobblehead. We're going to give it away every day during the Expressway. It's commercial free, 7:20 to 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt. And Bruce Bochy is in such a great mood that yesterday he arrived to his media scrum singing this.
Give me a little intro there, Gomer. Well, it's about time.
Stop it.
Howdy, folks.
We all know what this is?
Howdy Doody song?
I don't know.
Country Bear Jamboree.
I had no idea. Zero.
Keep it up. Go back to it.
Refrain from hibernating. And we'll all enjoy the show because we've got a lot to give.
Trying to figure out what he'd be singing along to. This is from Evan Grant.
He's a regular liberation.
I think maybe we got something wrong here.
Plays good too.
I think.
Isn't this a Disney thing? Isn't this a Disney World or something?
I don't know. When you said he was singing,
Disney.
I was expecting you were saying he was going to be singing Chia Follow song, but he came out there going, Bochy, 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 oh.
Bochy arrived to his media scrum singing the theme from Country Bear Jamboree. So I just told Peyton, get the theme from Country Bear Jamboree. But this sounds like a train wreck. I have no idea what this is.
No.
Or if this could be, or how you could sing along to it. Get rid of it, please. Yeah.
This is awful.
That's bad.
I'd rather listen to It's a Small World on loop.
That sounds like rusty harmonicas trying to play back and forth.
Better than a rusty trombone.
Stop. I was thinking the same thing, but no. Can't say that.
Either way, it's a walk-off win for Nathaniel Lowe and the Rangers as they win their fourth straight, 6 of their last 7 against the St. Louis Cardinals. The bad news is, oh, by the way, they bailed Adolis Garcia out with that error. What was that?
All right. Okay.
I thought he caught it. I thought he caught
I had
the
a hard
ball.
time with that ruling.
So I think what happened is they viewed the snow cone as the ball was already popping out, but that is almost always been a transition call where it's in transition, it's an out. Almost always. So I didn't care for that call. Didn't care for it at all.
You know what affects my judgment, and I'm admitting it affects it? The nonchalantness afterwards infuriates me. Oh my gosh. I know that guys, when they have a major hiccup or screw up or brain fart, they got to act too cool after it. But just Adolis with his just smoothness. It reminded me of, who was it? Robinson Cano. I couldn't stand Robinson Cano watching him run or watching him give any effort. One of the smoothest players and swings that you'll ever see, but Adolis was just kind of like too cool afterwards. Now, it didn't end up costing them with an additional base, but I was like, you know what? I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That was a drop. I don't think it was an outright catch. I'm torn.
Yeah, see, I think that his nonchalantness after he dropped it was that he thought they were going to still call it the out. So it was like, I'm in no hurry. I'm just going to go down and pick it up and throw it in.
Well, there's something to be said about not ruining your mindset, not beating yourself up too much, move on to the next one. But you want to see a little bit of self-punishment then? A little bit of a
little hustle.
Damn.
That's all. I just want to see run back to the ball and not just lollygag past it. That's me. Where are the Rangers in the power rankings this week?
CBS Sports Power Rankings, man. Couple of moves here. Couple of moves by a couple of teams, including the Diamondbacks, who have moved up to number 8. Oh, Danny's Diamondbacks. But the Rangers have found themselves in the number 2 hole.
I'm like, he's not the manager.
He's the bench coach. Okay, he's the heart and soul of that team.
He's the Dan Quinn of the Diamondbacks.
Rays still hold on to the best start in franchise history. The previous high win total through 61 games was 39, and with 38 in 2019 and 2021. They've got a 43-19 record. The Rangers coming in at number 2. Only 4 teams have scored 300 runs so far this year. Only the Rays and Rangers are over 350. Rays at 355, Rangers 376, and the Rangers have played 3 fewer games than the Rays have.
So the Rangers should be number 1. The Rangers are a better team.
You get the Astros coming in at 3rd. Well, they won't go away. They're not going away.
So 1, 2, 3 AL.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 AL.
Oh my!
Wow.
The Orioles coming in at number 4. The Yankees coming in at number 5. Since May 1st, the Yankees are 21-10. Only the 22-9 Rangers have a better record in that stretch.
It's like how the AFC is going to be this year.
So the top 5 teams are either AL East or AL West. Then the Dodgers, then the Braves, then the Diamondbacks. Then the Blue Jays, then the Brewers. So 6 of the top 10. It was 7 of the top 10 earlier.
Did the Braves have a bad week? Like, I haven't seen what they did this week. Did they have a bad week? Why would you have the Dodgers above the Braves? Because throughout the season, I've thought the Braves were better. Braves and the Rangers are like the only 2 teams that are both, I think, top 10, maybe top 5 in OPS and ERA.
I don't think they had a bad week. They had the same record, Dodgers and Braves.
Then I don't understand because the Braves they went into Arlington a couple weeks ago, took a series from the number 2 team on the road. They've been good all year. So that seems a little. I would have had
5-5 in their last 10. They've won 2 in a row. Atlanta.
Okay. So then they've been on a little slow streak then, I guess. But most of the year I felt like they've been right up there with the AL teams.
GM Chris Young with his weekly sit down on this radio station with the G-Bag Nation talking about this unbelievable historic offense.
The offense has been spectacular. I mean, there's just really no way to describe it. I was on MLB Network this morning, and they asked me if I could have predicted this, and there's no way anybody in baseball could have predicted this type of performance from the offense. So it's been a lot of fun. The guys have done a great job. The credit goes to the players. The hitting group, Donnie Ecker, Tim Heyer, Seth Connor have done a tremendous job of implementing year 2 of the offensive program, and the guys have bought in, and it's just been fun to watch them do their jobs, go in, night out, and compete and find a way to win.
So the Rangers are number 2 in the power rankings, and we have some negative news, of course, with Jacob deGrom on the 60-day IL, not the 15, the 60-day, so eligible to come back now at the end of June.
Yeah, it's retroactive to April 28th or whatever he went on, April 29th. So it's retroactive to then. Come off in a couple of weeks, but what are the chances he's actually going to be ready to come off the injured list?
Why were you talking about Jake deGrom insurance?
So this is something that was in the news this week. Jesse Doherty from the Washington Post reports that the Nationals didn't take out any disability insurance on Steven Strasburg's 7-year, $245 million contract. He obviously has not been able to pitch in a year. In fact, the last time he pitched was June 9th of 2022.
Which, by the way, Choppy had a pretty fascinating take and opinion on Steven Strasburg's career, which looks to be over.
It looks to be over. He sold out for a championship, but he absolutely lived up to the hype. He won a World Series. He won an World Series MVP. He made several All-Star games. He was 5-0 in 5 playoff appearances with an ERA of 1.98, 2 starts in the World Series, and a relief appearance. That is, everyone would dream of that career. He being known as a playoff dog, right? Having that, you lead your team to the pennant, winning those World Series games, games 2 and game 6 on the road in Houston. His career is likely over.
Nerve damage.
But, if you were to just go and say and ask the general fan, what is Steven Strasburg's career ERA? I think most people would say, 3, 4. I don't think people think that he was as good as he was. It's a 3.2. That's a tremendous career ERA in this era.
I think we are the legacy definers here on the show. We tell you the way people are going to talk about people forever. I think Steven Strasburg is going to be thought of as just flat out injured. That's what's going to come up. It's going to be injured. And I would lean a little bit more towards disappointment. Some of those numbers you threw out are surprising to me, but I would lean a little bit. It's kind of like Broussard, what Chris Broussard said about Wembanyama. If he's not Kevin Durant, if he's not, Kareem, if he's not so-and-so, he's going to be a disappointment. Strasburg was supposed to be, he was supposed to be Nolan Ryan, right? He was supposed to be the next, like Andrew Luck to Peyton Manning. Andrew Luck had a better career than Strasburg, didn't he?
Oh, Strasburg won a World Series. He was World Series MVP, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
he just said
Strasburg.
that.
I didn't remember the list of things.
You didn't look up the Braves week, and you're not listening to Choppy.
Anyway, what I think is interesting, I think Strasburg had a better career. Strasburg was just never consistently healthy.
He missed start. There's no doubt.
I'm curious though, why.
let's not make light of it.
Well, look, so let's just say 35 starts is the average. He missed like 5 in 2013, 1. Then he missed 12. Then he missed 11, 7. But still, 28 starts. That's fine.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
No.
Why would you say he's been a success? Because earlier you said deGrom. You were like, deGrom's pitching himself or not pitching himself into the Hall of Fame and all that stuff. Would you say deGrom's a success? Because deGrom it's the same question, I feel like.
Yeah, it's different. It's like Strasburg's like, I don't know. I think they're totally different. I would say, deGrom's career has absolutely been a success.
All right, so tell me how this is with the numbers. Like he started 204 Strasburg, again, nerve damage. 247 games over 13 seasons. 162 game average was 34 starts a year.
Is
that normal?
34 starts a year is as a full season.
Yeah. Because his games started per year 12, 5, 28, 30, 34, 23, 24, 28, 22, 33, and then 2, 5, 1. All right.
Yeah, so I don't know how his starts, his 162 game average is 34.
This is from Baseball Reference.
I don't know how his 162 game average is 34 because, it says he's pitched 13 years, but he really hasn't because the last 3 years, he really hasn't pitched. He's thrown I think he's thrown less than 30 innings total over the last 3 years.
Yeah, the 162 game average, when they average that out, that's literally like, okay, so let's say you started 6 games, or that's just going to give you a 34 game start number.
So you're saying Strasburg, he met the hype?
Yeah, I think he met the hype. Because he was, look at ERA, 2.91 right off the bat, 1.50. Now it was only a couple of starts. 3.163, 3.14, 3.46, 3.60, 2.52, 3.74, 3.32. And then he got hurt. If you give me a pitcher who for 10 years is going to give me an ERA and under 3.2, I'm buying.
So how's that get to the insurance?
So the Nats don't have any insurance on him. And so because the premiums were too high, they were extremely high. And even if the club and the company could have agreed on a policy given Strasburg's age and extensive injury history, it was just too expensive for them to do. So they haven't been able to get any financial relief off of this 7-year, $245 million contract because they didn't take it out. So it made me wonder, did the Rangers put in similar protections for Jacob deGrom? Or do they have certain insurance clauses in there? Now, the only thing that I could find when I was Googling around that says anything is I found an article from the Boston Globe that says there is an injury protection included in Jacob deGrom's deal, but it doesn't specify what it is. One of these clauses, though, protects the Rangers specifically against an arm injury, apparently. Now, what does that mean? What kind of insurance do they collect? Do they get financial relief off certain things, or does it just void a deal if he doesn't reach a certain point? That I don't know, and that's something that's not clear. But you don't want to be left just holding the bag the way the Nationals are right now, just on the hook for that.
Right. Oh, yeah. They're totally on the hook. And they're screwed. They really are. This is one of those things where, it's not like Albert Bell. I think the Orioles got a lot of that money back with the Albert Bell contract, but this is totally different.
Game 2 against St. Louis tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch right here on your home for Rangers baseball after they won their 4th straight last night, walk-off fashion. Back in March, someone predicted that LeBron and Draymond would be Dallas Mavericks. We're halfway there if Kyrie Irving gets his way. Kyrie recruiting LeBron. What about Draymond? The story that's taken over the NBA is next. But get ready for summer.
injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
How interested is DFW in the NBA Finals? I'm glad that I asked because RJ Choppy has the answer.
All right. National or local, Sean?
Local.
All
Always
right.
local first.
Always local first. Okay, so.
Live and local.
Game 2 of the NBA Finals was on Sunday night. It won the night quite easily. It had 301,000 homes watching, which was about what the Stars had for some of their later playoff games in the Western Conference Finals, about 300,000 homes. Second on Sunday was
Sunday Formula One.
Vanderpump Rules.
Hey, that's on Wednesday.
It was not Formula One. That was way down.
It was just a guess.
Yeah. That was the Spain Grand Prix was way down the list. That was right above the French Open. No, number 2 was the final round of the Memorial, 87,000 homes. Rangers Mariners had 61,000 homes. Michigan New Orleans in the USFL, 36,000. Memphis New Jersey in the USFL, 31,000. Oklahoma State Tennessee Women's College World Series, 29,000. Washington Stanford, 29,000.
So is that number good for the NBA? What's that?
I think
tell
it's
us?
pretty good. It's a pretty decent number. Yeah, there's no way other than shake it. On Saturday night, Game 1, the Stanley Cup Final, had 84,000 homes. Rangers Mariners had 71,000. Memorial had 48. Tennessee Oklahoma Women's College World Series 41. Yankees Dodgers MLB had 30,000.
Okay, so decent is the answer.
Yeah, it was decent.
Okay.
Decent in a vacuum or decent specifically for a game between Denver and Miami that we were concerned wouldn't be a big ratings poll?
No, I think it was decent either way. I mean, that's look, that's what, a Mavs playoff game, would get like 245,000. It's just like a first round playoff game or whatever. So now national ratings, Game 1, 19-9 in Denver, 13-5 in Miami. A 19 rating. That's very, very low.
Miami.
I know.
13%. Cowboy games get like 25% here or higher.
Yeah. The comfortable win peaked at about 13 million viewers from 10:30 to 10:45 Eastern. Easily outpaced the 2 previous finals openers, which aired months out of season due to the COVID schedule adjustments. It was the least watched finals opener since Heat Mavs 06, which had 11.51. 5th least watched overall. You had a lot of those ratings challenge mid-2000 series with Spurs Nets, Spurs Cavs, Spurs Detroit. Some of those awful series that nobody really cared to watch.
Are y'all watching, interested, or not? 877-881-1053. I think we were all interested. Or maybe you just laughed this off yesterday with Shams Charania breaking the news that Kyrie Irving has reached out to try to get LeBron to become a Dallas Maverick. He's under contract for 1 more year. The Athletic out of LA reports the Lakers don't want Kyrie, and they're not interested in anything the Mavs would have to offer up. So if Kyrie knows that the Lakers are not interested in him, try to get LeBron to become a Maverick. They don't have anything to offer up. How are you going to get all 3 guys under the same salary cap unless Kyrie and LeBron take absolutely ridiculous pay cuts? Will Lucas sign off on this? The number one takeaway for me here is that Kyrie is interested in staying. That's a win. Yesterday's report was a joke. The Jeff Van Gundy report is a joke. I'll wear it and put the Corey cupcake in my face if I'm wrong, and I'll happily be wrong. I'll even eat that broadest jambalaya in there that has mold growing on it. It's got fuzz growing on it if LeBron becomes a Maverick. We'll just keep it in there till then. But it's not going to happen. He's not leaving California. He's not going to come play for the Mavs, and his son is going to school there, and he's going to go to the NBA. They want to team up together. That's not happening. But this shows Kyrie's interested in bringing players here. That means he's interested in staying here. Now, maybe for the wrong reasons, only because we can give him the most money. He doesn't love, I don't know if he loves Luka. I don't know if he loves Cuban. I don't know if he loves the city, but we can pay him the most. And that's the way to keep him. Back in March, Bill Simmons predicted that LeBron and Draymond would be coming here.
I have my half-baked idea / prediction for Draymond's next season. I think he ends up in Dallas with Kyrie and with Luka, and then LeBron tries to figure out a way to get there eventually.
Wow.
Yeah, that's my prediction.
Nailed it.
He's your
We've got
boy.
one part of it. I do love Bill Simmons.
Let's try to get him on.
Bill's not been as the last couple of years have been
You guys
a little
maybe
bit
have
of a drag on
similar
Simmons.
voices, maybe.
Yeah, you might.
What do you think, Chop?
That's not nice.
Center.
That's not nice.
Center.
Simmons, look, I will always love Simmons because you referenced that 06 finals, that Mavs Heat. He was the loudest national voice, writing scathing essays saying the NBA is rigging this for Miami. And the NBA is basically cheating the Mavericks out of a rightful title here, the way they're calling these games. And so I've always really respected him. His book of basketball is one of the best books I've ever read. And he's right again. Right again. He's going to get LeBron here, and he's going to look like a genius. We're going to forget that he was wrong about who the Suns were going to hire and how that almost got him canceled this past weekend. But other than that,
Your take on the report and how long were you excited about it at all, and how long until you just laughed?
I laughed pretty quick. Not because of let's just say Kyrie's wanting to bring LeBron here, but at the simple notion that LeBron would even entertain the idea of coming here. He moved to LA for a reason. He wanted to be Hollywood. He wanted to start, then transition into this entertainment superstar, which he is. More than an athlete. He's not just a basketball player. He's into a lot of other things. Got his hands everywhere.
Tacos.
His son. You think he's going to leave his prized possession, his pride and joy?
Yeah.
Where he's 4 minutes from his college arena?
Hey,
You think
kid,
he's
why
going
don't
to leave there?
Hey, kid, why don't you transfer to Denton?
I was going to say, it's not too late to transfer to the NIT champs.
Yeah.
You go to SMU?
No,
That's
North
what you
Texas.
do.
No, go mean green.
Well, but SMU's 4 miles from the arena. That's where he would go.
Baby.
Yeah. So he's
Say what
not
you
gonna
just.
he's not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that. When this is how the conversation about went. LeBron, you want to come to Dallas, play here? It would be like one of those courtesy fake laughs.
See this, but here's the thing about the report too. The report just says Kyrie's trying to get him here, or asking him if he'd come here. There's no indication that this is anything LeBron would be interested in. And Kyrie may have asked the question knowing this is going to get shot down, but I have to ask because I'd like to play with him, and so I want to see if he'd do this. I know he probably won't, but I mean, we do that all the time. How many times do we ask questions to somebody where it's like, I know the answer to this, but I have to do my due diligence and just ask the question to know for sure?
Of course.
And that's probably what Kyrie's doing here.
Yeah. And then Mark Stein, I don't know, Cuban's like, hey, Stein, put this out there. Let's get some buzz. We're interested in Jeff Van Gundy. To leave ESPN and come here to be an assistant coach, Jeff Van Gundy. He does live in Houston, I believe. Does live there, so he's in the state. That's even more ridiculous than the LeBron report.
Didn't Van Gundy and Cuban have it out really bad in that one Rocket series? Remember Van Gundy got fined like a historic amount. It was like $100,000 for a head coach during a playoff series because he was ripping the officiating. And I think he and Cuban went back and forth pretty bad during that series.
Okay. Maybe they're going to talk about this, or probably going to talk about this today on ESPN. Yesterday, they were talking about Kendrick Perkins and his sleep apnea with JJ Redick trying to talk.
And tried to disrupt their two-man action. For as well as the Nuggets have played at times, Perk, is that you moaning in my ear over and over again?
Yeah, I know. I was getting ready to answer. You sound like you got sleep apnea, Perk.
That was great. What I saw was great.
Let's hear it one more time, Pepe, because this happened another time. Go ahead.
And tried to disrupt their two-man action. For as well as the Nuggets have played at times, Perk, is that you moaning in my ear over and over again?
Yeah, I know. I was getting ready to answer. You sound like you got sleep apnea, Perk.
That's like the opposite of ASMR. I can't hear
I
it.
hate
That's
it.
like
I
I
hate
hear
ASMR.
that, and it's like that's the opposite of whatever ASMR is supposed to do. That makes me recoil hearing that.
So some of the responses to this were like, dude, you guys are just now calling him out. He's been doing this for months. And somebody said, everyday life of the gamer, we are immune to it. So my kids, they play video games in these headsets, and that's all you hear in the background is.
Well, because the mic is shoved up in their mouth.
And like that's why if you watch these Twitch streamers or the video gamers, that's all you hear in the background is like that kind of noise.
Breathing and mouth noises.
And that, and these podcasters, like they're so used to this, that doesn't bother them. But if you've been a trained radio or TV person, like it's completely different. It's so annoying.
Well, we've solved the case of the first incident, the first instance, the first time this happened on ESPN when we were trying to figure out who the heck is moaning.
Mavericks did not believe they were going to do a damn thing this postseason. That's why they made the decision that they made. So we can lament the decision. I'm just focused on the reason why. The reason why is we think they're not that good.
We need to line up the moans.
Yeah.
We need to mix it. Moan mix. Mix it moan.
So it's
better than Chiafalo songs.
It's definitely Perkins. It's definitely Perk. The question is, a lot of people thought he was pooping in the first one. That's what a lot of people thought.
Go on.
That was poop. Those are poop.
That was Basic's theory.
Yeah.
Mike thought he brought the mic pack with him to the bathroom and forgot.
Yeah, those are poop noises.
So
fighting for his life in there.
There you go. The sleep apnea with Kendrick Perkins, according to Stephen A. and JJ Redick. Okay, Stephen Jones wants to get new contracts done with several Cowboys players. What could those deals look like? That's next in Below the Belt.
But let's
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not. Stephen Jones's new mantra: shut up and take my money, please.
New
Please,
mantra?
someone
Sounds
take
about
it.
white.
He wants somebody to take his money, and he can't find anybody to do it.
Wow, that would be a change.
It's what he was telling reporters yesterday. Anyways, guys, look, I'm dying to pay through the nose on all these guys, and they're not biting on it. Stephen Jones was talking after the press conference at the Star yesterday, announcing the move of the East-West Shrine game from I can't remember where it was previously, but it's moving to Dallas. It's moving to Frisco. It'll be at the Ford Center. Nope, they're not going to have this at a grave site. They can't do that. Shop. But Stephen Jones yesterday was talking to reporters.
Shrine still involved.
And that's true. Yeah. Stephen was talking to reporters yesterday, and the topic of getting extensions done, specifically with Trayvon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, and Terrence Steele, came up, and he said, yeah, I'm ready. They aren't.
As you said, we've got more than just Diggs. I mean, we're obviously, Adam and I are working through, how we would proceed with that, and timing's got to be right for those guys, got to be right for us. But our goal would be hopefully to get, start to chip away at this because we do have guys up, whether it's a Steele, whether it's a Diggs, whether it's CD, right on down the line. We've got, guys that are going to need to be addressed as we move forward. But our focus is also on winning in 2023. So
there's not an order at all that you want to get them done in?
No specific order. It's just kind of when opportunity arises, and they got to be motivated to want to do it. It seems like more and more guys want to wait, and I understand why. Usually the price goes up from one year to the next, but people don't seem to be as in that type of hurry. But if the opportunity's there, we'd sure like to get 1, 2, 3 of these guys signed.
This is a change because the Cowboys historically have been the one that's kind of been, let's wait a little bit. Let's see here. We don't want to get run through the ringer on this one. We want to make sure that we're getting a great deal, so we're going to hold out as long as we can and play this game. I think they've learned. That sounds like Steven has learned. We need to get stuff done now. Get it done. Price is only going to go up. If it's a mistake, it's a mistake we can probably get out of by the time we've determined it is 1-2 years into the deal, whatever it is. And you hear in there is that a lot of these guys are not totally eager to jump in right away. They realize, bet on yourself. The cap is going to keep exploding. It went up $16 million more this year. And so if the cap's going to keep going up and TV deals are on the horizon and salaries are going to keep going up and driving up prices, guys are content to wait and say, even if I take a step back, I'm probably on the open market going to be worth something that's good. So these 3 deals, CeeDee Lamb, Terrence Steele, and Trayvon Diggs, what could these look like? I've been saying the whole time I think the easiest one to get done is Lamb. There's nothing you can ding him for in terms of the way that he's played. He's stepped up. He's become a huge leader for the locker room. He's produced regardless of the quarterback that he's played with.
Well, he's going to want 30. That's where the ding is going to happen, right?
Well, here's the thing. I think that it's really easy to look at the division and look at the agent that you're dealing with and get an idea of what this contract's going to cost. Because the agent is Tory Dandy, and Tory has negotiated recently Mike Williams for the Chargers, Deebo Samuel for the 49ers, and most recently, and most important to this discussion right here, he's A.J. Brown's agent. And he got A.J. Brown's deal done, which A.J. Brown's deal was 4 years, $100 million, so $25 million a year, $57 million guaranteed. If you adjust for the cap going up a little bit, you then increase, put CD a little above A.J. Brown.
So what, 105, 108?
108 probably. So $27 million annually. That would also, on the average annual value, put him just ahead of Cooper Kupp.
That would be 60 guaranteed, probably?
I had 65. That's my guess. So the $8 million difference on the value of the contract between A.J. Brown and CeeDee Lamb, they would probably want to get that guaranteed. So because A.J. Brown had $57 million guaranteed. So tack on the extra 8 becomes 65.
Tyreek makes 30 a year. Devontae makes 28. Cooper Kupp makes 26.7. A.J. makes 25. Stephon Diggs makes 24. He wants to get paid. And DK makes 24. Deebo makes just under 24. McLaurin makes 22.7.
So puts him just ahead of Cup, who A.J. Brown said, compare him to that guy. Not to me. Compare him to that guy. But would put him just ahead of Cup, make him the third highest paid receiver. I think that's fair. I think that's an easy framework to work out. That's the one that makes the most sense to me.
27 a year.
It's a lot, man. It's a lot for a player.
27 a year is 25 a year on last year's cap, like Brown signed, for adjusting to the inflation. The year before, it would have been McLaurin's deal. So it kind of follows the natural progression of McLaurin up to Brown, then up to Lamb with the growth of the cap, and allows you to compare guys within the division. You say, look, McLaurin got paid this year by Washington. Brown got this from Philly. This is the natural progression. I think it's just easy to see the framework and the progression and say, this is what you're worth.
Okay.
So that one I think is easy. Terrence Steele. I still contend that part of this talk about him playing guard and some of the other stuff they're doing
or bench or guard.
Could be that too. Is a negotiating ploy, because I think that Terrence Steele and his side, they want to get paid well, really well. That he's been a good soldier. He's made, $700,000 or whatever the heck he's made each of these last few seasons. Juwan Taylor signed a deal with the Chiefs this past year after playing with the Jaguars. He signed for 4 years, $80 million, $60 million guaranteed. That's $20 a year. The problem is, I think Steele's camp would say, we're better than Juwan Taylor. He's a right tackle. He played this. The problem is the Chiefs signed him to play left. So they were paying him like a left tackle. And that's what the Cowboys would probably say. They'd say, no. We'll pay you like Jack Conklin got in Cleveland, which was $15 a year. So you're talking about wanting to be a little ahead of Juwan Taylor, and they want to pay you like Conklin. That's probably 15 to 21 is the gap, which is significant. God. That's why I think they're stuck where they are right now, and probably trying some of this gamesmanship. Ultimately, I think you'd have to settle somewhere around 18, meet in the middle, basically. But you'd have to come closer to the guarantees on Taylor than Conklin. Conklin only got $29 million guaranteed. Taylor got $60. So if Steele was 4 years, $18 million a year, $50 million guaranteed, everybody feel okay with that? Or is that too much for y'all?
74 on Pro Football Focus. I mean, if it's not negotiating, then we do need to ask whether he's as good as we think. You've done a hell of a job being Terrence Steele's agent here on the show. But if their evaluation is Tyron is actually better, then don't we need to ask if Tyron's actually better?
I think you should be asking if Tyron's better regardless of how they're playing it. I think you should always be evaluating those sorts of questions on your roster. Like, do I have a better answer? And so I don't have a problem with them doing that. My issue is
because if he's that good, they shouldn't be disrespecting him this much.
You would think not.
Right, but you remember they tried to pay Dak like $25 million a year when the market was clearly at like 34. They they played around, got cute with Amari Cooper. Things took as long as they did with Zeke. They historically have done these tug of wars.
So they're going to do the same thing again.
How much are you suggesting per year for Steele?
I am saying I think he'd ask for around 21, which would make him the top right tackle. I don't think he's going to get. You ask above what you get. That's just natural.
I know, but you can't pay him remotely in the ballpark of CeeDee Lamb.
I think, well, that wouldn't be it. That's far off.
$6 million
18 a year.
18 a year?
18 a year is what I think they could settle at.
That would make him the fifth highest paid right tackle.
So you're going to pay him more than you're going to pay Diggs.
I don't know.
Or close to it.
Let's ask. Let's find out.
What a segue.
Trayvon Diggs.
Steele is 26, so he's still young. Ooh, fifth high. Is he that good? Is he the fifth best? Is he a top 5 right tackle in football? I know in football you got to pay above what you actually are position-wise, Dak. But top 5? Is he that good?
He looked that good when you look at how the offensive line fell off and the run game fell off as soon as he left. I mean, it didn't look as good with Tyron Smith out there. That's the thing, is that you can ask the question, is Tyron better? We've been given evidence at the end of last season that showed he wasn't better than Steele there, like just objectively.
Okay.
The quarterback question is going to be another interesting one. I think that what the Cowboys would try to do is they would say, we're not going to pay you like the top corner in the game. We're not doing that. The 8th highest paid corner on an average annual deal is J.C. Jackson with the Chargers. And I think the Cowboys would look at it and say, that's the guy that you are. You're an interception machine. That's great. You get turnovers. You give up some big plays, though, just like J.C. Jackson does. And the market said J.C. Jackson was worth $16.5 million a year, not Jair Alexander's 21. And you probably wanted to go above that to 22.
Here are the top paid guys, Choppy.
All right.
Jair, 21. Denzel Ward, 20. Jalen Ramsey, 20. Marlon Humphrey and Lattimore, 19.5. Then it drops down to Xavier Howard at 18. Tre'Davious White, 17.2. J.C. Jackson, 16.5.
So I think that with Jackson making 16.5, the Cowboys know a standard negotiating argument is cap goes up. You can't pay me 16.5 today if J.C. Jackson got 16.5. If you want to pay me like J.C. Jackson, you need to pay me 18. If Diggs wants 22, though, which would put him above Alexander, that's a significant gap, similar to the one with Steele. I think Diggs has a stronger case that he needs to be paid closer to his number than the Cowboys do to 18. I think that the lowest you could come in
Wait
on.
a sec. Say that again.
I think Diggs has a better argument to be paid closer to what he wants than the Cowboys wanting to pay him similar to 16.5. I think that you need to come in at 20. You're probably going to need to pay Diggs $20 million a year. And
Choppy, team builder RJ Choppy.
The interesting thing is Jair, even though he's the highest paid corner annually, and Diggs would want to go above that, his guaranteed money is only $30 million. That's 11th among corners. Sauce Gardner on a rookie deal is being paid more fully guaranteed than Jair Alexander. And so I think he'd want it to come up. He'd want to be above Jair on the guarantees if he wasn't going to hit the annual. So Chop, what you'd have to pay, 4 years, $80 million. That's $20 million a year, $40 million totally guaranteed. So the first 2 years are fully guaranteed, basically.
What is the cap number, the total cap number?
The full value of the contract?
No.
The NFL salary.
Oh, right now it's $224. It was $208 when J.C. Jackson signed.
You're going to pay, Dak's deal is going to be what?
45?
Yeah, probably. 45, 46.
45.
Unless,
May go a little higher.
And I'll just say 25 for Lamb. 20 for each of the other two.
Okay.
That's $100 million on 4 guys. That's almost half your cap. On 4. We haven't even paid Micah yet. That's $30 million right there.
There's very little chance that their cap numbers would ever be that, though. Like, for instance, Diggs' cap number, he's $20 million is what he's making. I don't know that Diggs' cap number ever sees $20 million because of, and we've talked about it before, we won't have to go into it, but the gymnastics and the accounting tricks, he'll never count $20 million against your cap.
No, what was the number you used, David?
But you need, this is just a team building issue. Like, it doesn't really matter. Everybody focuses on the quarterback money. It doesn't really matter. The quarterback's elite. It doesn't matter what everybody else paid. You need depth. This team's enamored with stars. Who are the stars on, like, Kansas City?
Patrick Mahomes.
Travis
Kelce.
Kelce.
Chris Jones.
Okay. All right. I mean, that you're running out of names.
They just paid Juwan Taylor, who we were just comparing Steele to.
Okay. You're running out of names, though. We've got more stars than the Chiefs do by a lot. More names. And I'm not saying we should emulate them because you can't emulate them because they've got Mahomes, but like you need depth. Depth is what's, especially on defense, depth is key. And you start paying all these guys $20 million, you're gonna have less depth.
Below the belt every day at this time on your home of America's team. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Roberto, the real experts, the people who know sports the best, say it's still not the Rangers division. And do we even have a top 10 candidate for MVP? Next on your home for Rangers baseball right here on The Fan.
FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Low, the fourth batter Cabrera has faced. Here's the pitch. It's hit on the left side and through. A base hit into left field. Simeon around third. Here's the throw from Donovan. It's offline. Simeon scores. And the Rangers walk off the Cardinals in the opening game of this series. The final score, 4-3. Rangers are bouncing between first and second, and it is a happy house in Arlington.
Who needs Jacob deGrom? Final hour fist pump time of a Tolo Tuesday on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph, James Choppy, Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on your home for Rangers baseball. That was the audio on this station of the walk-off win. Our guy Grant Anderson got blowed up. Got blowed up a little bit. Had a 3-1 lead. They end up tying it, but they take advantage. Jonah Heim, outstanding throw in the ninth. Simeon extends the hitting streak and has a walk in the bottom of the ninth inning. They take advantage of Nolan Arenado on Peyton Russell's Mount Rushmore, dropping a little pop-up from Seager, and then Lowe with the opposite field base hit to walk it off for the Rangers. But does Vegas believe, even with Jacob deGrom being moved to the 60-day IL, he's not eligible to come back to the end of the month? Will he even come back? Bobby doesn't believe he will. RJ thinks it's a 35% chance. What does Vegas think, and who do they have as the favorites to win the World Series?
Tampa.
Tampa is one.
Tampa is not even in the top two.
Ooh.
In terms of the favorites, okay, Houston.
Nope.
Atlanta.
Atlanta's the favorite at 5-1. Who's second?
Houston.
Houston.
Nope.
Damn it. The Yankees.
Nope.
Dodgers.
Dodgers.
It's unusual.
Yeah.
To have the top two favorites from the same league.
11-2 for the Dodgers. Okay, so how many teams until we get to the Rangers respect?
Okay, so we're two.
We got the Braves. We got the Dodgers. You already named the Rays at 6-1. You named the Astros at 15-2. You named the Yankees at 11-1.
Rangers are 6th.
They're not. Who's after the Yankees?
Oh, man. Orioles?
Nope.
Blue Jays?
Nope.
Can't be them. They're in last place.
Diamondbacks.
But the Blue Jays are actually above us.
Oh, my gosh.
16-1.
Okay, so let's see. Is Milwaukee?
No.
Not Arizona.
Mets?
Mets. Mets are 16-1.
They're
Toronto
panicking.
is 16-1. Then there's one more team. We're actually tied with them. National League.
Pittsburgh.
No.
Stop it. Stop it. Milwaukee?
No.
Not the Dodgers, not the Braves. You already said those.
It cannot be the
San
Padres
Diego.
still, is it?
It's the Padres.
Oh, my gosh.
Padres went from 8-1 to 9-1 and now 18-1. The Rangers are 18-1. So kind of there in the middle of the pack. Right above Minnesota, Milwaukee, the Angels, and Seattle.
It's the idea that they don't believe the bottom of the order can do this for the rest of the year, which I look, I mean, if you haven't done it for an entire year, you can't really say, oh, they're going to continue to do this if you're Vegas. I get that. It seems low.
The Padres are 4 games under 500, and they're in 4th. They're 4th in the division.
They've got stars. They've got stars. We have major breaking news.
We do.
Major.
Oh, my God, you're getting me excited.
Major breaking news.
Is it about the major?
Shut up, Bobby. What's it have to do with?
Bobby's kind of onto it.
Never mind, Bobby. I retract that. It's about the major.
Like who? I don't know. What golf major is somebody bowing out of?
No golf major. Nobody is bowing out of any golf major.
Don't tell me it has to do with golf.
It does.
That's not that exciting.
You want to bet?
Tiger retired?
No. What would be the biggest golf
Live
story
is
right
shutting
now?
down.
Close.
Whoa. Live is merging with PGA.
Yes.
Wow.
The PGA, that's according to CNBC. They are merging. They have catered. They said it didn't even take a year. It didn't even take a year.
Wow. So they're just going back to what it was.
Yeah.
So they're more AFL than USFL.
So now all the PGA guys are going to be bitter as hell that the Live guys are making more money.
So Phil just pocketed $200 million, and he's coming right back to where he was.
So all you purists on the PGA Tour just look like dummies now.
Breaking
this
news.
According to CNBC.
Breaking news on the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Look, this is fantastic for all of us. It's a win for all of us.
Yeah.
It's a loss for the PGA players who didn't go and take the money. But, man, let's get the Live, their broadcast rights, irrelevant, non-existent. No one knew where it was. Nobody cared. Get all these guys competing against each other as many weekends as possible.
Yep,
This is a win for sports and golf fans.
Absolutely.
In my opinion.
I totally agree. And who knows how they're going to wind up doing this? Who knows what's going to happen? But this, according to CNBC, the PGA Tour agrees to merge with rival Live, backed by the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund. The proposed merger comes after the long lawsuit litigation regarding antitrust claims. This deal ends all pending litigations. It also means that all the Live guys, I thought they were banned, but they either can come back to the tour and they are back in the official World Golf Rankings, and the majors are now safe. The majors don't have to make these weird, stupid rules to keep guys out or whatever.
So this is the story. CNBC is still pretty thin on details.
Yeah, they have no details.
But so they're going to merge together for a new yet to be named for-profit company. And it says the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund is prepared to invest billions of new capital into the new entity. So this isn't just a, hey, we're merging or we're buying out or we're paying. This is like they're partnering up. Like they're going to be partners with this Saudi Arabia group.
The PGA is going to partner.
That's what it reads like. It reads like the Saudi.
Hey, Brandel. What do you say about this one now, Brandel?
If that's the case, Live one.
Well, I mean, they're probably now the money behind it
is merging.
Yeah, they're
them.
So if it's the way it reads here, Live wins in the end. Saudi Arabia wins in the end.
Yeah, they do. They really do. And you know the sanctimonious media. Christine Brennan's of the world. You have to they're going to take it on the chin now.
And Live PR just hit up Peyton and said David Faraty is available on Monday.
Hey! Oh, perfect timing.
So there you go. David Faraty available on Monday. I don't have no idea what you're saying through the glass. Bassick talking to us through the glass, wearing a collared shirt. I was going to save you for the next segment with Kyrie getting LeBron to come as a Maverick.
God almighty.
Why are you all dressed up? The Rangers
it's picture
play
day today.
Yeah, I know. I forgot clothes.
I have a change of clothes.
Can we just change the? Can I just trade for a minute?
I was like, you guys are taking us in T-shirts and hoodies. The picture day for. I guess you guys have so many endorsements. You guys don't need to dress up.
Did you see how I was dressed for a wedding?
For the sales team to really sell you guys. You guys are already sold.
Can I wear that for pictures real quick?
No, I don't have any other clothes.
You can wear these for a couple.
What do you know your dress shirt size?
It's like an extra large.
No, like the collared part.
Like
your arm length.
My neck is like an 18, 17
well,
and a
this
half.
isn't going to work.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to button the top. I'm not Chris Sims.
Jeez.
He's not buttoning the top either.
Yeah, I'll be just like that. I will fit into that.
No.
I was trying it right now. Come on.
No, not doing it.
No.
I'm not doing it. All right, do you want me for next segment?
Yes. I want you to come in for LeBron and Kyrie as Mavericks.
And have a different clothes.
Here's my tease. Oh, God.
All right, American League odds. We already told you the Rangers are tied for 8th to win the World Series. American League odds, the Rays are the favorite, then Houston, Yankees, Toronto. If you think the Rangers can get there, they don't even have to win. Just to win the American League, you can get them at 9-1. AL West, Astros are the favorite. 2-3. We're 2-1. The Angels are 7-1. So Vegas is not believing in the 3.5 game lead that we currently have over the armpit. What about individuals?
That's stunning, though, by the way.
Stunning?
I mean,
it's stunning?
No, it really is stunning that they're that low. A team.
Oh, you mean to win the World Series? I just went over the West.
Yeah,
Which one are you talking about?
Well, both. I mean, we're going back to the World Series, but even the West, it's stunning like that. A team that has the second best record by quite a bit that's got 40 wins in 60 games.
Yeah.
Best
is
run
that far
differential.
down. Yeah, I mean, now, again, Vegas, this is not Vegas's genius. This is not where they do their best work in the futures betting. And a lot of this is, they want the most money to come in as possible. So maybe they undervalue on purpose. I don't know. But
for the large segment of Texas Rangers betting?
No, but I think people would see value in it and then bet. And they're betting that the Rangers don't win the World Series. So they would get a lot of money there.
Individual awards. Let's see if we get any respect since we're not getting respect for the division or to win it all. American League MVP favorite.
Shohei.
Yeah, Shohei.
Shohei 5-7. Then, you want to just guess any other names?
Judge.
It is Judge. Then Alvarez. Oh, God, I butcher his name every time. Arozarena. Got it.
Hey, got him.
Wander Franco, both 20-1. Then Bo Bichette, Mike Trout, Vlad Jr., Rutschman. What? What are you laughing at?
Just how far down we're getting on this list does not mirror where Marcus Semien is on the WAR standings.
Diaz, and then tied at 40-1 with Kyle Tucker and Devers is Marcus Semien. Semien was off the board May 2nd. He's now 40-1 to win the MVP.
That's garbage.
If you believe there's no one else on this list from Bet Online. No other Ranger on this list. So Semien's the highest one. No Seager listed.
Well, okay, so he did miss a lot of time, which at this point is gonna impact his chances greatly. You can't really argue with the top two. Those guys are just having major years. But Semien needs to be higher than 40-1. He needs to be higher than Bo Bichette.
You know what's interesting? If you reverse Semien and Seager's seasons, and Seager's just played this entire time and put up Semien's stat line, and Semien was I bet you Seager's name recognition and everything else would have had him way higher on the odds than 40-1. I think it's just some disrespect, probably for Marcus Semien after he fell off last year, and a lot of people had forgot about him.
NL MVP favorite?
Acuna.
Yes, even money. In a blowout right now. Then Freddie Freeman, Pete Alonso, Juan Soto, Mookie Betts, Goldschmidt, Bryce Harper, Tatis Jr. Star. Right there in order. AL Cy Young. Favorite?
deGrom. Cole.
deGrom.
Cole second. Buzz yourself, Peyton, you smart ass.
McClanahan.
It is McClanahan. Well done. McClanahan's the favorite. Then Garrett Cole. Then Ohtani. Then Gossman. Then Valdez. Then, are we getting disrespectful at all here? Are we waiting to hear Evaldi? Then Joe Ryan. Luis Castillo. George Kirby.
I think we've already hit. Now we've hit it. You want to say he's behind Mcclanahan, Cole, a lot of those guys. Even
Valdez,
even
Framber.
Framber's, he's tremendous. You start getting further down the list, it's a little disrespectful.
Evaldi's ninth at 16-1. He was off the board in March. He was off the board in May. Didn't have the best start, and now he's on fire. 16-1, right over Sonny Gray.
Okay.
NL Cy Young.
Spencer Strider.
I don't think. Zach Gallen.
It is Spencer Strider.
Is it really?
He has 113 strikes in like 60 innings this year.
Tied with Gallen.
Tied with Gallen. Yeah.
Both 2-1.
Did you see the stat last night that about Zach Gallen on the Rangers broadcast?
No.
The Cardinals had both him and Sandy Alcantara, and they traded him to Florida in the same trade.
Oh!
For Marcelo Zuna.
Ooh! Way to go, Tony La Russa. All right, AL Rookie of the Year. How long till we get to Josh Young?
Not long at all. Number one.
He's tied for second. Masataka Yoshida he loves that buzzer. Yoshida is the favorite, and then Josh Young is tied with Hunter Brown at 7-1. And then Corbin Carroll is the favorite in the National League.
Okay.
So those are your odds. Little disrespectful from Vegas towards our Rangers.
I think the most disrespectful one is Josh Young. Like he's won isn't he won Rookie of the Month both times?
Yep.
What the hell? What's going on here? What world are we in?
This is some like Golden Knights, like just angry sentiment from Vegas, I think, lingering.
Is Mike Bassick ready for his LeBron James Mavericks jersey? Mikey B in studio. Is he going to applaud Kyrie for recruiting LeBron to DFW? Next.
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The NBA report that rocked the Metroplex so much, we brought Mikey Bassick in studio. His head is already in his hands. Shams Charania, take it away on McAfee.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is it's probably very unlikely because of the reasons you just mentioned. Like LeBron James, for everything I've heard, he's happy, with LA, being in LA. His son Bronny is about to play at USC, so there's a lot of reasons why being a Laker, retiring as a Laker, makes a lot of sense for LeBron James. But everyone I've spoken to fully expects, and my full expectation, that LeBron James is going to play next season. He has way too much left in the tank. He looks too good. He just averaged, 29, 7 and 6. Like, the numbers he's putting up at the age of 38, unbelievable. So I think everyone expects him to play. But the fact that everyone talked about Kyrie Irving going to LA. LeBron clearly has made it known he wants to play with Kyrie Irving, and he wants to play with Kyrie Irving in LA. But now Kyrie Irving is changing this, and he wants to recruit. And I think the bigger story is what will happen with Kyrie Irving in free agency. The fact that he's going out and wanting to recruit a guy like LeBron James, it's clear he's putting on his recruiting cap. He wants to get talent in Dallas. He's trying to recruit talent to Dallas, and we'll see how that plays out and bodes for his free agency.
Mikey B, The Athletic in LA reports the Lakers are not interested in what Dallas could offer in a trade for LeBron, who has 1 year left on his Laker deal. And if they're offering Luka, they might listen. But the Lakers yesterday insisted, according to The Athletic, they're not interested in adding Kyrie this summer. What do you think of all this?
There's a lot here. First, I think Kyrie desperately wants to be a Laker. And I think that his agent has told him recently, I'm not saying yesterday, probably a week or so ago, like after LA exited the playoffs, Kyrie, I've tried every which way to see how to get you to the Lakers. I can't figure out a way. The Lakers aren't that interested. The money's not going to work out. Obviously, the Mavs would have to work out a sign and trade to get you there. Kyrie, I've tried everything. Yeah. It's not working out. Do you want to stay in Dallas? Because I'm pretty sure I can get you $40+ million a year on a multi-year deal there. And if it doesn't work out, you know how I got you out of Brooklyn in a heartbeat. Yeah. I've got you out of situations.
Hit the button.
So I think that is what then made Kyrie go, all right, if I can't go to the Lakers, let me call up LeBron and see if he's interested at all on a 1 year deal with a team or a player option at $50 million to come to Dallas. And why do I say it at $50 million? Is LeBron worth it? Yeah, he's worth it. But for the Mavericks to be paying in 2024 approximately $43 to $44 million for Luka, approximately $43 to $44 million for Kyrie, and to open up $50 million, because if LeBron were to opt out of that contract and say, you know what, I've decided to go to the Dallas Mavericks, which is almost impossible to me, but let's just say he's decided that. You have to open up $50 million to do it.
That'd be 136 for 3 players.
Yeah, you're at the cap, and it's
what is the cap?
I'd have to look. I believe the cap this upcoming season is right around 130.
134.
So they'd be in the luxury tax. Cool.
Yeah, and you can't even really do it because you have to have cap holds. They don't allow you to just say, hey, go to 130 on two guys and then fill out the rest of your roster. Like, no, we don't allow you to do that. So it gets pretty impossible to see it. If you wanted to tank for LeBron, which you literally would have to tank for a 40-year-old player, you have to start now sending players away this offseason and giving away all of your assets. We're sending away Bertans with the 10th pick, and we want nothing in return. We're sending away Tim Hardaway Jr. and your 2027 first-round pick for nothing in return. We're sending away JaVale McGee and Maxi Kleba for nothing in return. Like, you'd have to just start going, we're literally going to put nothing around. We got to send Jaden Hardy away in a trade to make, like, if you wanted to send away McGee, you'd have to say, all right, I'm going to attach Jaden Hardy to this trade to make you guys take this contract away. Like, it doesn't make any sense. The other thing that worries me here is this. We have not seen the real Kyrie Irving in Dallas.
No.
We have seen the best behaved Kyrie Irving in his career. He's now.
Yeah, you will.
Is he general managing Is this what Mark Cuban wants? Is this what Nico Harrison wants? Is this what the new Utah Jazz guy, I'm forgetting his name, that might be the next general manager of the Dallas Mavericks? Is this what he wants? Does he want Kyrie recruiting players to Dallas that we don't even know if the front office truly wants to recruit?
Why did you just say we might not see the real Kyrie?
Because the media here is so easy that he may never get contentious.
Were they tough in Cleveland?
Right.
But he was not like this there. Maybe at the very end, but
he can't help himself.
He can't. But like they were nothing there. Now Boston was contentious right off the bat, right away. Brooklyn, obviously, same thing right away. They're very intrusive. They pry. We don't pry here. We don't care.
Didn't he make the shot to win the championship and then a month later said, LeBron's not my older brother. Don't call me somebody's younger brother.
Let's just say that the three of them got together. Is that a championship team?
Not at all. It's a horrible team. There's one basketball. I get LeBron and Luka. Even Kyrie and Luka, I can kind of see it. Those three together, think about what Chris Bosh had to do, averaging, I don't know his numbers, let's just say 25 and 11 with Toronto. And they said, hey, you are going to take all the blame for all of our losses. You're going to stand in a corner and touch the ball 10 to 15 times a game. You need to play as great a defense as possible, still get the 10 to 15 rebounds, but only now get about 14 to 16 points a game. You can score 25 when guys need nights off. But you're also going to take the blame because when we're going to look at the box score, Wade and LeBron are still going to have their 25 to 30. They're going to have all their numbers. You're going to be the guy in the box score that looks really ugly. And so you're going to be the reason we lost and never the reason we win. Who's going to do that? Who's the 6'11" guy in this situation who wants to play hard defense and wants to have their numbers be cut in half? None of them do. And none of them want to play defense. So especially Luka, because he's the youngest guy who possibly could. So Luka would be the guy, honestly, in this scenario to say, you're going to have to sacrifice the most of your game to make this possibly work.
It's very hard to stay distracted here with these window washers.
Listen, these are the toughest men that I know.
They're grappling on the 11th floor of this building, hanging by this rope right here.
Ryan, get a shot of them. Let's ask them what they think of Kyrie and LeBron.
Really messing up my concentration. All right, so Mike, my number one takeaway from this is Kyrie is showing he may want to be here. He may want to be here if he's trying to get LeBron to
under
come.
his GMing conditions, yes. As long as he is the general manager and dictates who the coaching staff is, like he's had his whole career, he would like to be here.
And then why did this story get out? Follow the breadcrumbs. Who reported this? Who would want this out there?
Kyrie.
Why?
Because he wants to show that he's somewhat in control, and also, hey, give me the max contract. Don't start me off at 40 or 43. Start me off at 47. That's my number. Look what I'm already doing. I'm already trying to convince LeBron, the greatest player of this era, to come here. Now, don't mind that. Look, LeBron is still great. He can't play defense in the regular season. He's almost 40 years old. He knows how to conserve his energy. So you have to ask all the other players to somewhat carry a bigger load than 10 years ago with LeBron, or even 5 years ago with LeBron, because he has to conserve his energy to possibly have the energy to play in the playoffs at a very high level. It's to me, Kyrie all of a sudden starting to show, and not in a horrible way, starting to show the Kyrie warts. I'm going to general manage this team. I want to somewhat coach this team. I need this and this and this. And I get, if it's not LeBron, we're going to hear during the season as things struggle, hey, I need a better center. Well, yeah, you do. But the problem is then you start kind of taking shots at your own center situation by saying our center isn't good enough. I don't know who his favorite center. It used to be DeAndre Jordan. He screwed over Brooklyn by saying DeAndre Jordan's my guy. And then when they weren't good enough, and Brooklyn was like, here's the deal. You made us take DeAndre Jordan at a big number. And he's like, not my problem. Figure it out. And they're like, to get you two here, you made us take DeAndre Jordan. We cannot get any value out of DeAndre Jordan in the market because nobody wants him. Kyrie, that's your fault. And he's like, no, it's not.
Chances that the alternative conspiracy that a couple of writers were throwing out there yesterday is that this was leaked, but it was leaked from the side or with the intention of let's worry LA and make sure LA gets what LeBron wants this offseason and maybe put the pressure on them that you need to go get Kyrie because I may go with Kyrie over there.
I can see that. I can definitely see that.
But then they would look.
way.
All they would have to do though is look and see that it's not feasible, right, and not really get worried.
Unless they stir up the concern within the Lakers that is LeBron wanting to go? Does he want to? That would be all they'd have to worry about. Because if LeBron makes a fuss, they have to he'd be able to get out.
Because the Mavericks have nobody the Lakers would want.
No, I mean Luka. That's literally
right, yeah, Luka.
What's Luka thinking about this report? Did they talk? Was he consulted? Is Kyrie like, this is my team? I'm fascinated.
I'm happy here.
I'm fascinated over that.
I'm sure in a way, Luka would be just fine with LeBron. It's his hero. At the same time, it's pretty impossible to get him here. I mean, when you just start looking at what LA would take back from the Mavericks, it's impossible to pretty much do it. And I just can't see if he were to leave the Lakers. He chose the Lakers for a whole bunch of different reasons. One, they're the most popular team. That's the most eyeballs in the world by far. It's like the Cowboys somewhat, except even different in the NBA because it's more important to be on the most popular team in the NBA. If he left LA, I could see him going back to Cleveland for one more run and somewhat his hometown team. If he wanted to go back to Miami because he sees they just made the NBA Finals, whether they win or not, who knows yet. But
and his boy's going to college out there.
Yeah. So I just don't. But even if after, let's say, a year, like he goes to USC for a year, he declares for the draft. And like I could see him going, you know what? For one more run or one more story of LeBron James, it's back to Cleveland or back to Miami. I don't see why to Dallas they won. Did they win 36 or 38 games?
38.
He wants to go to a team that won 38 games.
But Creeper Pepe, now mustacheless, has found the key.
Yeah, so I found out Bronny's girlfriend does go to SMU.
Oh,
She's coming. An SMU fanatic.
How did you
They're Mustangs.
How did you find that?
Mustang.
I just had to do some creeping. No,
Peyton's already following LeBron's girl.
Peyton Badge.
There's so many articles about her out there that's so easy to find, and it's in her bio
I'm
as
sure
well.
Bronny's really faithful in LA, being LeBron's son at 18 years old as a McDonald's All-American, that his girlfriend is in Dallas, that he's not sleeping with USC girls.
Let's ask Sandler to do some call Sandler's USC
Let me
Connect.
ask you,
Oh, God.
do you think I'm more than 50% right or less than 50% right on my
I think
opinion?
you're more
Twolos.
than 50%
Get it, Twolos. So, all right, what's more ridiculous, the LeBron rumor or Mark Stein saying that the Mavs are trying to get Jeff Van Gundy to be an assistant coach?
That sounds a little bit weird from his position of power at ESPN/ABC and the stressless job. I'm not saying there's no stress with that job, but you go from that to just being an assistant coach again in the NBA. Is it weird to me that it's like the Mavericks are trying to hire another head coach so Jason Kidd
very
doesn't
weird.
have to be a head coach?
I mean, if I'm Jason Kidd, I don't want this. I don't want somebody looking over my shoulder every bad timeout, every bad play I draw up, that everybody's going to be calling for Jeff Van Gundy to be the coach.
They wanted Frank Vogel until he got the head coaching
Yeah.
job. Like, it seems like they're trying to hire another head coach because they might have an idea that this is a little bit too much for Jason Kidd.
We have humongous breaking news that we'll talk about. Crosstalk with KMC is next. But first, let me go ahead and get you out of that job you cannot stand. You're miserable. It's only a Tuesday. You got all these days left in the week. breaking news and the KMC masterpiece. Why are you chuckling?
So we were talking about feedback on the fan text, and it reminded me my favorite interaction I ever had on the fan text is when we filled in for Rage for like a month, and somebody goes, "Who the F are you guys? I'm the biggest, fan in the world." And I go, "Well, Rage has been gone for more than 2 weeks, so maybe you aren't the biggest fan in the world." They got so mad. They were like, "F you, MFer, blah, 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 blah." It was amazing.
Corey Majors, good morning. What's coming up?
We had to change up everything, Sean, because this golf stuff.
Golf!
Yeah, golf has changed the world.
I hate to tell you about that.
I heard the breaking news right here on the Fan this morning, and it was spectacular to hear Bobby fake guessing. I feel you already knew. I feel like you knew.
I didn't. He said we got major news, and I thought he was trying to make a pun, like somebody had dropped out of a major. That's why I guessed that.
Don't forget my last name is Majors, so y'all can always be like, "Oh, it's Corey news."
Spell it wrong.
I knew that.
I
knew that too.
Did the Rangers make the absolute worst signing this offseason? That'll be right out of the gate on the show. We also have
Evaldi was a good signing.
You need RJ to stick around to take congratulations on being right.
I take no joy.
No joy?
I take no joy.
Yeah, right.
I love being right. I guess what I would want to see is him never pitch again, but they win the World Series either way. So that's like
that would be interesting.
That feels like a personal vendetta against deGrom now. Then.
Yeah, because somebody said, "Are you rooting against him?" I'm like, no, I'm not rooting against him, but I just hope he never pitches again. They won the World Series.
We will ask Bochy if he agrees with Chop at 12:20 today.
There you go. That they should win the World Series without him? There you go.
And also, Mike, would you like to make your announcement on who's in studio with us today?
Today we have a man named Rick Hill. So I'd like for you to, Tolo, and if you can during a commercial break, type in The Hill trailer. So there's a movie coming out on August 25th, and it's from the people who made Rudy, the people who made Hoosiers. This is the
Dennis Quaid in it.
Dennis Quaid's in it. This is the life story of a man named Rick Hill, or goes by Ricky Hill, who's going to be in studio with us and just talk about him overcoming really not being able to walk as a kid, and then his minor league career looking like it's going to be great, and he's roommates with Andre Dawson in the Expo system, and he's going to be a major leaguer, and then his legs stop working again. So the movie's coming out in August, I believe August 25th, and Rick Hill will let us know the exact date and when it's in theaters and everything, but this is kind of the Rudy baseball story.
Except it's true.
I thought the Rudy baseball story was The Rookie, which also starred Dennis Quaid.
You know what? He's
found a groove.
He's rivaling Costner for the baseball movie guy.
Here at the ballpark?
Somewhat. Some of it, yeah.
They did. Dennis Quaid struck out Royce Clayton.
Nice.
Chop, what's the breaking news?
There is a merger. There is a merger. They have caved. It barely even took a year. And Tiger Woods, I bet you were just rolling over right now. You turned down $900 million estimate from Liv.
Probably not the worst decision he's ever made.
You could have pocketed it because now they're all together. They have all merged. The PGA Tour, the Liv Tour, and the DP World Tour, which you know affectionately as the European Tour, they have all merged, which means everyone's back in the Ryder Cup. Everyone's back in the majors. Phil wins. Greg Norman is walking in there with that hammer of his. Remember that beach photo? Holy cow. He's walking into the PGA Tour headquarters, and he's going to lay it right down the table. It's probably going to sound like that, too. And he's going to tell Brandel, how do you like me now, big boy?
What's Rory going to say to all this?
He's going to start his own tour.
I feel bad for Rory.
Yeah.
He is starting his own tour with Tiger. The PGA Tour basically sent Rory out to the Wolves. Said, here, go stand up for us. Be the face of our organization. And now he's complaining about Greg Norman taking shots. Greg Norman's now his boss. And the PGA Tour, they just threw him out there to the Wolves.
Is Greg Norman going to be the head of this?
No way.
He's the money behind it. Who do you think is bankrolling the PGA Tour now?
The Saudis?
Yes.
Not Greg Norman, right?
But he's their guy.
Okay.
Who's working under whose umbrella? That's the question.
They will work.
Are they going to live? Is the PJ going to live? It says yet to be named.
Yeah, my assumption is it will still be called the PGA Tour. Live will be the money behind the PGA Tour. The PGA Tour will expand into Adelaide in Australia and Jeddah, and they'll use some of the live courses. They'll expand back.
Will
in
they play
there.
live rules for weekends?
Yeah, that's interesting.
There. I guarantee you there will be, because they already started this, right? They started doing these, or next year they're going to start some of these other tournaments where they're invite only, no cut tournaments. They'll do that, but they'll probably play it under the live rules. I mean, it's going to be a combination of both. You'll get regular tour events. I wonder what's going to happen here. What's going to happen to these two tournaments here?
Have any of y'all ever seen the movie The Lookout?
No.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt. There's a line in there.
I have.
There's a line in there. He says, "I have the money. I have the power." If this is Saudi-backed, if they're the financier, they're in charge.
And I'm really curious, like I'm not joking about this, all the PGA players who said, I'm not doing this, and they said, I'm not doing it for moral reasons. Well, now you are.
Is Brandel going to quit?
I mean, and they got forced on them. It sucks, but like, will they just skip those particular tournaments that are like at the live sponsored courses? Are they going to get a pay increase, and then do they accept it because that's where that money is coming from? I don't know.
Part of live was they're only going to play, I think, a dozen or 15 events, but you had to play all of them unless you had like some kind of medical issue. You had to play all of them. You had to do 2 dinners with sponsors, and you had to play in the Pro-Am. Like, that was the deal. We are going to pay you this. It's guaranteed money, but you got to do this, this, and this.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't surprise me, because a lot of players, like, if they don't have to, like, if Tiger Woods didn't have to play in the Pro-Am, he wasn't going to play in the Pro-Am.
Sure.
Every Wednesday, right? He wasn't going to do that. He's not going to do sponsor dinners. But, you know, if this is the deal and they're going to make guaranteed money, no cuts, so when they do those 48 player events, I guarantee you they're all playing the Pro-Am.
Do you think, and Joey and I were talking about this on the way up, is what happened in the last 2 majors the catalyst for this? Because you had a live player just win, and then in the major before, I'm pretty sure they finished like 2nd and 3rd, right?
2nd, 3rd, and 5th.
Yeah, and so is what happened in the majors kind of one of the reasons they were like, holy crap, they do have a lot of really good players.
But the PGA numbers were still high, at least in DFW, and live, like, there's
nothing.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like, no one has watched it. No one knows where to watch it. So it's like, where did they have... Phil Mickelson is getting a parade thrown for him right now. He is getting praised like a hero. That he leaves, he makes everyone richer, improves the sport, and then he's back making more money than the tour he just left. Phil, Greg Norman, maybe Brooks, like the huge winners.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
And now those live guys come
Brooks
back.
is
like,
definitely a winner too. He might have been responsible for this.
There was another factor too in the intellectual property rights that he wanted. He was like, I can't post videos of myself because it's PGA Tour. I can't make money off of that. Yeah. So I wonder if that sticks or if that changes. And now he gets to create his own NFTs of himself.
Maybe something else.
I don't know what the last straw was. I don't know if it was Brooks winning the majors. It may have been Rory and Scheffler and John Rahm saying, dude, we should let these guys play in the Ryder Cup. I mean, I have no idea what it was. Like, there was a lot of factors, but you saw over the last 6 months how everything changed when it came to, like, you know, PGA Tour was doing this. They were going to start doing this. They were going to start doing this. A lot of these things were kind of like what Liv did. And I wonder if Liv just came in and said, look, we will bankroll you guys. We will totally bankroll you.
And it seems like some of the players are really mad this morning because supposedly they've been discussing this for 7 weeks, and there's multiple players that are like, is that right? I am literally learning about this today. And I'm sure we've all been in a company. Hell, we've had that problem here in the past where an announcement got made and we were like,
what do you mean?
Look, it happens all places, but I wonder how those players are going to feel. It's like, hey, you've been working on this for 7 weeks and you didn't give us a heads up?
How's Jim Nance feel today, do you think, Sean?
Oh. You better not ask him that. You better not.
Well, Nance was taking all the shots, whatever live golfers were out
Would
there.
you bring him back on tomorrow if he said he wanted to apologize?
Of course.
Not to you, but to the live tour for all the shots since now they're maybe his bosses.
Yeah. But you don't have to ever worry about that. You guys will have Jim Nance forever. Forever now. What time's Bochy on?
12:20.
Like to see if you would consider playing this for him from the G-Bag Nation.
I've heard some thoughts about this song.
On your home of the Rangers. We will see you tomorrow while you listen to this.
Oh, man.
Look at Basic's face.
Justin Bieber?
Eric Chiafala.
Basically.
You know you're crushing, you know we stare. keep playing. It's just you.
That's my favorite
what
part.
they're saying. A healthy Garver, I can't believe my eyes. And every time still feels like the first time. And I'm all like, Bochy, 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 oh! Like Bochy, 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 oh! Like Bochy, 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 Coach. I hope you'll always be mine.
We might not.
Bochy, 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 oh! Like Bochy, Bochy, Bochy,
They're walking out.
Everyone took off their headphones.
I hope you'll always be mine.
We have you covered, Stars. studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk about the happenings in the golf world as there has just been a memo released that says privileged and confidential at the top. Well, congratulations. If you live in the world, you now have access to that memo.
How did we get it? If it's privileged and confidential.
Because the players who heard that this merger has been in the works for 7 weeks are probably like, huh, so that's what we're doing then. All right, I'll go ahead and drop this to a reporter.
This is the most anybody's ever paid attention to golf since Tiger Woods started back.
Since like the 97 Masters. Yeah, I do kind of feel like that. We'll dive back into that in a little bit. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and play cut number 6 right here.
Low, the fourth batter Cabrera has faced. Here's the pitch. It's hit on the left side and through. A base hit into left field. Simeon around third. Here's the throw from Donovan. It's offline. Simeon scores. And the Rangers walk off the Cardinals in the opening game of this series. The final score, 4-3. Rangers are bouncing between first and second. And it is a happy house in Arlington.
By the way, happy house all day long here at the Fan. We'll have Bruce Bochy at 12:20, and Marcus Simeon will join the G-Bag Nation at 3:20.
That is awesome. The hottest player in Rangers baseball right now. I went to Happiness House for pre-K as a child. I don't know if anybody else did. It was over off Peavy. I don't know if it's still there, but let me know.
Went to a place called La Petite.
Okay, yeah, it's a little bit different.
Is that a chain?
I think so.
Yeah, I feel like I'm familiar with that.
Sounds like a restaurant.
So I do want to start with some goodness because the Rangers win again and had a little shakiness in the bullpen there, which is frustrating. But
only gave up 2.
They, yeah.
Thank God the Cardinals didn't run the bases well after the Nolan Arenado. I guess you'd call it a double.
Yeah.
I mean, he was running to third when he probably shouldn't have been running to third, but it's all confusing because Nolan Gorman tagged up when he shouldn't have been tagging up with 1 out on second, and it caused a big debacle for the third base coach. And luckily, the Rangers got a free out in a situation where they desperately needed it. And then a ground ball up the middle with 2 outs. Instead of it being a 2 RBI single, because your infield would have to play in that situation, ends up being the third out of the inning, and it's tied at 3 instead of you're losing 5-3 with 2 outs and a runner on first base.
Yeah, no,
or I guess it'd be 1 out still.
That is a great point. I'm pumped about the win, no matter how it happened. When it was 3-1, I was thinking, oh, hey, great job, Martin Perez.
He was great.
He really was, and he is somebody that, and this is a great thing as well, despite deGrom being absent, and we'll get more into that in just 1 second, is it does still feel like you have an overflow of pitching talent right now.
We've talked about this. Have you ever felt this way? Today, Dane Dunning is taking the mound against, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his, it starts with an L, but it's a dude who's made 3 starts. He has a 4.91 ERA. Every time you see the pitching matchup, or at least I'll say 9 out of 10 times, because you might run into Shohei Ohtani or Garrett Cole, you're like, yeah, we're better. Today on the mound, we are better as the starting pitcher over their starting pitcher. Like 90% of the games the Rangers play before the game starts, you go, our starting pitcher is better than their starting pitcher. And Jacob deGrom isn't even starting any of the games.
Matthew Liberator. I'm sure it's said differently than that. But yeah, and Dane Dunning, like whenever you look at Dane Dunning, you're not like, man, he's Eovaldi. You know, you're not like he's deGrom, but he's better than this guy that we're throwing out there today. And you feel comfortable with him on the mound. I think that's like Bochy has found a group of guys that he feels very comfortable with. That had to have been part of the offseason discussion when they made the push for all the pitching. When they were pitching to Ray Davis, we have to invest in this. I know deGrom, they were like, number 1 pitcher out there is deGrom. Well, we need another one just in case. Well, let's go get Eovaldi, and let's go get another one so that whenever we line up on game day, it says, our guy, we have a chance to win the game today, not, hey, we were just throwing some random in there.
I remain astonished that, like, the loss of Jake Odorizzi feels so long ago and so irrelevant.
Totally forgot the Rangers had him.
Exactly. And so think about it. You tell me going into this year, hey, Jake Odorizzi is not going to pitch 1 second, and Jacob deGrom's going to pitch for a minute and then be out for a really long time. I would be like, oh, no.
Yeah. You say, well,
Season feels like it's going to be over, right? Or disappointing.
And we would talk about at this point, man, I feel bad for Bochy coming back. It's just not. But I heard Chris Young yesterday on the G-Bag Nation, and Chris Young pretty much said, I thanked the other day Bochy for believing in us. Is that he had to take the risk to believe in a team that had been a below average organization for half a decade. And Bochy took the risk of, I believe what you have and what you can get can win. And that's a big risk when you're a guy at his age with the, history, the knees and everything that he has going on. The reason that he had to leave San Francisco and kind of feel like, I just can't do this anymore is physically, I just can't get on the plane. I can't do this physically anymore. And for him to take a risk on the Texas Rangers, who had the 7th worst record last year in all of baseball, who had the 2nd worst record or 3rd worst record the last 2 years in baseball, for him to believe in that, I thought Chris Young made a really strong point on. Bochy took a big risk coming here, and the injuries haven't affected the Rangers.
The other thing about that is, when Bochy took that risk to come here, did he look at the 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and go, we'll get production out of it? Or did he go, man, I don't know. We should probably, we're looking at that going, most of those guys were here last year. We didn't expect to get this kind of production from Josh Young, for one. And now, we look back at the Nolan Arenado potential trades and how we were discussing that. And they were very patient with Josh Young all the way through. But I couldn't have been looking at this roster going, yeah, we're going to be scoring, ad nauseum all the time.
Now, the downside to yesterday was the Rangers did put Jacob deGrom on the 60-day injured list, making room for Spencer Howard. Now, it's bad, but it's not, that was on air. It's bad, but it's not as bad as you would initially think, 60 days, 2 months from now. But he's already been on the 15-day IL since April 29th. So it is essentially retroactive to that, and he would be eligible to return on June 28th. I'm not here. I see that look, Mike. I'm not here to tell you that's going to happen, but that was okay, so maybe he could be back in 3.5 weeks. But realistically, it feels like it could be longer. And Chris Young said he's had ebbs and flows and that they're going to have another MRI on his elbow today to get a better idea. Well, I guess we have to come to the terms with maybe not, that MRI doesn't go well.
My question to Bochy today, Mike, is going to be, what word would you use to describe how you feel about deGrom and how you think fans should feel about this? Because fans right now are like, God, what a waste of money. They're
I almost feel like, though, they're kind of like, who cares? Because we're winning. And
maybe so.
Thank God the Rangers, to me, are 39-20, because how would our shows go every day if the Rangers were around 500 or below, and we just found out deGrom is going to miss another month for sure?
Yeah, and maybe that's what Bochy can make the silver lining is, look, we're playing great baseball even without him, and we're hopeful I don't know what his answer is going to be, or if he gives us one word and he's like, I'm a little frustrated too, but
otherwise, you'd be looking at it and saying, oh, okay, so he's going to make about $3 million per start this year. And then guess what? He's under contract next year for $37 million. And then the next year for $37 million. And then the next year for $37 million. And then the next year for $37 million.
It's not my money.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And it's not necessarily even the players' money. They don't have to look at it and go, well, that's part of my pie right there. They look at it and go, other than maybe you could have spent it some elsewhere.
And that's the only thought I have. And people are bringing up Chris Young for GM of the year. And here's what I'm going to tell you.
He made this poor decision.
No, actually, yes.
Okay.
But that's the fascinating thing. I think right now, Chris Young should undeniably be the favorite for GM and executive of the year, but he also made the worst move of the offseason. That's weird, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to bash him, because when that happened, I was like, hey, you got to make some moves. And I appreciate that the Rangers are trying to make this team better. But I fundamentally believe Chris Young made it looks like right now, the worst move of the offseason, and he should be the GM of the year. That's amazing.
It's interesting that you say could be the worst move of the offseason? Because you say could be.
There's other candidates.
You also leave room, though, for what happens at the end of the year if you're late in the season and he comes back and he gives you, 10 games maybe? And he gives you those 10 games that matter late in the season, and then you get into a playoff situation and he can pitch there. If that's the case, then you're like, we have the best pitcher late in the season.
1,000,000%.
And then it makes me, and I know this is going way into the future, do you do that every year with deGrom?
Yeah, I guess you have to.
I know this was more Roger Clemens, Houston Astros at the end of his career. Do you go, you know what? We know that you only have 15 starts a year in you. We're not even going to waste a start in April, May, and June. We're actually only going to use you after the All-Star break. Now, that's really difficult for an organization to do, to pay that much money and to say, we're only going to use you after the All-Star break. You actually are just practice pitching or going through mental reps until we get to July. And then we start using you in July. Because I was thinking about this. You cannot waste one inning of Jacob deGrom if he gets healthy this year. So I don't want him pitching one inning in Frisco.
Yeah.
You know, his first outing, when he's ready to pitch, is going to be one inning in the major leagues. And then I'm going to use Andrew Heaney. As of now, this would be my plan if you're healthy. Andrew Heaney comes in and throws the next 4 to 6 innings. And then his next outing, he's going to go 2 innings or 30 pitches, whatever comes first. And then Andrew Heaney comes in and picks up the next 3 to 5 or 6 innings that you need. Then the next outing, 3 innings, 45 pitches. And the next outing, 3 innings, 45 pitches again. His first 4 outings, I refuse. I don't care if he throws 9 pitches in 3 innings. That's all you get, because you've gotten up and down to warm up. I cannot take the risk of you going out there for a 4th inning. And I hate saying that, but if you can get him to be the best opener in the history of baseball for the majority of the rest of this season, I'll take the 2 to 3 zeros that I think he'll put up in the first 2 to 3 innings. And then in the month of September, I will try to extend him to get him to maybe get to 6 innings in 1 appearance. So I think that when he starts in the playoffs, that he can give me 6 innings if I need it. But I do think at this point, knowing that he's not going to pitch the month of June, I think you have to really be super duper careful the rest of the way and have him pretty much be a 1 to 3 inning starter in the second half of July and most of August. By the end of August, maybe you've pushed him to a 5 inning appearance.
So what's interesting about that is that kind of fits with this text. I love this text from the 714. Just look at it as a retainer. Lawyers get a lot of money just to sit there and then wait for their time. And so
time for me to come close this deal.
I like that idea. And the reason why I said maybe is there's a lot of other candidates, and this could still be just fine. I think the thing that sucks is it's year 1 of 5, and you've already run into the thing that everyone told you was going to happen. But who was the other number 1 option? I know Derek Holland pushed it a lot. I know a lot of other people pushed it. Carlos Rodon, he hasn't pitched at all this year. So Jacob deGrom, better than him
the
thus
top
far.
2, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so he hasn't pitched at all. Justin Verlander is just now getting back into the flow. Him and deGrom.
Just in time.
Yes, just in time.
Mm-hmm.
And deGrom pitched better than him at this point, thus far in the season. And he was hurt to begin the season. So there are definitely other options. But I think to the point is it all gets pushed down because otherwise this would be the story at the top of every single hour. But the story is, man, that sucks. But holy crap, the Rangers are still freaking awesome, and they won again yesterday despite their bullpen.
And Mike, they're playing great defense too.
That is
they're
shocking.
in addition to how well they're hitting and their starting
except
pitching
for
is,
they are, but Adolis missed a fly ball, and then they stole third base, and nobody covered the base. And luckily, Josh Young caught the ball playing third base way back. But that one moment yesterday, I was like, oh, what's going on here? Because to your point, they have played such clean, great baseball. And the rest of the game, they did. But for that one inning, I believe it was the second inning, you're like, what is going on here, guys? In fact, I had a buddy visiting from Massachusetts who was there at the game. And he's like, hey, so you're a right fielder. He's a Red Sox fan. He doesn't watch. He's like, not a good defensive guy, huh? And I'm like, no. He's actually really good. He's just having a little bit of a tough game. He made a play on a ball hit right over his head where he got a bad read on it. But those are sometimes the toughest balls to get a good read on when it's a line drive hit right at you. So,
and we can talk about this at any point in the future. The Astros are making their push right now, and they're losing ground. That's amazing to me is They've made their push, and they're still 3.5 games back, which is great for the future of the Rangers, not only this season and beyond, is because you look more and more like a playoff team, right? I know the goal is to win the division, but when the Astros are surging and you're like, that's fine, so will we. And that's a great sign.
I'm just going to say this real quick. I know that the Rangers are pushing for this. I'm going to do this too right now. Go vote for the Rangers because, look, you're not going to win. The Yankees are going to outvote us.
Yeah.
The Cardinals were in our building like crazy last night. It was a great crowd. The Astros are going to outvote you Ranger fans because they've had history of success for half a decade now. If you really want the respect that you want your Rangers to get, you need to vote the maximum 5 times a day for, obviously, Simeon and Young and Heim and Adolis. I don't think you can vote for pitchers, but you want to vote for Seager. I know he's missed a lot of time, but like you're going to get outvoted because there's 10 times more Yankee fans than there are Ranger fans, like it or not.
Yeah.
Just like Cowboy fans to Cardinal fans or whatever. You, as a Ranger fan, need to take it upon yourself right now to vote a whole bunch of times because I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be all disappointed and disrespected come July 2nd or 4th or whatever when they start naming the All-Stars if you don't take it upon yourself to load the ballot box.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I say this without any true sense of hyperbole. Is today one of the biggest, if not the biggest day in the history of golf? We'll discuss it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets...
TX.com.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Is this one of the biggest days in the history of golf? That's a sentence I would not have guessed that I would be saying last night or on the way up here, but yet here we are. Is the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour, which don't Google that, is probably formerly known as the European Tour. Good question. And the Live Golf League have merged.
I have to Google it now.
And they've dropped all litigation against one another so they can merge. Now, the PGA commissioner sent out a privilege. Did you Google it? I told you not to.
It's about golf. It's about McKibben.
Hey, that's fine.
And Seam.
Just don't go to the second page. You know what I'm saying? Is the commissioner of the PGA Tour put out a memo that said privileged and confidential. Yet we have it. So here we go. Now, there's still a lot to figure out, but in this memo, there are several interesting things, including the PGA Tour will remain in place as a 501c6 tax-exempt organization.
How?
Is that right? Well, I'm really curious to see what everybody thinks about all the Saudi-infused money and a tax-exempt status staying in place. That should be fascinating.
Isn't that how you clean your money? Isn't that how you launder it? Is invest in F01C6 tax exempt organizations?
It does kind of feel like it's usually more, advanced than this, instead of being like, oh yeah, no, we're with those guys now.
Yeah.
No taxes. Like that feels like something like that doesn't feel like a thing that you should be able to do. Feels like we could have way shortened up like the Sopranos and stuff and instead of getting the strip club, they're like, yep, we bought this bank.
Yeah.
So we're good.
I'm with the DJ.
This is amazing. It took less than a year for the Saudis to get everything they wanted. Like, I could see it happening over a 3-year period. It took them less than a year to get the Saudis got every single thing they wanted out of making the Live Tour.
And I can't believe, actually, I can't believe the phrasing of this memo is PGA says it's a monumental day for golf. You got to spin it. I get that. The PGA lost. The Live Tour, they won, right? Isn't that your take? The Live Tour
100%.
won.
A complete backtrack too from Jay Monahan.
Yeah. And it's crazy too, because like you said, it's less than a year. And think about it. All those Live players that left, they didn't leave because they were like, I think the PGA is run by evil people. They were like, I would like a lighter schedule and all of the money. And they went out there, didn't care where the money came from. They got a lighter schedule and all of the money. Now they're being folded back into the PGA Tour, but they're still, as far as I understand it, going to get all the money.
Like Scheffler, Roy McIlroy, they all still have to work for every dollar they get.
And how's that going to work? Because let's say Phil Mickelson got, I don't even remember, like $300 million or whatever. He comes in and Scheffler's like, I had a career year. I got $20 million. And Mickelson's, good job, kid. Keep it up.
Hold on. I think the way you said that was wrong. Mickelson lands his jet on the first tee box and is just like, hey guys, I got 3 more jets coming. Yeah. They're just carrying my bags.
Takes his helicopter to his drive out in the fairway.
Man, yeah. And
that's how all the rest of them are that much poorer than him right now.
You're Scheffler, you're McIlroy, you're whoever the people are that stood up for the PGA Tour. Yeah. And they made you look like idiots because this has supposedly been in the works for 7 weeks. And here is a quote from the ESPN story. Said one PGA player when reached by ESPN on Tuesday, this morning, quote, no effing way. That is the quote of somebody who had no clue this was happening. There are already multiple golfers.
Oh, Colin Morikawa, when he woke up, he said, love waking up in the morning to news on Twitter.
Yeah, and that's got to be frustrating for people involved. Maybe the Live people are less frustrated because they're like, hey, as long as the checks cash all the same. But if you're with the PGA Tour, you got to feel kind of burned that not only did they cave, but nobody told them it was coming.
Especially a guy like Rory, where they continue to put him in the spotlight every week, where it probably affected his game to some level because he was out every day having to talk about this.
He was carrying the PGA.
And really it was just a thank you from the PGA for no reason.
From the 214, this is an interesting question because we don't have complete facts here yet. Like the totality of it. How do you know who lost? What if Liv paying for everything just wanted to combine with PGA because they have the name? It doesn't feel that way right now because the PGA is.
I mean, I can answer that
PGA,
too.
If the PGA really,
Kevin, go ahead.
If the PGA really had everything they wanted, then they would never have to merge with Liv.
And explain, because I think you're going to do this well. How would you explain if you were that person who's like, oh yeah, who won? How would you explain if you're one of the top golfers that stuck with the PGA and then less than a year, they're like, sorry, you didn't get your $150 free million that all the other golfers got?
And to their point, but I want to focus on the second question. All right. What if Liv is paying for everything? Then the PGA Tour and their players, a lot of them lost. I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them lost because why did so many of those people not go to the Live Tour?
Morality.
Exactly. And so this is my focus here. Is if let's just use Jordan Spieth as our springboard, and let's say he's against everything that the Saudi money and all of that, and with Jamal Khashoggi and everything involved in that. If the Live Tour is coming in and paying for everything, well, how's he going to react to that? Is he going to quit golf?
Yeah, that makes you complacent now, right?
and that's not fair to him because he took his stand and he said, I will not go over there. And then all of a sudden they came and took over what you do, if that's the case.
Your company said, please do not leave because of morals.
Yeah.
And here's why. Here's why you shouldn't go take their money. And then they said, now we will be accepting their money despite the morals we asked you guys not to go leave for. We asked you not to leave because we needed people. And that's the real reason. And now this money's coming to us, and we just can't turn it down.
This is so ugly.
And so there's a variety of things I want to focus on because I really want to point out. I do think that's a great question, and I will just say this is my opinion. I like Lord knows we've gone over this with golf and everything, but I do love business and politics and mergers and stuff like that. Is if you're a player on the PGA Tour or you're an executive with the PGA Tour, what is the structure of this that's going to work for you? Are you telling me that Liv is just combining with your tour for nothing? Nonsense. They will either have events played on their courses or by their rules or also via their streaming services or one of those options. And regardless of which one it is, they get a piece of that. And there are a lot of people who stayed with the PGA Tour because they're loyal and because they said, I do not approve of this. Do they just sit those tournaments out? And then are they penalized point-wise, money-wise, whatever you want to say, because they're still taking their stand and it's no fault of their own? I do feel really bad for the PGA players who are like, well, now it's on your front door. What are you going to do about it?
And I think they have to play, right? It's their living. It's what they do. I mean, they can quit golf. I guess they can quit golf, but they're not going to, especially the guys that are in their prime. And even if you're not in your prime, you probably have plans. Golf is one of those special sports that they have a senior PGA. So when you get to be about 45, 50 years old and you're like, I cannot compete anymore against these youngsters, you can play for another 10 to 15 years.
As a player, young player, older player, whatever, I'm waiting to hear the good news for me if I stuck around with the PGA Tour. I'm waiting to hear, okay, how does this benefit me?
Sure.
Otherwise, like, why wouldn't you just say, hey, I'm going to go find somebody else with a lot more money, and now I'm going to go after you with this other, I'm going to create another Live.
Right. Okay, I just want to point out.
Y'all caved once.
I don't know if you're kidding about that, Corey. I am super curious if there are some elite players who find someone else, and they're like, this is bullcrap.
Can I ask you this? And this is another sport. What if Saudi's like, this worked, and now we have tax-free money, we have all these things.
1,000,000%.
What if I go offer LeBron James $250 million? We're going to create 4 teams in Saudi Arabia. We're going to give them the most beautiful places to live here, and we're going to kind of do tours around Saudi Arabia. We give LeBron $250 million. His career's almost over, so we're going to give him a 4-year, billion-dollar contract.
They already did
It's
that
happening in soccer.
with soccer. Exactly.
The biggest names in soccer are already going.
What if they do that to another
Mahomes.
American? And then the NBA's like, they just offered Luka Doncic $500 million a year to play. That like we have a cap and he can only get $50 million. Like, what if they decide to do this? I don't think Saudis care at all about baseball, and I don't know how much they care about football.
Football's a moneymaker, though.
Yeah, so I just wonder if this makes them go, hey, we just did it, and we are now. I'm not going to say 50-50 with the PGA, but pretty darn close. Like, what if we start now owning the NBA? What if we own part of the NFL?
And this memo does say that the PGA Tour will control administrative oversight, which there's got to be something. Like, I don't think they'll change the name either. That's just my initial guess, is they'll keep the name and they'll keep some semblance of control, as they probably should, because this is still the name brand. And I do see a couple people texting this in. I want to make a very clear distinction. I'm not here trying to tell you what your morals should or should not be this morning when it comes to Saudi Arabia. That's not my point at all. My point is those players who decided that they were morally against what Saudi Arabia is doing. I want to draw that distinction. Like, what my morals and opinions are not relevant in this particular space. I'm saying those players said they're against it for those reasons. And so now that's the part backfiring. Because I've seen a couple people get kind of bent out of shape. That's not necessarily my focus.
Yeah, you're more about those players don't have as much as the guys who left.
Yeah.
They were told by their companies, hey, don't leave because they are bad. They're bad people. You should stay here because we're good. And now the company that said that has taken the money from the bad people.
My last comment on this is next year, Koepka makes $60 million, and if he gets hurt, it doesn't matter. He still makes $60 million, and if Jordan Spieth gets hurt, he makes no money except off his sponsors.
But basically, the PGA will say, hey, thank you for you know what? We needed you to stay here because otherwise Liv would have never come back to us with all this money.
And here's a great example. Not surprisingly, these players wanted to stay anonymous. This is a PGA Tour player now. This is insanity. The LIV Tour was dead in the water. It wasn't working. Now you're throwing them a life jacket. Is the moral of the story to just always take the money? And I mean, their TV ratings were pathetic. Their streaming was not working. Now, could it have built up over time? Sure, maybe. But it didn't have traction here in North America when it came to like people watching. And so you already see the frustration. And this is just a few hours old. I can't wait to see these big players' reactions. Like, what is McIlroy going to come out and say? Just like, hey, business is business, or I don't know.
He's got to be red in the face right now. As much as you've ever seen, he's got to be furious. Especially, Kevin, because you didn't watch the show Full Swing.
Yep.
Like, that was most of his episode was how he was front and center as the guy. They were like, look, we need you to lead the way.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is a special edition of Baseball Nuggets. As I believe you have a special guest.
We have
right behind us.
Rick Hill in studio, and I can best describe him as there's a movie coming out, and it's very Rudy-like, baseball-wise. Next.
Coming up in the next...
by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got baseball nuggets coming up, but I want to give you a little bit of a taste, a little bit of info. There is a brand new movie called The Hill. It's now being released August 25th. And give them just a little bit of a taste of that trailer right there as we introduce our special guest.
Tie game, bottom of the ninth. At bat, Ricky Hill.
Oh my gosh! What did you do? Let's go!
Ricky, I've seen you out there swinging that stick, even when you're suffering pain.
All right, you can pull it down. Now, the story centers around our guest, Ricky Hill, and that was, in fact, the voice of Dennis Quaid that you heard starring as James Hill. Mike, I know you're super pumped. Would you like to introduce our special guest who is in studio with us today?
Yes, so this is Rick Hill. And Rick, I can't wait to hear more of this story. Is you had a childhood where you had, I don't know the exact disease, but talk about your legs somewhat and how you had to overcome that as a early child.
Well, when I was born, from my knowledge, none of us knows what happens when we're born, but for the first roughly 3 years, I would say they had me in a different set of braces because my legs were supposedly wrapped around one another. Of course, I can't remember that because no one remembers when you're 2 years old. But saying that, had after a few surgeries, several as a matter of fact, I went on to, I guess it went in with different stages of my legs. Coming to find out, it was kind of choreographed with my spine. And I didn't know this until later that it was, but I wore different types of braces during that period of time.
And when were you able to kind of not wear braces and be able to play baseball?
Well, I actually, I always, at 3 years old and 4, I was wearing braces always, but I would pick up a rock, and my dad, we were a Baptist preacher. We had no money or anything like that, but we wound up, I'd pick up a rock and just hit it, and it just became natural. And then my brother realized that, hey, he's got a ball player in front of him. My brother realized that.
I'm curious, I'm assuming you've seen the finished film. Is that accurate, though?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what did you think about the job that Colin Ford did as you, and how odd is it watching another person be you?
It's very odd. First of all, it's very odd watching someone be you. He and I became very good friends after this, and he did a great job. I mean, incredible job matching the story the way it was. And I couldn't ask for a more exceptional job than he did.
Did he spend a lot of time with you ahead of time? I know some actors like that, some actors don't.
Yes.
Try to get into your brain.
Yes, he did. I had to teach him my swing, which he couldn't quite get it down. He couldn't do that. So we had some help there.
Okay.
Right.
So you were like, I want this swing to look just like
this swing
mine.
has to be like my swing, or I wasn't going to do it.
Wow.
I had to because my swing back during the days, I even had Gene Mock. I don't know if you guys remember Gene Mock, but Gene, when my first year with the Expos, Gene Mock said he thought that I had the best swing he'd ever seen, and it just came natural from swinging at a rock.
That's the Vlad story. That's what I always talk about. Hitting little rocks, man. And then with hitting little rocks, your eyes are focusing in on this little thing, and then you're able to slug it. God, I love that.
Yeah, you pick it up, and if you can hit that little old peg, you can sure hit the big one.
So Ricky Hill joining us right now is The Hill movie coming out August 25th. I'm wondering about somewhat your high school career. and how you became recognized by professional scouts to become a professional baseball player.
Okay, I was told at 16 that to give the game up because my spine, my disc, that I hardly had any disc left at 16 to quit. And the minute that he told me that, I left there and went straight to practice and started playing again. And I was told this several times to quit because it's I have no disc. And then in high school, I had snapped my ankle, fractured ankle in high school, and it was taking me from the Cardinals going to sign me to nothing. I had no offers anywhere because back then it's like a torn ligament or torn tendon. And the Achilles tendon that you couldn't be fixed, and so my career was basically over.
Man, that I saw the trailer. I'm really intrigued, but I'm also intrigued at the people involved in this. So one of them is Angelo. Is it Pizzo? I do believe.
Yes.
Who also wrote Hoosiers and Rudy. When you hear that, those are fairly iconic sports movies.
Right.
And they're like, hey, we're going to get the guy who wrote those movies to help with this. What kind of goes through your mind?
Well, first of all, Angelo wouldn't take a movie that he doesn't believe that's very successful. He's only the number 1 and number 2 sports writer that there is. And he read the story or the treatment. He read the treatment, and then he wrote the story, the screenplay.
And then y'all end up picking up Dennis Quaid as well.
Yes.
Which he has plenty of skin in the game of sports movies as well.
Yes, he does.
Your thoughts on Dennis Quaid?
Yeah.
He plays my father, a Baptist preacher. Yeah, he does.
Pretty accurate?
Very, very accurate. He did a great job. I was there not every day watching him shoot it, but yes, he did it. He did a great job at it.
In 1978, did you play for the Gray Harbors Loggers?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you have to be a logger to play for that team?
No, I didn't. Who actually put me there was a guy that he managed the Blue Jays for a while. He put me there. His name is Bobby Maddox. And Bobby was used to be a super scout. He managed the Blue Jays for I think a year or two, and but he put me there because he was even though they found out about my spine, and when they find out about an injury, they don't keep you around very long, and I think you know that already. But Bobby sent me over there to play because the main thing is just to keep you playing.
Yes.
Okay. And I went there and had a really big year. I left there, went to Mexico, went to Venezuela, but I played the whole year round. Had a really big year in '78, and then all of a sudden Hollywood come calling to do this story.
And Ricky, you told me that Andre Dawson was your roommate. Where was he your roommate?
Yeah, he was in Montreal my very first year.
And you guys were teammates?
Yeah, we were. We were
both the power hitters on the team.
Yeah. Actually, was he didn't have the power I had.
Wow.
He didn't have the power I had. He didn't have.
Think about that for a minute, people.
One of my favorite hitters.
Andre Dawson did not have the power of Rick Hill, and I keep wanting to say Ricky Hill just because I'm like in movie mode, as opposed to you're like, hey, I go by Rick Hill now.
Right.
When it does come out, are you having like a friends and family screening? Do you want to just see it with a regular audience?
We've had it. We've had a family and friends screening already. In fact, we've had several screenings, and they've been very successful in the screenings.
So I know that it's going to be part of the movie, obviously, or at least I think it is. You're doing great at 22 years old. You have a 930 OPS. At least that's what it says here on Baseball Reference. And then you stop playing. So why?
I collapsed.
Yes.
I collapsed a second. I just said that I'm going to play till every tire goes flat. And I knew that my spine, I was doing really injections into my own back, some juice that I got from Mexico to help kill the pain.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's very dangerous to do that, but I tried to play every day I could, and then finally I collapsed at second base and lost all my legs.
Did you hesitate? You just said it was very dangerous. What's your thought process of, hey, who knows what this is that I'm putting into my body or how safe it is?
I didn't really care. When you love the game,
yeah,
I'm out there to love the game,
yeah,
and play the game. And I wound up. I did hit the long ball. Of course, I weighed a lot more now. I'd weighed 239. I was 6'1.5", and like I said earlier about Dawson. Dawson was more of a line drive hitter that hit home runs out of the park and things like that. But I'm not diminishing him at all. But this guy could Tommy hawk the ball out of the park.
Yeah.
I mean, he could actually Tommy hawk the ball out of the park, which I had never seen before. And but that was back during our poor days when the minimum salaries were zero, you know. And we're all living together at the same time.
Man, when I know we're running out of time here, but when at 22 years old, you can't play anymore, your body gives out on you. What are your emotions and thoughts feeling like when you're like, I don't know if this is ever going to happen again?
I knew it wasn't going to happen again. It was impossible because I have no legs. I can't walk. And I know that surgeries are in the future. So I've had 3 major spine surgeries. The last one I had is the big one. I have 9 screws in my spine and 6 cages and a rod all holding me together.
And it's amazing because you can walk. Like, I know the point of the story is like, hey, look at the baseball and everything like that. But it is amazing to hear you say that. But you came walking into our studio.
Yeah, I can. The surgery was successful. Hard to believe. It's not a surgery that you can move around horizontal, but you can move vertical very well.
And then the movie, I know we're out of time here. The movie, The Hill, August 25th.
Yes,
what
sir.
else can you add to that, Mr. Ricky Hill?
Well, I think that one thing I can add to this is that this movie was in making for 13 years. And 13 years is a long time to be making a movie. We shut it down twice and then put it back together. And it's somewhat of a faith-based movie as well. And I believe that the people that are Christians are going to love it. And I also believe the people that are maybe non-believers or any other faith, I think they're going to find something different about this film they're going to find intriguing.
As Mike said, the movie The Hill comes out August 25th. And yes, you did hear it right. It does star Dennis Quaid. If you want to go check it out, I know people will follow up with us. We will make sure they get any and all info they need about it. Thank you so very much for coming up here. I'm pumped for this movie now.
I'm pumped for it too.
That makes sense. That does make. We might need to bring you to one of our screenings.
Hey,
maybe that's the next step.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I want to.
That'd be awesome.
All right. Get to work on that, Joey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. Plus, minicamp begins today. What are the primary Cowboys players, storylines you're focused on? All of it next right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed our last segment, you can radio rewind it. We will have a podcast as well. The movie The Hill, about the life of Ricky Hill, will come out August 25th, starring Dennis Quaid, among others, if you want to check that out. We've got Mike McCarthy coming up in just a few minutes, but I was curious, are there any particular storylines, players, etc., that you care about in mandatory minicamp? So mandatory minicamp for the Cowboys today through Thursday. I know they already had the rookie OTAs, but I'm still intrigued to see how like Mozzie fits in, how the tight end room works.
Corey, this sounds so general. I think you're going to be way more specific than me. I just want, when this ends, everybody to be healthy and everybody to feel great, and they feel like we're ready to show back up in late July in Oxnard and get this thing going. I don't know what else. I think, Corey, you're going to have a lot more great specific answers, but mine is, when this is over, Tyron Smith is a healthy human being. Everybody else is a healthy person, and he's the one that I'm most concerned about. But everybody's ready to go to training camp.
So one of the things I don't think we're going to see until training camp is old Scooney, because of the injury. He's dealing with a little bit of an injury he's working on right now. So that's something that like I want to see, just because I want to see old Scooney, our new best friend, hang out with us.
Yes.
The story that I'm most interested in, there are a number of them, but one of them for sure is Jabril Cox and where he is.
Is it sad that I almost forgot about him?
Yeah, it is, because you need him to do something.
Yeah.
This is it for him. He might be at somebody else's camp midway through camp. Because he has to show that he's ready to play.
Yeah.
This is year to play, not year to, hey, I'm still working on it. So you need to know and see that he's moving fast. He understands what his assignments are. His angles are good, those things, and that he trusts his knee. Like, that's a massive factor. To that point, to stick in that kind of area is how much better is Damone Clark than he was last year. Like, what's he look like? Where's he getting reps?
Mike McCarthy's ready to go. Maybe he'll answer that question right here on The Fan.
We talked to you about this before, but is this week just an extension of what you've been doing to this point, or is there a little bit different in approach and what you're looking for this week?
The approach is the same. Obviously the practice rules are the same. So the only thing really different is two things. One, it's mandatory, and two, we have the ability to have afternoon meetings. So it'll be pretty much the same structure as the first 2 weeks.
When you say mandatory, I know he's been out here, but last two sessions we saw Trayvon wasn't here. Is he here today, and he's going to be part of this?
Yeah, he'll be here today. So you guys are bored. We're roll calling OTA phase 2. That's good.
It's mandatory.
Right. Hey, admire your guys' work.
Tyron Smith, have you seen enough for him to say that this guy can that he can play 17 games? He hasn't done it in a long time. I don't know what the plan is for him at right tackle, left tackle, whatever else. But
Tyron's been here every day, the whole off season. So there's not, almost I think 5 days in the weight room. So he's definitely preparing himself for that. Actually, we're going to move Tyron to left tackle and Tyler Smith to left guard today. So we want to work that this week, just so we're feeling like we're working all the different combinations throughout the spring. So, but yeah, he's had an excellent off season.
Thank you.
Your question generated that, so you get credit for it. So you get to put it out on social media. You probably already have it out.
Mike, Todd Archer with ESPN. The NFL's gambling policy, you've seen some teams have some issues with it lately. What have you guys done to remind players of it, or to bring it up, make it more of a thought process?
I think gambling and all these topics are, they're always at the forefront. Your continuing education process is always at the forefront. I think we have excellent individuals, Cable Johnson, Brian Wansley, and so yeah, that's always something. They're good, healthy reminders. And unfortunately, when something does go wrong, outside of organization, it's also a reminder. So yeah, I think the continuing education as a whole around the National Football League, in the last 15 years, I think has been outstanding. I think we talk so much as a league about things we need to do better and don't recognize the things that are they've done a great job of. And I think this, the football on the field activities, training, player safety. The game's safer today, clearly, than it was 5 years ago. Clearly, 10 years. So, there's been so much great progress that's made. But unfortunately, when things go wrong, it's a healthy reminder to all of us.
And then one on the mini camp, on the practices.
Yep.
Are you doing the 2-minute drill? You talked about 11-on-11 2-minute drill during this session.
I kind of revisited yesterday as a staff. We're not going to do the 11-on-11. We're too aggressive for these rules. So why chance it? So.
Aisha Morrison, DallasCowboys.com. Coach, defensive back coach Joe Wick Jr. made his return back to the field this offseason. Can you speak on how important it is to have him back and to have him back on the field?
Well, Joe Witt's, number one, an outstanding coach. Personally, it's great to have him back because that's obviously the focus. But not only can Joe do a great job in the classroom, so he has great energy on the field. So he's about as good as a on the field coach that I've worked with. So yeah, definitely. You definitely feel his presence out there. It's great to have him back full time.
John Michaud, The Athletic. Jabril Cox, a guy that coming back from the injury last year, maybe didn't get back all the way. Is he similar to Michael Gallup, where you're expecting him now being so far removed from the injury to maybe back to his old self?
I think you really answered it in your question. I think, when you have players that have a major injury, that first year back is, there's a first time for them, getting through, a number of thresholds they need to get over. So, I can only tell you, based off what I see, I do feel like he is back. He's had a really good off-season program, and and obviously there's more competition there too. So, but yeah, I think major joint injuries take time. And I think you see it each year. Some guys, they never really totally come back clean immediately. So, it's usually the second year where they really feel back to normal.
Mike Edward with ESPN. Now that you're calling offensive plays again, how has that affected your engagement with Dak over the course of the offseason? And what specific ways do you think you can most make a difference offensively?
Well, I think the obvious is you're spending more time. Anytime jobs or responsibility change, you have to step in the role and the time commitment and most importantly the interaction. I think any play caller in this league and quarterback, there's significant amount of time and just conversations and I think number one, and it's just the way that I've always done it and I've been exposed to it, all the way back to University of Pittsburgh, is you got to build, the group in the quarterback room is critical. And I think clearly you have Brian Schottenheimer, Scott Tolzien. We've all worked together before, so there's history. The specifics of the nuances and how we want to do it is, you have Brian that's coached it, for decades. You had Scott that played, in the system. So, that room is critical, and I feel really good about what we've been able to accomplish in the spring. So, my personal interaction is really part of it, because the conversations not only to myself and Dak, they got to be consistent all the way through the quarterbacks, consistent all the way through the offensive coordinator, consistent all the way through the quarterback. Because when you do get, mixed signals there, that's where potential, errors can occur. So we've established that throughout the spring. So I think we're off to a really good start.
Hey, Coach. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Yesterday, the team decided to part ways with Antonio Callaway. Held a workout with several wide receivers included in that. Tyron Johnson gets the nod, other than adding another tie to the roster. What else did you see from Johnson that kind of stood out in that workout?
Well, he had an excellent workout. I thought all three guys worked out well, and I just think there's history there, with Robert Prince and, the personnel department felt really good about it, and I just think he brings that, the juice and. It's mandatory minicamp, isn't it? Well, you better get on the stick here, Scott. Do your job. But yeah, so I think he'll be. We're excited to have him.
Coach Mike Wesley from WFA. As you've seen Tony Pollard make his way through this offseason, obviously coming back off injury, sure, but how have you seen him ascend into this role now as you remain back? And also, what have you seen from Malik Davis, from Ronald Jones, from the guys that are going to kind of be fighting for that second spot?
Well, that's a cool room. That's a room that really, I think they've all have just really see the opportunity in front of them. You know, starting with Tony. I think Tony has done an incredible. Tony is outstanding. And he's got a lot of natural leadership. You know, if you watch him in the classroom, extremely bright. He's on top of it. You know, because there's a lot of new in that room too. You know, we're asking more of our running back position from a responsibility standpoint and pass protection. You know, we've changed some things, and you know, our outside zone is going to be different than it was before. So I mean, this is, you know, we've taken a first year approach, you know, offensively. So there are a lot of nuances in technique, things that they're going to be a bit different. And Tony's frankly chomping at the bit to get out there physically. So I mean, he's been there the whole time, but I think he's done an outstanding job in the leadership role. And I really like the young guys. I mean, Malik and Rico have really stepped up. You know, Deuce has come in here, and you know, and I think I just really like the way the group's approached it. You know, they've all been, you know, on top of their P's and Q's. You know, I think Jeff Blasco's doing an excellent job there. He brings a whole different, you know, mindset and outlook, you know, from his background there too. So I think the bigger picture, things we're doing conceptually in the run and the pass protection, you know, there's more responsibility there. And, you know, we won't really get to see it until, you know, May 31st, which is the first day we put pads on. So, you know, I think that will tell a story. But I think the running back group has really had a good offseason. That's about the fifth time I said that. Everybody's had a good offseason, so I won't say no more. So.
Is Pollard able to do anything extra today? Or?
No, we're going to be smart there.
Mike, Haley Sutton, DallasCowboys.com. Obviously, everyone's had a good offseason. You just said it, but the tight end room is interesting because we parted ways with Dalton Schultz. In terms of Jake Ferguson and his growth and maturity, we know him as a big personality, a guy who brings a lot of energy to that room. But on the field, how have you kind of seen him mature to possibly take over Dalton Schultz's role?
You know, I've really looked at that tight end, you know, group. You know, obviously you're asking a question about Jake, but they're all very, very similar. And the first part is, I think clearly that I'll let it go. All right, so they've had a really good offseason in the fact that, you know, you're so young, but you look for that second-year jump. So the first part is their understanding of the offense. You know, I really like to look at that room. But really the biggest thing they need to do, starting with Jake and all the way through, is just, you know, get bigger and stronger and have that great off season in the weight room. And they've done that. They've been here since, you know, the day of the season. You know, I think it took a couple of weeks out, but those guys have been there the whole time working out. So, and you could just really see it in their bodies. So they've really developed there, and that's really I think the number one focal point is not now that they played as rookies and in a limited role. You know, now to be able to play a 20-game season and to, you know, to get their weight and everything where it needs to be, and they're doing a nice job of that.
Coach, two things. Luke had a boot on last week. How is he? What's his situation?
Yeah, he's doing good. I mean, he's, you know, it's something he's been dealing with. So, I mean, all these guys that if they're not out there practicing, I don't anticipate, you know, anybody having an issue, you know, come training camp. So that's the thought process, is just trying to get these guys ready to go. Obviously, with this being the last week, we'll be cautious again. You know, Terrence Steele will be the one that, you know, we'll have to, you know, see when we get to Oxnard. But yeah, we're just being smart with these injuries.
Okay. Eric Scott got some run with the first team last week. What do you? I mean, obviously it's minicamp and somebody was out, but the fact that he was. What are you seeing from him, and how has he impressed so far?
Tell you what, he's been impressive since the day he came in here on a 30 visit. You know, I think obviously you know his story and his path through college, and you know the ups and downs that he went through. But I think the way, you know, the humility that he showed coming out of it, I thought he did a great job in his interview here. I think the physical traits and ability speak for themselves, and I mean he's probably, you know, had first impressions probably near the top of the class. So I mean he's doing really well. I know Dan and Joe and those guys feel really good about, you know, where he's picked it up, and you know, so but he's earned the opportunity to get those reps.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. You've had a number of offensive linemen who predominantly over the course of their football careers have been tackles that have been working extensively at guard. What does their length inside give you in terms of an advantageous profile when you put them at that guard situation with their tackle length?
Well, I think the obvious. I mean, we all understand that everything at the line of scrimmage starts with the run, but you know, to go win the game, you got to pass protect. I mean, you got to, and that's what this league is. You know, the longer in this league, and the roles are just keep, you know, tilted towards, the passing game, so length and pass protection. So that's the biggest thing that you see inside with those guys. So and that's something that I just really, as long as I've been in this league, from a personnel standpoint, when you're looking at college athletes, you usually you draft tackles, because when you do move them down inside, their natural ability. And really, the amount of reps they have in college, they have pass protection in their past. Because you got to be able to pass protect in this league. I mean, that's a given.
There you go, Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I do believe we will hear from the head coach again this week.
Oh, yes.
Coming up next, though, in honor of a NASCAR analyst, we ask, what do you hate the most about the airport and flying? Try to limit it to one thing. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk.
Segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel right now for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can go to 214-333-3333.
Nothing like they are now. In the air to right center field, pretty well hit. Morph into the fence, gone. Curtis Byrne the other way, 7-4 TCU.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and we might just switch it up right here and right now. Let's see how it goes. We're going to be in the baseball space, but don't worry, we can talk about airports at some point. But TCU, victorious, they will now host Indiana State in their Super Regional, which starts on Friday. I believe this is the first time since 2017 that TCU has made it to the Super Regional, but we have seen them consistently be very good at baseball. Winner between TCU, Indiana State at Fort Worth will make their way to the College World Series.
Wait, you said it's at Fort Worth?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Let's go.
Do you want to know why?
Let's do a show. We're doing a show there?
Wait. Let me guess, because I don't know this, but Indiana State is so small they're not big enough to host a Super Regional?
Okay. Not exactly.
Because they're the 14th overall team in the country.
So they are supposed to be hosting this regional. However,
Taylor Swift.
You know what? I don't think that's what it is.
Larry Bird?
Yeah, Taylor Swift and Larry Bird are
It's
working
at
on
Indiana
something together.
State. That's where he went to school.
They have, quote, previously scheduled events.
Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you.
So Indiana State, who I'm going to assume, this is a big assumption, has never been to the College World Series, is going to now have to play in Fort Worth, which seems like a big advantage because there's things going on at their school.
The thing going on is a pretty big deal. However, NCAA regulations are also infringing on this.
Not Taylor Swift, though?
Not Taylor Swift. It
Larry
is
Bird
the
Day.
Indiana. It's not Larry Bird Day. I mean, maybe it is, but that's not what is causing this.
French lick town.
It's the Indiana Special Olympics this weekend.
That is huge.
And here's the deal.
It's awesome.
NCAA says reservations must be within, like hotel accommodations and everything, must be within 30 miles of the ballpark. Well, guess what? They don't have the most hotel rooms in the world to begin with near the Indiana State complex and this field and everything. And the Special Olympics is taking up the vast majority of it. So
That's awesome.
This scheduling conflict is what has led this to be in Fort
we
Worth
get
this
we
weekend.
get this game.
Well, my wife asked, because I was watching a lot of baseball this weekend, and said, is there any chance any of these games are going to be in our area, whether it's College Station, Austin, Fort Worth, Dallas Baptist, and I guess they're in Dallas. It's like in between Dallas and Duncanville. And I'm like, I don't think so, because none of these teams are high enough ranked to host a super regional unless Texas and A&M both win and they play each other, which would have been unbelievable. Unfortunately, last night, Stanford won. Maybe they got something going on in Palo Alto and they're going to play in Austin.
Yeah, and there's I know people are bringing up the Kentucky situation and be like, hey, hold up. Didn't the NCAA bend the rules for them? I can't square that for you. I don't know why one's acceptable and one is not.
Mike, Friday's game is 4:00 out there.
Okay.
Saturday's game is 5:00 out there. Then Sundays is TBD, obviously, because But
TV
which
and
ones do we want to see, the first game or the second game?
So your first game can usually be the best game because both aces are pitching in that game. So you get to see TCU's best starting pitcher versus Indiana State's best starting pitcher. I'm assuming it's Larry Bird's son or grandson.
I don't know that to be the case.
It could be his whole extended family.
But
I can't rule that out either.
I'm going to tell you something.
I think I'm
am
gonna go
now
Saturday.
interested taking my kids to the 4 p.m. Friday TCU Indiana State game. I mean, that could be really
because
fun.
you want to see it, or because you think Larry Bird might be in the audience.
Both.
Okay. I knew that was your answer.
That'd be
100%.
amazing. I'm going to get out my Converse weapons and I'm going to go to town.
Yeah,
while wearing purple.
I
am rooting for TCU
Okay.
in the game, but I will root for Larry Bird if he's there.
We already got tickets
Over
to
Kurt
Spider-Man
Thomas,
at
I
like
guess.
2:30, so we can't do
That
that.
movie's long as hell, too.
But Saturday, I would love to take the boys out there in Fort Worth to see that. That would be awesome.
And so,
And not
okay.
because of Larry Bird, but just because of baseball. But I also do have fingers crossed that Larry Bird could be there.
Okay.
If they win game one, Larry Bird's definitely going to be there for game two.
I don't
The
know
potential
about any
closeout.
of that,
Yeah.
and we do need to talk about this other thing too.
I did go out last year to College Station to watch A&M play Louisville to go to the World Series, and my boy had a blast.
Yeah.
And so
We couldn't hold up our end of the bargain this year.
If your, let's say, son plays baseball and he's hoping to play college baseball, what better motivation than to take him to a super regional to see a team, celebrate going to the College World Series?
Now, do we have audio ready to go?
We do.
Okay, it's a good news, bad news situation, and it's going to take a pretty hard turn. Good news is apparently Derek Holland will be joining the show tomorrow.
Okay.
Here's the bad news. Take it away, Derek.
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
Well, I've got some interesting news, and waiting to find out the true reason.
Pause that. No, Mike, he is not in the bathroom going to the bathroom while he's doing this video.
Number
It's
one.
the waterfall in his pool.
Oh, that's a beautiful. It just sounds great.
Okay, back to you.
As long as it's the waterfall.
Waiting to find out the true results, but it looks like after 16 years of pro ball, I'm going to be having Tommy John. My elbow was not able to withstand what was going on. Doing really well up in York. I was blessed with some awesome teammates, a great group of guys up there, great coaching staff, just all around so much fun up there. It was definitely cool. Had a great time, so I'm very thankful for the York Revolution, their staff, the coaching staff, all the players, the fans. They were unbelievable up there. That was so cool, and I'm very thankful for that. Unfortunately, the Tommy John bug has hit me, and I will probably be getting surgery. But I just wanted to say thank you to all my teammates that were up there, and all the staff and everybody that kept me right, kept me going. Very grateful for that. But we've got a new task at hand, so we're going to see what it's like. Going for the road to rehab here and get it right, but also see what's next, I guess.
It's a long time to go to the bathroom.
Like it was the waterfall in his pool. Now we did know about this already.
Yep.
He texted us and let us know, so we've kind of had a little moment to already go through this.
Yeah, I asked him why'd he do it.
Yeah, you were like, "Why'd you blow out your
did
elbow?"
ask him that.
He did say he wanted to talk to Dr. Meister, make sure and check everything out. And obviously, from what that audio tells us, Meister told him what he needed to know. He said he'll be with us tomorrow. So
wow.
He really enjoys being on the show. He really enjoys, the Tolos and all the love that he gets from Tolos and Rangers fans. I'm not quite sure what he'll tell us tomorrow whenever he talks about what this new journey is going to be or whatever. But this is when you're rooting for somebody and you have a friend that you have you want the best for them.
You told me he had a 1.31 ERA?
Yeah, he was crushing it up there. Dude. You want the best for them. You want everything to go right for them. This is a bump in the road. Like I tweeted back, we don't get to decide where the ride takes us. We just kind of decide whether or not we enjoy it. And he's got that opportunity now to try and decide whether or not he enjoys what his next steps are.
It really sucks, too, because the vast majority of people don't get to choose how their ride ends either.
Yeah, exactly.
That really stinks.
Handful of people, right? I
Yeah.
mean, in the history of sport.
Yeah.
Sometimes we all think, I don't know, would you say Michael Young possibly chose his ending? Maybe
I think he would have wanted to choose it with a World Series.
But, almost everybody in the history of sport, it ends. Larry Bird, who we were just talking about, it ended because his back couldn't work anymore, not because he's like, I'm still good and I've decided to retire.
And for people that have been asking any update on Brian's surgery, not as of 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I've asked. I have not heard anything back yet. So I am continuing to keep updated on people who would be in the know. I do have a question, Mike.
Yes.
Do you have, because Derek has asked you a lot of things over this time, like, and you have thoughts because you've gone through the last part of your career before.
Right.
Do you have any advice for him right now?
Oh gosh.
Don't eat yellow snow.
The thing that you don't want to do is tell somebody what they should do. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. It's his life. He has to be content with his decision to get Tommy John surgery and try it again in a year.
That is my assumption.
But I mean, at the end of mine, I can just say, Derek, at the end of mine, I went and played for the Fort Worth Cats. I can't even remember the years. I think it was 2011. It might have been 2012. As soon as I pitched, my shoulder started hurting. I got cortisone shot. Within a month, my elbow was killing me. Dr. Conway, who's very on the same level, I will say, or very close to Dr. Meister, was like, you need Tommy John surgery. It's pretty much over. And I was like, in my mind, I knew it was over.
Yeah.
I thought it was over like 2 years before that. And then I was like, let me give it one more try, right? Because you miss it so much. In a way, there's nothing else. I hate saying this, but it's at least my truth. I won't say it's everybody's truth. There's nothing else in life that will give you the adrenaline rush, the ultimate satisfaction of competing against the top 0.1% in the world, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, tennis, that you are competing at the highest level in the world against the best in the world. And you're going out there with thousands of people watching you in the stands and another thousands upon thousands watching you on television, and you're getting to live out this dream. There's nothing else in life that gives you that feeling.
Yeah.
And so it's tough. It's a drug, right? It's in a way, I've never done hard drugs. I don't know that feeling of what does it feel for the first time to do meth. But you hear meth addicts talk about that rush that they're trying to get when they do meth all the time. And so it's very tough for every athlete, if you make it to the top level, and Derek had a way better career than I did, to try to find that adrenaline rush and that feeling, and sometimes that feeling of importance.
Should we have Mike do meth on the show to see if it's close?
No.
Just to see if they're close at all.
We're the KNC Met. No.
I say no too. I don't want to get addicted.
Thank God. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron
I
Gravy.
like my teeth.
We got crypto scams, a top 5 list, and the best way to shut down Travis Kelce. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Should I get Cousins?
segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new road.
Plenty of time for Stroud. Directing receivers, flips it to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Marvin Harrison Jr. making a huge impact, and the Buckeyes draw first blood, 31 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL. Perhaps we'll hear from C.J. Stroud again and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip those biscuits.
Let's start with the Jets, however, who have just canceled their mandatory minicamp. It was supposed to be next week, and they just went ahead and they're like, nah.
A-Rod's 40.
We're good. So they said part of it was because they have the Hall of Fame game on August 3rd.
Oh, they get the extra week?
And yeah, and so that factored into the decision. So no mandatory minicamp for them. In case you missed, Mike McCarthy earlier, he said that they are going to try Tyron Smith at left tackle this week and Tyler Smith at left guard this week. He was quick to, and that will no doubt make a lot of waves, but he was quick to point out we want to try all of the combinations. So this week, the left side, Tyron Smith at left tackle and Tyler Smith at left guard.
Kevin, do we as a show now feel vindicated? Because that's what we've been saying would happen all along.
Yes.
They're going to keep trying all these combinations out until new offensive line coach knows what he likes the most. Like that's what's made sense, and that's why whenever we asked the question last week of when will we know what this offensive line is like, and you were like week 1, and Mike was like sometime in training camp we should have an idea. I think he might be right.
I hope you're right, Mike.
I do think that this is a little bit of a trial run, but I do think after about 2 weeks of training camp, they're going to settle on it as long as everybody's healthy.
That makes a lot of sense.
But, I mean, there's a 50% chance at least that Tyron Smith isn't healthy and it starts mixing and matching things. So maybe they'll have, if Tyron Smith is healthy, this is our line. When Tyron Smith isn't healthy, this is our line. And maybe like by that first preseason game. That's my guess.
That's a great way to look at that. Have multiple backup plans for multiple different things.
Now, let's take elements of our last 2 stories and combine them for the Dolphins. Let's talk offensive lineman and mandatory minicamp. Connor Williams, the only former Dallas Cowboy, the only Dolphin not at mandatory minicamp. Mike McDaniels said they have been in communication with Williams and the absence is not excused.
Contract related?
You know, I would assume because he only signed a 2-year deal, but this is the last year of the deal. So that would be my assumption. I don't know that for a fact.
See, this is where I want a coach to just come out and be like, soft. He's just soft. You believe this guy didn't show up and like gripe about it a lot and then like
McDaniel's not that dude though, right?
No. Gosh, no. I mean, there's people out there. Did you see what the Chargers did in their video? Their schedule video? So there's a video of Mike McDaniel on the sideline vaping in the middle of a game. And I don't know what he was using. But the Chargers in their announcement video of their schedule, when they had Miami up, they had a cartoon of him vaping and just blowing smoke everywhere and everything. And I was like, I mean, that makes sense.
We had an umpire on Saturday vaping in between innings, and I don't think he was vaping.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He was like, ball?
He might as well hang out in our parking lot, our stairwell.
Yeah, I think that we had an umpire maybe high as he was umpiring. But
now, we did play the clip of C.J. Stroud. Here are his top 5 quarterbacks. I'm going to give you 4 of them. Patrick Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Jalen Hurts. Do you feel at this moment in time those are the largely accepted top 4 quarterbacks in whatever order you want? Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Hurts. Do you feel like people are on board with that as your top 4?
Sure.
For the most part,
we can make lots of different arguments, but sure.
Okay. And then his 5th is Justin Fields, which, look, I like Justin Fields a lot. That feels like an indefensible position at this moment in time.
Top quarterbacks?
Top 5.
Or most explosive?
No, best 5. Best 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
No.
Yeah.
Justin Fields is not a top 5 quarterback.
He's not a top 15 quarterback.
Yet.
And I would at least like...
He can be, but
Yeah.
right now, heck, we're trying to go... Trevor Lawrence isn't a top 5 quarterback. As much as I love Trevor Lawrence, he's not a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah.
He's now borderline in the top 10, whether you want to put him at 7 or 10. Like, he's kind of in that mix.
I have him in the top 10.
I like Justin Fields a lot, but there's not close, dude. No.
Trevor Lawrence last year had to win his division, and then part of it was his own making, and then had a huge comeback in the playoffs to have a playoff win. That got the kind of next guy in NFL history to be a stud, number 1 pick overall, to get him into the top 10. Justin Fields has done, I like his potential. I like what he could possibly be.
Yeah.
But he's done nothing to deserve even a top 10 consideration. Maybe not even enough to consider top 15 consideration.
Yeah, that's an interesting point from the 469. Whatever argument you can make for Fields, you can make a better argument for Lamar Jackson. Oh, sure. I mean, obviously... Right now, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott, you can name a number.
When did this list come out?
It was just on his.
It was today.
I think it might have been yesterday.
Okay.
On the Off the Cap podcast.
All right, listen. Here's what happened. Taylor Swift was in Chicago, and I think people just kind of they get a little lost whenever some people are reporting amnesia from the concert tour. Kevin,
what?
Like, they don't even remember what happened because they were so. You get so happy.
She did the "Want to Get Away" commercial from like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Where she said, "How's it going, Detroit?" and she was in Chicago.
Yeah, something like that. So maybe that's what happened is this dude just forgot.
I
while he was
get
putting
that.
this list together.
Okay,
Taylor
that
Swift
makes
show.
sense to me.
I think he said if there were only 5 teams in the NFL with these quarterbacks, this is how we'd rank them.
It was so rude. There's another player under gambling investigation. And at some point, I really do wonder if the NFL is going to take a step back and be like, holy crap, did we do a terrible job of explaining this?
I love this story.
So Isaiah Rodgers is the player for the Colts under investigation for gambling. And he did go ahead and tweet out, addressing the current reports, I want to take full responsibility for my actions. I know I made mistakes. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to repair the situation. It goes on a little bit further, but now multiple current NFL players are coming out and being like, yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I also didn't know the gambling rules. And there are other players who are like, yeah, I might have dodged a bullet because I didn't know these either.
I'm wondering this, and I know it doesn't have to do with the NFL. Pete Rose is one of the generation's most popular players, and baseball in the 70s and mid 80s was way more popular than, let's say, basketball for sure. And it was not maybe as high as football, but pretty close. It wasn't that far behind probably the NFL in the 70s. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but when Pete Rose in the late 80s gets caught gambling and he is not going to be in the Hall of Fame, not going to be any part of baseball for the rest of his life. I think that kind of sent shockwaves throughout sports.
Yeah.
To be like, you better not do this. Pete Rose, who is considered kind of like this son of baseball, is kicked out of the sport forever. Wondering if them not going hard enough on certain players who have gambled recently, and I know that he's been doing this for a while, gives these guys an idea on like, they're kind of addicted to it. They want to do it. And then they're like, well, worst case scenario, I miss a season like Calvin Ridley did.
So the allegation is that an associate of Rodgers opened this betting account. About 100 bets took place. Most of them were $25 to $50, but there was one low 4-figure bet, and it included bets on the Colts. So if nothing else,
positive or negative way?
I don't know that just yet.
They never say that, do they?
No,
because that's a big difference in my mind.
I don't think the leagues view it that way.
I understand.
But I totally understand why you would say that. Let's go to...
Because if you bet against it, I'm like, you can never be a part of this sport ever again.
Yes, I get that. I thought this was really funny. The Chiefs visited the White House, and I'm going to go ahead and fire off cut number 1. Travis Kelce, I don't know if they planned this out ahead of time, was prepared to take the mic at the White House.
Oh, my.
But the GOAT was ready to shut it down.
All right. Stay right there.
You want us to go back?
So I've been waiting for this.
Sorry.
That is Patrick Mahomes,
That's
of course, who
hilarious.
shuts it down.
Hold on. So, like, did Mahomes end up speaking instead?
I don't
or-
believe so, but Kelsey stepped up to the podium.
That's
Sorry.
Yeah, and Patrick Mahomes was like, nope.
That is a comedy duo right there that I don't know. Like, Mike and I, we're right up there with Abbott and Costello, I believe.
Okay.
But the Kelsey and Mahomes
Jim Abbott?
duo. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Jim Abbott and Costello.
Luis Castillo, the second
What?
baseman?
That's not even the same last name.
Pretty sure he's right about that.
I
But
thought you were
yeah,
just pronouncing it wrong.
I think
Okay.
that's a really funny bit that Kelsey and Mahomes, he said, I've been waiting for this moment.
Nope. Because, like, you get nervous when somebody says something like that, right? It could be
I've
inspiring.
been waiting for this.
No, I would also
That's
shut
great.
that down.
I like it.
Yeah, because if Mike ever got on the show, though, and he goes, I've been waiting for this my whole life, I'd be like, oh, God.
We're all in trouble.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Ultimately, it'd be just me.
Right here.
In the end, you'd be like, I had no clue he was going to say those things.
And they have to believe me because there are sentences where I have no clue what direction you're going to take next.
Crazy part is,
Neither
do I.
I knew it. Coming up next.
Just happens.
4 teams that greatly helped their quarterback in the 2023 NFL offseason and 5 that didn't. Plus, I'm going to get to that weirdo AAF scandal. All of it next on The Fan.
The latest from the From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. We will get back into the crazy golf news of the day soon as well. But right now, let's talk a little football. People enjoy football, I feel like. NFL.com put out a list, 4 teams that greatly helped their quarterbacks in 2023 in the offseason, and 5 that didn't. Though the 5 that didn't, there are 2 undecided on there, and perhaps your Dallas Cowboys are somewhere in this group of 9. Who do you think helped their quarterback this offseason?
I feel like Jacksonville did quite a bit.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if they did the most, but I'm thinking.
I do not see Jacksonville on this list.
Right.
And I think when you hear some of the other names, you'll be like,
Oh, I remember these transactions.
That makes sense.
How about Lamar Jackson?
Yes, the Baltimore Ravens are on the list because not only did they get Lamar Jackson back into the fold, they got Odell Beckham, Nelson Aguilar, take that for what you will, and they drafted Zay Flowers. So they at least made an effort. Whether or not you think Beckham's got anything left, whether or not you think Aguilar could catch the baby from a burning building, and they drafted Zay Flowers. So they made an effort.
And they do still have a pretty talented receiver in the fold as well. Rashad Bateman.
Yep.
My question is if he doesn't have 7 million passing yards this year and 800 touchdowns, does that mean everybody that has said these things is vindicated? Or is that talent still kind of underwhelming additions?
My curiosity about that is what the balance will be if he wins. You know what I'm saying? I kind of feel like people have made up their mind, right? So if he puts up eye-popping stats and they lose, they're going to be like, yeah, because he's trash.
Mm-hmm.
Or if he wins and his stats are the same.
They've won.
Sure.
They've still won.
Playoff win.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I think he has to, in a way, beat Patrick Mahomes and Burrow and the group of guys over there, Allen. He has to show that he's better than those guys. And it's tough because Allen should start falling into the Lamar Jackson category of, hey, we know how great you are, but ultimately you haven't won. And that's kind of, to me, Lamar Jackson, obviously very different quarterback than for somewhat we've ever seen. I get Michael Vick falls into his category, or Randall Cunningham a little bit, but he is now to the point where if he does not beat Patrick Mahomes and get to the Super Bowl and win, I think he'll always have tremendous criticism. Because we didn't really criticize Jalen Hurts that much last year, but if Jalen Hurts is just making the playoffs the next 2 or 3 years, there'll be questions about, well, is he really the quarterback that you want to build around type of deal?
Yeah, I think, Mike, whenever you say that is the difference. Your team could be the best team, but if you're the quarterback of that team, and you win against the other team, you're the best quarterback. It doesn't matter if it was your team or if it was you that was the difference. But, if he does have the group around him that can be the difference between that 7-10 points that it takes to win against the Kansas City Chiefs, then he comes out as the guy that looks better in it. I'm looking at his schedule this year. They're not really playing against anybody that that jumps off the page in the regular season.
Yeah.
He plays against Burrow. He'll play him twice. The rest of their division is what it is. They have the Chargers, they have the Jaguars, and they have the Dolphins. That's about it when it comes to other quarterbacks that he has to topple. So the playoffs are going to define Lamar Jackson. That means you're going to have a healthy Odell. You're going to have a healthy Zay Flowers.
Now, the Bengals are also on the good list since you brought up Joe Burrow, because they did bring in Orlando Brown Jr. That's a huge deal right there. And also, that allowed them to move Jonah Williams to the right side. He was kind of mad about that. So he's part of the group competing for the right tackle spot, including Lyle Collins, who is coming back from surgery. So that's another one.
What?
Yeah, shocker.
You can't rely on Lyle Collins?
I will point this out. The Cowboys have done a ton of wrong things, and I get it hasn't gotten them to the Super Bowl. But bailing from Lyle and Randy Gregory That ended up working out great for them, despite the fact that I still don't believe that their answer about how the Gregory thing fell through.
And I don't know how much of the arrest for Antonio Callaway had to do with the Cowboys saying see you later. But, Kevin, that was another moment of, hey, nope, sorry, you're not good enough for us to say we have to hold on to you.
Yeah.
So we'll see you later.
Number one on the list is, of course, the New York Jets. Because, remember, we've had conversations about, hey, did Aaron Rodgers just get to pick this team himself? But they already had Garrett Wilson. Breece Hall is coming back.
Yep.
And I realize he's a running back, but how much that helps your quarterback, that can be huge. And then they picked him up, and then whether it's Cobb, Lazard, whoever, they're piling people up.
Couple of guys that he's comfortable with. They made sure their offensive line was a little more solidified as well, I believe. Their defense was good last year. Their defense suffered because of quarterback play last year. And when you watch their defense, you're like, man, how do they keep these games so close? I'm very interested to see if Aaron Rodgers still has whatever left in the tank.
Me too.
Because things I was watching last year, I was like, all right, I get glimpses of it here and there, but it's not as consistent as it typically is with him.
And then rounding out the top four of good teams that helped out their quarterback is the Packers. I know we made fun of...
What?
Hear me out. I know we made fun of Romeo Doubs yesterday, and he was like, hey, they could be the same. They have him, they have Christian Watson, and they drafted 3 wide receivers and 2 tight ends. Not saying that's all going to work out, but they did put in the effort. They're like, look, we'll get you everybody. Now, I don't know if it's going to work out. Now,
They drafted... I'm sorry, Kevin. I just needed to... They drafted Jaden Reed in the 2nd round out of Michigan State. They drafted Tavion Wicks out of Virginia in the 5th round. And they drafted Grant DeBose out of Charlotte in the 7th round. So... And I guess
any chance it's Dubois?
Their tight end was Luke Musgrave, so people were high on him, and Tucker Kraft. So maybe there is a lot of seam stuff that Love's going to be able to work on.
Now the Bills, Texans, and Titans are in the dud category for not helping out their quarterback, and withholding judgment is the Patriots and the Cowboys. So is that fair? Because I think that's kind of where I sit at too with the Cowboys.
I think it's fair. Not that I dislike the Cowboys offseason, but I
thought they had a great offseason.
They only drafted 1 offensive player and I hope Deuce works out great. But if you look at rounds 1 through 4, after you get past the 4th round, even you could say sometimes you get past the 3rd round, you struggle with man, they really helped him out in the draft. They took Scooney.
Old Scooney.
And so old Scooney is the only draft pick coming in, and they did trade for Brandon Cooks. So I'm not saying they didn't help him at all, but when you look at a lot of times in an offseason where you really helped out the quarterback, you maybe do a little bit more. And so I'm not opposed to what Dak Prescott, to me, if you have a healthy team, a healthy offensive team, he has a chance to have a great year. He has a number 1 wide receiver. You traded for a number 2 wide receiver. His number 3 wide receiver that you believed in and paid a whole bunch of money is going to be back for his 2nd year coming off of an injury, and you're really hoping that he is now confident in his health and that his ability comes back to where it was before injury. You drafted a 2nd round tight end to try to help him out and develop.
Yep.
You have other guys that are there to take the spot there. And then offensive line, you have put a lot of assets into it. How healthy will they be? All that, I don't know. But Tony Pollard was a good running back last year. I think that he has enough. Dak has enough to make a run to the playoffs and make a run in the playoffs.
That is, it's the same argument with Lamar Jackson in that he can have the better defense, and a lot of credit will go to the defense.
Sure.
But as long as he's the quarterback, if they win, he gets the credit for the team winning. I think that this is they stayed consistent, and they said, how can we be just a little bit better to beat San Francisco if we have to meet them in the playoffs, or beat the Eagles if we have to meet them in the playoffs?
No, that is an interesting point. I'm fact-checking another...
I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah.
I am looking, and I have not seen this.
People like to throw crazy nonsense up on the fan text. But I did want to throw out a crazy nonsense story for you that's about football. Do you remember the Alliance of American Football?
The AAF?
AAF.
Yes. Was this the Oliver Luck one, or was that the USFL redo?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I can't remember.
That shows how irrelevant all of these leagues have been. It was in 2019, and it ran out of money, and they just had to cancel the league. Now, here's the interesting part about this story. Reginald Fowler, not to be confused with Reginald Atatula, Reginald Fowler, who is also a former part owner of the Vikings, has been ordered to serve 6 years and 3 months in prison and forfeit $740 million for defrauding the AAF, among others, as part of a cryptocurrency scam. Huh? All right.
What?
So that's a great question. It goes a little something like this. So the prosecutor said that Fowler lied to the league executives at the AAF. You might have been like, what the hell makes these people think that they can make a football league? Is he lied to the executives, claiming he controlled bank accounts with tens of millions of dollars from real estate investments and government contracts that he could use to support the league. And of course, that was not the case. Also, he processed hundreds of millions of dollars of unregulated transactions on behalf of cryptocurrency exchanges that were used as shadow banks. Remember how earlier we talked about how with Saudi Arabia and the Live Tour and everything, and they're like, hey, now we have tax exempt status. It's usually more complicated than that. So this is the fella that was talking about fronting a football league after he had already partially owned the Vikings and said he had control of multiple banks deals and government contracts, and in the meantime was running hundreds of millions of dollars of cryptocurrency deals without any regulation to help other people funnel their money.
And it sounds like these other leagues are just kind of created so that everybody can sue everybody about stuff that went on while they were
Or they can money launder.
Yeah.
That's an interesting,
money laundering.
that's a great question.
I love money
Is
laundering.
the third edition of the XFL just a money laundering scheme?
Yeah.
Like, probably not, or let's hope not. But I just thought that this story was freaking wild. And that's part of the reason that the AAF went out of business so quickly.
Mhm.
Well, that and plus people don't seem to care
Nobody was
for that
interested.
level of alternate football anymore.
Didn't COVID kind of step in there too?
That was the other XFL.
Oh,
That was
okay.
the second
yeah,
XFL.
That's right. Yeah.
So now we're on the third XFL, where the Renegades are the defending world champions. The second.
Whoa, yeah, the sex one.
The sexier XFL was the one that got wiped out supposedly by COVID, and the AAF, or the Alliance, when they did something good, was the one that went out of business the year before.
I just remember, Kevin, one time seeing them play, and it looked like the turf had kind of like folded up underneath the, like while they were running, it was just coming loose. And I was like, oh no, I don't think this league's ever going to make it. They didn't even glue down their turf.
I'm trying to find the crazy news that you're like, I don't know.
It's not real.
It's fake.
Not yet.
Oh.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for our weekly chat with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How we doing there?
We're doing excellent, excellent. Are you a golf fan by chance?
I am. I don't play as much as I used to. I still get out occasionally. Mike Maddox and I, we played last week, but I do enjoy watching golf. I appreciate their talent, trust me, because I know how hard a game it can be.
Do you have any thoughts, or did you see the news that the PGA Tour and the LIV Tour are merging?
I was shocked. I was stunned. You know, you saw or felt the animosity between the two and going back and forth. And I guess it's the old adage, can't beat them, join them. And so they united, and, hopefully it's good for the game because you hated to see the separation. A lot of good golfers going to LIV, and then you start to wonder, well, who are the best golfers winning these tournaments because a lot of them aren't in them. And so, I think it can be a good thing.
There are times when it feels like all the best players in baseball play for the Texas Rangers right now. Marcus Semien up to a 24-game hitting streak, fourth longest in club history. I know you just want him to play well, but is there ever any discussions along the way about, 24 games in a row hitting streak? Wow, that's impressive. Or do you not discuss such things?
I haven't discussed it. I don't think anybody has. I think that's something like a no-hitter. You just don't mention it. You just, let him go. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate the man, what he does for the club, not just what he's doing on the field, but, the leadership he provides and the stability. He's such a pro. Everybody I talked to before I came over here said, you're going to love Marcus, that had him, played with him, and it's all true. He's such a professional, how he goes about his business and his work ethic. He never varies from his routine, gets his ground balls, does his stuff every day. He's just been a joy to have around.
Now, my co-host Kevin here, whenever you tell him he can't do something,
right?
Usually he's like, well, I'll show you. So our suggestion is to throw to Semien, look, you can't break DiMaggio's record. And then just see kind of, just watch him do his work from there on. He'll be like, I'll show you. So that's our suggestion, Boch.
Yeah, I'm not going to use it, but, like where you're going.
Uh-oh.
Might have lost him. We're going to have to reconnect real quick.
It was the ghost of Joe DiMaggio stepping in.
Yeah, the ghost of Joe D.
He was
he's like, this has a possibility of happening, so I'm going to shut down this answer.
Because it sounded like he was about to say, you know what, that's not a bad idea. And then it was like, and I think. So we kind of lost. All right. We've got him back, Boch. We heard the very beginning of your answer, and then the ghost of Joe DiMaggio jumped in and broke up our phone call.
No, I said I like the idea. To challenge them. I'm not going to use it on them, but it would be something that I could see Marcus going, okay, I'll show you. But it's time to just leave them alone, and this don't be the black cloud in this deal.
Well, Boch, I'm kind of curious, when you show up to a team, like you kind of said that he reminded you of Posey a little bit, and when you show up to a team that doesn't have a Semien-type player, do you immediately say, I have to find a guy like that, or I need to find a guy that kind of can become something like that?
Yeah, you as a manager, those are guys that you really need on the ball club. They're invaluable to you. And I'll give you a quick story. We were in Detroit. Alan Trammell, who's a good friend of mine, who coached for me back when I was managing San Diego. And, Alan was very similar to Marcus Semien. I'm talking about a Hall of Famer with the way they played, and the way they carried themselves. And Alan was talking to Marcus. The three of us were talking behind the cage because Detroit was trying to sign him at the same time we were. They were recruiting him. And Alan said, we knew we needed a guy like you. And he was right. Every time he's a guy like that. So that's quite a compliment, especially coming from
You're hearing that as well, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Unfortunately,
think that I think he's using Bluetooth. And here's what happens, Kevin. He's using Bluetooth because he's driving. He's driving around. He's trying to get to know DFW even better. He wants to know the place. He likes the way that it drives a little bit. And every once in a while, the Bluetooth gets a little disconnected. That's just what I'm thinking here. I'm just going off based on my history with Bluetooth, and so that maybe that's what it is. We need to install a landline in his car. So
Is that
a cord that'll just
car phone.
Yeah, car phone that will have a cord attached to the car,
like in the 80s and stuff,
and just everywhere. It's
Okay.
kind of like a trolley, Kevin, where there's just a line that goes with him everywhere he goes. We've been on trolleys before.
Sure.
We know how this works. So I think this is a way to do it.
Okay, well, that is something I guess we'll take under consideration. All right, third time's the charm, Bruce. I think we got the bulk of the Alan Trammell story. Sorry, we keep having some difficulty there.
Yeah, I'm sorry too. I don't know what part you missed, but the gist of it was how bad Detroit was trying to sign him, and I'm glad they didn't. But Alan said how bad they needed a player like that, and every team does, and that's quite a compliment to Marcus.
Boch, so far the environment out at the ballpark here has just been awesome. Yesterday, obviously a lot of Cardinal fans there, a lot of Texas Ranger fans. The Atlanta series just had a great vibe to it. And I'm wondering, when another team brings in a lot of fans, how does it feel from a player standpoint, and how does it feel from a manager standpoint when you have an environment where you're going to get a lot of cheering if the other team does something well, and you're going to get a lot of cheering when you do something well?
Well, I think you expect it when you have such a big fan base like the Cardinals, who are a storied franchise. The older franchises, they just travel well, and that's part of the game, and which is fine. It's not something that bothers me. Now, if they're larger than your number, then that might get to you a little bit. But we had a lot of fans there last night too, and it was just a really good, competitive, entertaining game that both sides enjoyed. Thankfully, our fans got to enjoy it a little bit more. But no, that's to be expected. I wasn't surprised to see a lot of Braves fans here because of their success, but. Sometimes you have to earn some things, and that's your fans get their trust, their belief in you, and hopefully that's happening.
So, Boch, you've been to every place in the Major League Baseball spectrum. My son was asking me driving home last night the kind of most raucous environment in baseball, and I said for me it was Philadelphia. And I'm just wondering, for you, what has been kind of maybe the craziest environment when you're there, either as a player or a coach?
You know what? That's a good one. I think you have to put Philly up there. Both New York teams, but I'd still put Philly at the top there. I think they're winners there. I've had to go there for the playoffs, and man, they're I'm not just talking loud, but they're pretty rude too at times. They'll get on you pretty good, and they'll get on your family pretty good too. So it's just part of the game. Again, it's the history of them, though. When you go in there that you're going to have to deal with a hostile situation.
All-Star voting is open. So many worthy players from the Texas Rangers, and I'll throw out one of them. Why does anyone challenge Dolis Garcia's arm anymore?
Well, I talked about this the other day. As a base runner, you have your instincts on when you think you can take the extra base. And I think times you forget about who's throwing the ball, his athleticism, things like that, and you just don't really believe it. And that's why those same guys keep leading the league every year in assists. Because you just say, there's no way he's going to throw me out. And he'll do a 180 and fire a bullet right on the bag, and which he did a couple of days ago. He loves that challenge. He loves to show off his arm. So again, it's just the guy that hit the ball or the base runner just does not believe it because he's trusting his instincts, and that's why that happens.
Bruce Bochy joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, as he does every single Tuesday at 12:20. And Bruce, is there a word that you can use to describe your feeling on what's going on with deGrom and maybe how the fans should feel? Because I think there are some fans that are a little frustrated at it, but at the same time, there's a lot of winning going on, so that takes away a lot of that, frustration. So how would you describe kind of what you're dealing with and what you think fans should feel there?
Well, I can tell you this: Jacob is probably the most frustrated of anybody trying to get this going. Obviously, there's concern; it's not happening as fast as we would like. We're going to have some information today, getting another picture of it, seeing exactly what's going on. I can tell you, this guy's been working his tail off to get back. He's been throwing lone bullpens. He's been shortening up the bullpens, doing things to try to get over the hump. I stood in there for one bullpen, and it is amazing, the gift this guy has, but it just not quite coming around like he had hope, we had hope, and of course the fans were hoping. And are you there?
Yeah. No, we're still listening.
Okay, I thought I lost you because I was getting used to it. But anyway, we'll definitely have some information. But he's on a 60-day. We know he's not going to pitch in that 3-week area. Now we got to decide what we're going to do, our next move, and the best thing for Jacob, the best thing for our club. And we'll have something today.
I've always been curious about how that information gets passed down. Like, does it go player and doctor to the GM to you, or are y'all all in a meeting with the doctor together? Like, how does that custody go of that information?
Well, it goes to the player first. Jacob is he's the one that should know first. It's his arm and his health, and so he'll see Dr. Meister and they'll talk about his situation, what he thinks needs to be done. Of course, our training staff, they'll be involved with that, and that information will go to Chris Young, and then Chris, he'll come down and give me the scenario. Meanwhile, of course, Ray Davis, he'll be one of the first to know before me too. So that's how it's going to pass down, and we'll huddle up and as a group, Jacob, the training staff, Doc, myself, and CY, and just talk about what the next move is.
Boch, I have a buddy who listens every single time you hop on air. He loves what you do, and we were talking the other day, and he was like, "Man, I'd love to share a bourbon with that guy someday." And our question then was, "Hey, what do you like? What is there a specific type of bourbon?" And you're like, "That's the one. That's the one. You bring a bottle of that, I'm good."
Yeah. No, I like trying different kinds. My go-to probably would be Weller, to have something nice to sip on. But hey, I'm good trying things, and word gets out you like bourbon. So your birthday comes or something happens, you get gifts. So I enjoy sipping on one occasionally just to relax. I think when I was young, I probably drank more beer, but now I just like sipping on a bourbon occasionally, maybe even having a cigar.
Well, I don't know if gifts are in order right now, but if people want to send you cigars or bourbon, you did crack into the all-time top 10 managerial wins in baseball history. Do you take time for those kinds of personal achievements, or are you like, hey, we're in the middle of the season, I'll be happy about that later?
Right. And I'll be honest, it's kind of how I feel. I was very humbled, but you're locked into the season, your own world. That's again, that was an honor because I did have a chance to see Walter Olson in spring training in Vero Beach quite a few times because I went to high school in Melbourne, Florida, and that's a half hour north of Vero Beach, Dodger Town, where they had spring training. So that it was cool, but again. We're just fortunate. We're right on the backs of these players. as managers, be blessed to be doing this as long as I've been doing. That's going to happen. If you keep managing, you're going to pass people. So it's not, something I look for. I couldn't tell you who's next because that's been brought up, but right now I'm just locked in on this season.
I mean, I can tell you if you want to know, but we don't have to do that.
Yeah, but I will say, out of the last few, Walter Alston, when that came up, I said, wow. I never met him, but I was 10 feet from him many times when we would go down behind the dugout in the 7th, 8th inning when the fans would leave so we could get closer to the dugouts. And that's back when before they had cover on the dugout so you could see the players, you could see, of course, the manager and the game. It's pretty cool to grow up there.
Boch, my last question for you. I was watching a lot of college baseball this weekend with all the regionals happening. You played at Eastern Florida State College. If you could say, what's the biggest difference for a fan watching a college baseball game versus a Major League Baseball game? What would you say the biggest difference is?
Well, I think if you looked at the major differences, the number of great players you have. It gets weeded out, the higher you go. But I went to some Vanderbilt games the last 3 years, when I stepped down, retired, and I saw Tennessee play there. I saw Joyce throw there. And this was a man, I'm going, that's a major leaguer. And now he's pitching for the Angels. So when you go to college game, you're going to probably see some major leaguers. Now, it's called Eastern Florida College now, but when I went there as a junior college, Brevard, and which in Florida, JUCO baseball is outstanding baseball. It's kind of what we did in the 70s to stay eligible for the draft, and then we would go on to a 4-year school because you couldn't, if you went to a 4-year school, you couldn't get drafted the first couple of years. So that's kind of the route that a lot of guys took.
And awesome stuff. As always, appreciate it. Love watching this team. The fan base has been ecstatic all year, so we thank you for your time as well.
Guys, thank you. I'm going to get a new phone for you next time, so we'll be good.
Thank you very much,
Thanks,
good
folks.
sir.
Take care.
There you go, Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. And I know this doesn't matter in the grand scheme of what they're trying to achieve, but I will remind you, second best record in baseball, best run differential, and I do now believe they're 2.5 games back of the Rays for the best record in baseball. Now,
okay,
you want to do Mike Likes It?
I do want to do Mike Likes It. I'm going to start it off with a little bit of baseball, and then we'll move to basketball.
Okay.
Number 4 overall prospect in all of baseball, Elly De La Cruz, has been called up by the Cincinnati Reds. So that's kind of the major news in baseball today, is everybody's excited for the Cincinnati Reds to call up this 6'5", I call him infielder because he's listed as second baseman, shortstop, third baseman. So I'm going to be honest, I don't know what position he's going to play with the Cincinnati Reds.
Okay.
One of those three. Yeah. But it is amazing to me how big infielders are getting. I get somewhat third base. You can be a bigger guy, and that's where Cal Ripken Jr. broke the mold of 6'4" at shortstop. Give me a break. Move him to third base. You can't be that big. But you think of, I know O'Neal Cruz got hurt early in the year for Pittsburgh, and now you have this guy Elly De La Cruz coming up who's 6'5". It's amazing to me how big these prospects are playing kind of middle infield positions.
Just the general thought of their up and down range, not side to side range, would be limited, or they might run into back issues. Is that kind of the...
Yeah, and kind of their quick... Also, quickness, from shortstop, you got to get rid of the ball quick. You're playing a deeper position. It's a longer throw, and so you kind of want those guys to have quick feet, get rid of the ball quick. And when you're that big, sometimes it feels like it takes you a long time to get rid of the ball. When you're at the hot corner, the ball gets on you quicker. So as a bigger guy, you sometimes have a little bit more time. It's still a long throw, but sometimes it can be a shorter throw from third base to first base than from the shortstop position. Charging the ball, sometimes, those longer legs, but at times the longer you are, the longer it can sometimes seem to take you to get rid of the ball. But obviously the mold was broken a long time ago, and A-Rod whatever you want to think of, or Derek Jeter is 6'3", but it just seems like now we're getting 6'6", 6'5". It's like we're taking it even to a little bit of another level where you'd say, hey, you might want to keep them out of the middle of the field.
Yeah, and last week, I believe Bochy was talking about Seager.
How big he
and
is.
he was like, Ripken, you go back to Ripken is whenever, I guess, the tall shortstop
changed.
started. And then, as you said, those other guys started rolling through.
And are we seeing Chris Young redefine the tallness that can be great at general managing?
Dude. Yeah, he's
we gotta
doing
credit.
a
We got to credit Mike here. Well, everybody in DFW needs to understand that Mike's been talking about Chris Young being.
Yeah.
I think he kept using the word genius, and we were like, "All right, Mike, settle down just a little bit." But Mike, you just kept saying that you thought he was going to be great in the role, and this was whenever he was an assistant to John Daniels.
Yeah.
You were like, "No, I have complete faith in this guy."
I got to know him as a teammate, and I might be biased because I played with him in 2004 in Oklahoma City. I don't know if we were ever together on the Rangers. I think when I was up on the Rangers, he was still in Oklahoma City. When I got sent down to Oklahoma City late in the year, he got sent up to the Texas Rangers. But getting to know the guy, I got to shoot baskets with him, obviously work out with him. We're on the same staff together in Oklahoma City with our guy Bobby Jones as the manager. And I just thought to myself, I don't know him. Like, I didn't spend years with him.
Right.
But I'm like, he is really smart. And then he gets to play 10 plus years in the major leagues. He is a Princeton guy. He knows the analytic part of it, the research and development part of it. He, to me, I've said this, he is Nolan Ryan, not the pitcher overall, but he is Nolan Ryan, the baseball mind, and John Daniels, the analytic baseball mind, combined into one person. Nolan might have not been that great by himself. John Daniels by himself might have not been that great either. But combined, even though that they had their battles, and people took sides, I'll be honest, I would take Nolan's side. There were other people over here that said Nolan did absolutely nothing unless they signed Lance Berkman. Like, that was all Nolan Ryan. I'm like, I thought you said he did absolutely nothing. How can you have players on the team
That's a fair
if he did
point.
absolutely nothing? But I just think that they had their battles, obviously. But together they were at their best. And now we have one person, to me, and Chris Young, that is Nolan Ryan and is John Daniels in one person, so he can only battle inside his head with, I guess, himself.
Right.
But I do think
that happens.
I think he is a genius. I think that he is going to be one of the greatest general managers in baseball as long as he wants to keep doing this. I was surprised he took the job, to be honest, just because he was part of Major League Baseball staff. And he had a young family. He still has a young family.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just like, hey, the commitment that you have to make to be a general manager on the phone with your farm director, with your minor league coaches, traveling. He's traveled recently. He's seen LSU games. He's seen Florida games. He's gone and seen the top high school prospects. He's not making the complete draft. He obviously is trusting his scouts and stuff like that, but he also wants to, because he's so baseball savvy, he can watch these guys and make a pretty darn good assessment on if he thinks that they can be a major league player in the future or not. And you're going to hit on some, you're going to miss on some. But Chris Young, really smart guy. And I just think the best is yet to come. He's going to make mistakes. He knows he's going to make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. But I think he's going to have so many success stories too. Because today we're talking about, hey, how successful he is, but yet at the same time, the Jacob deGrom signing is not turning out to be what we were. If you're on the optimistic side, which the Rangers had to be, you don't give that much money to somebody and go, I think he's probably going to miss at least 2 months of every year he pitches. You would never give that contract if you believed he's going to only pitch 4 out of 6 months or 3 out of 6 months. So that one right now doesn't look very good, but everything else looks amazing.
You're spot on about that.
All right, so let's talk about the NBA Finals. And they're not playing again tonight.
Soft.
I'm wondering this. How
Load
much
management.
momentum are they losing? And I get, like, it's getting covered. I'm not saying, like, nobody's going to watch. A lot of people are going to watch tomorrow night, Game 3. And then Game 4 is Friday. And then Game 5, if I didn't say, if said Game 4 is Friday. Game 5 is Monday. Game 6 is Thursday. Like, if this thing travels out to a Game 6 or Game 7, we're talking like we're 2 weeks away from that happening.
Yeah.
It just feels too, I get the travel, Denver and Miami. It's not the closest. At the same time, Dallas and whoever, Sacramento, Dallas and the Lakers, Dallas and way back when Seattle, that wasn't the closest games either for the Dallas Mavericks. This just feels so spread out that I kind of lose a little bit of the momentum or the kind of, all right, NBA Finals week. This is like NBA Finals month. They're like, hey, for the whole month of June, we're going to play 2 games a week.
Yeah, especially since the early part of the playoffs, it was just like every night we were having to choose between games sometimes,
Right.
the way that they had it set up. And now it just comes to a complete, all right, wait for the next one. But the NFL is every week. Well, actually, they're only every 3 nights or so.
And unfortunately, the NHL and the NBA are clearly working in cooperation about this because you're going to get NBA tomorrow night. So instead of also playing tomorrow night, the NHL is playing on Thursday. And then NBA, then NHL. But when the NBA takes their 3-day break from Friday to Monday, that's exactly what the Stanley Cup Final does. They go from Saturday to Tuesday. So instead of like being able to wedge more games in, they're going to spread it out. I get it. It is their marquee event, but I understand the frustration from viewers.
Okay. My next question doesn't have to do with basketball. My question has to do with what you just brought up, hockey. I'm wondering this. I don't know how much you're watching.
Somebody just texted and said, Mike, just give up on the NBA and become an NHL fan.
Ooh, cut number 4. Play it.
Well, that didn't
Continues to become during the Stanley Cup Final. Here's Carlson. William Carlson moving in on Ryan. Draws a penalty. And Mario
Vegas is destroying them.
I don't know if anybody really thinks in their heart of hearts that the Stars was better than Vegas. They beat the Stars pretty
right now,
handily.
Yeah.
Do you think if somehow Vegas would have had injuries or whatever, because they're up 2-0, they look like the best team to Florida, do you think the Stars are better than Florida, knowing that they are not better than Vegas?
Yes, I do think the Stars are better than Florida, although the interesting part about that is that has not meant victory at all along the way because the Panthers have been worse than every team they've played theoretically, including the best regular season team ever. So to see, I know it's just 2 games, but they have outscored Florida 12-4. It has been an ass kicking along the way.
Yeah, just when I'm watching Vegas play, and I guess you really saw it in that final game against the Stars, they just look like they are in their bag right now. Like they look confident. They have a little bit of cockiness to go along with it. Swag would be another word, but the way that they're doing everything just looks more confident.
Yeah.
And physically, they look like they're in that place, not kind of dragging at the end of the season. They look like they're back in it.
It is encouraging if you look at those first 2 games versus the first 2 games against the Stars. It's a world of difference.
Maybe we'll have to wait till we get to the College World Series for this next Mike Likes It, but Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, LSU, Tennessee all made the Super Regional. 6 of the 16 teams are from the SEC. We know how much SEC dominates football because we all watch football. Baseball, they have been dominating it. I think they had 5 teams in the World Series. I think 5 out of the 8 teams last year were from the SEC in the College World Series. At what point and why, I guess why would be the first question, and then Kevin, to you, do you think the SEC can start dominating basketball? Because they have slowly taken over the world of football. They dominate it. They have taken over the world of college baseball and are dominating it. The top 3 players in this draft coming up that are college players are 2 LSU players and a Florida player. I'm wondering, how are they doing this? How are they dominating in all of these sports, and why can't they dominate in basketball in the upcoming years?
So one of the things I'm fascinated about that question is it kind of feels like the Big 12 has decided to pivot to become a basketball conference, right? Like they're losing Texas and Oklahoma, and I'm not saying those are their best consistent basketball teams. Clearly Kansas is amazing. But they were also looking at recruiting a team like Gonzaga. And so I kind of wonder if the Big 12 is like, hey, let's pivot and be like the old school Big East or ACC and be like, basketball is our thing.
Yeah, and if you were to include, you don't because they're in the Big 12. Texas is in the Super Regional too. If you want to throw them in as a future SEC school, then that's 7 of the 16 schools are SEC schools in the Super Regionals. Now, Florida does take on South Carolina. Kentucky does take on LSU. So two of the teams will have to be eliminated.
But on the flip side, don't you look at it and they're like 2 guaranteed SEC teams
Yeah.
in the College World Series?
Yes. And last year, I believe half, if not 5 of the 8, because A&M made it. I know UT made it last year, but it's interesting. And 2 of the top teams that got eliminated out of like the top 8 teams were Arkansas, the number 3 seed, and Vanderbilt, the number 6 seed. Were eliminated. Like they were upset in the regionals, and they were considered 2 of the highest ranked teams going into this. So that all starts on Friday. And some of the regions don't start till Saturday, but now that we know that TCU is hosting the Larry Birds,
the fighting Larry Birds.
I don't know if
they should rename
straight out of French
We call
Lick.
it the Mean Green at UNT because really, what else?
Joe Green.
You know what I'm saying? They're like,
Yeah.
look, we got Joe Green. Let's just rename it. They should name them the Larry Birds.
And quality. They have quality girls soccer and tennis.
Indiana State?
No, UNT. Okay, yeah,
Good for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they start Friday in Fort Worth at 4 p.m.
I don't want anyone to show up there and be like, I thought y'all said Larry Bird was going to be here. I'm not guaranteeing that at all.
Yeah.
He could.
He's helping out the Pacers again.
Okay.
Because he loves the state of Indiana.
He
And
really
guess what
does.
college that is, Kevin? Indiana State.
That makes sense.
Where he went, I believe.
Sycamores? We're the KNC masterpiece.
Nobody knows.
Right here.
The Larry Birds.
Yeah.
In 105.
Fighting Larry
We call him the
Bird.
Mean Green.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Coming up next.
Does he have a nickname?
It's time for the
Angry
C
Birds.
Block, starring Corey Majors.
Mean Green, Angry Birds.
Coming up next here on the C Block, is Sam Williams being progress stopped by this guy? Next on the Fan.
No one's fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget at 3:20, the G-Bag Nation has got Marcus Simeon popping on the show. And now it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
They also have Kyle and Dave joining the show today. So and Jared.
Oh, I remember they wore Reebok. It was a big deal, and one of them didn't even
Dan
make
and
the
Dave.
Olympics.
It was Dan and Dave.
Yeah, make
One
the
of 'em.
Olympics.
Man, that was so much fun. Those
Remember
commercials.
they didn't even qualify?
Which one didn't qualify? Was it Dave O'Brien or Dan
I don't remember. I don't think it was Dan Gilbert.
All right.
He just bought the Washington team.
Y'all have the choice here. The 7 deadliest birds on Earth.
Larry.
Or
we talked about it earlier. He's a killer.
Or that's actually in honor of Larry Bird.
I'm going to pick
arrived.
the other one now because it's going to be like a toucan, and he's going to be like, how's he not Larry Bird?
All right, we'll get back to the bird conversation in just a moment then. Right now, the question is Sam Williams being progress stopped by DeMarcus Lawrence? And the reason I see Mike's face over there, I like this. When Stephen Jones, when they let go of guys, sometimes they'll say, well, I mean, the question is, was that guy a progress stopper? We have younger guys that we've drafted, and it's their time to start shining. Can they, basically what he's saying is, can they do that job for cheaper and us go ahead and move on from the money that we have to owe this older guy? And, Amari Cooper, they threw that out with Amari Cooper. Was he progress stopping CeeDee Lamb from turning into CeeDee Lamb? CeeDee Lamb turns out his best season, a better season than Amari Cooper had this year as well. And so you're like, oh, wow, that's pretty interesting. When you look at the depth chart has DeMarcus Lawrence as your starting defensive end and Sam Williams right behind him. Now, Sam Williams last year was really good. Like, I think he was better than we thought. You still had some questions on his...
He had flash plays.
Yes, there are some questions on, is he a loose cannon out there sometimes? Maybe. That's a possibility. But, man, there's a lot of good things to happen. And so my question is DeMarcus Lawrence in the way of Sam Williams giving us a all-pro type year?
I will answer first.
Okay.
My answer is no, because defensive linemen rotate so much during a game. I think it can go to another position, but I think in this area, if you're a defensive end, you're not going to play 85% of the snaps where Sam Williams only gets to play 15% of the game. So I think that it's unique at that position that I don't think you're that much of a progress stopper, because you're going to play, let's say, 60% of the time for DeMarcus Lawrence, 40% of the time for Williams. So I do think that's enough snaps for him to make an impact and stay fresh, for both of them to stay fresh throughout the game.
Yeah, no, I think you're onto something there, but I do like the idea, as I'm sure the Cowboys and most teams do, of the younger, cheaper player making their way. So, yeah, let's do that.
Now, last year, DeMarcus Lawrence gave you 6 sacks. Sam Williams had 4. And he had a forced fumble and 3 fumble recoveries. And it just felt like that. And he didn't have as many snaps.
Yeah.
Like the snaps just weren't as often as DeMarcus Lawrence. And hey, listen, do I want to throw the rookie in and say just go for it all the time? Not always. But they gave him his first opportunity to say, hey, can you feel the speed of the game? Can you feel the strength of this game also? And yes, man, when it comes to Dan Quinn and his ability to rotate and put combinations of guys out on the field that can get pressure, I have complete faith in him for like absolutely complete faith. And I'm not trying to say that DeMarcus Lawrence, it's time for him to go. That's definitely not something I'm doing. But man, how amazing would it be? Because if Sam Williams was to steal, let's say he was to steal a job this year, and all of a sudden he's risen up to, he's your guy opposite Micah Parsons whenever it's crunch time, and you still have DeMarcus Lawrence on your team. I know DeMarcus Lawrence is a leader on this team. The defensive players love him to death. They have a ton of respect for him, and I'm not trying to push him out the door by any means. But how great would it be to see that young player already ready to step into the role of I can take on more snaps, and not only can I just take it on, but now I'm able to add more pressure to this team because I'm a better player.
No, and I definitely get what you're saying, and it also makes it easier. I know this is not your end goal, but potentially it'd make it easier to move on from DeMarcus Lawrence after 2024. Like, it's probably a non-starter before that because of the restructure they've done and everything, but it would make it easier to turn that page, which is the way football goes.
From the 214, you're forgetting that then you'll have to replace what Sam Williams was doing. Well, in my dream world, like Sam Williams would take over a lot of responsibility roles high, and DeMarcus Lawrence is still doing his thing. Now, this kind of goes to the conversation of Ezekiel Elliott in that room. He's too big of a personality to be a backup guy that's also playing on special teams. And I guess that kind of would be the, this is what did Romo, and whenever he gave his amazing speech, Kevin.
Oh, his retirement?
No, and somebody said, Corey, you stink. You're trying to get rid of DeMarcus Lawrence, and that's not what I'm trying to do here. This is the natural progression of the NFL. It's the circle of life in the NFL. But Romo said, look, it's a meritocracy.
Yep.
What have you done for me lately? Is basically the way that he was.
He tried to go
saying.
around that
Janet
behind
Jackson.
the scenes, but
Yeah, he was. What'd you say?
Janet Jackson.
Does she have an album called Meritocracy?
What have you done for me lately?
Oh, what have you done for me lately? Yes, exactly. Man, I missed Janet Day recently, by the way. On her birthday, usually what we do is we play Janet Jackson in the house all day long, and it was like on a Tuesday last week, and I missed it. So I'm pretty upset about that. But that's, again, this is more about what do you want to see the progression of Sam Williams than it is the regression of DeMarcus Lawrence.
Okay.
More than anything else. So, DeMarcus, if you're listening, because I know you what it do with the Tolos, I know you love us, but in this conversation, I'm sure if DeMarcus Lawrence saw Sam Williams doing something amazing and he was like, that can help us win a Super Bowl, that DeMarcus Lawrence would be perfectly fine with. That's where he is in his career at this point, is I want a Super Bowl championship. No matter what. Like, whoever's doing what, that's what I want to accomplish, is I want to win a Super Bowl at the end of the day. So I'm really interested to see this. Broadus says that Williams is gonna
Oh, is he
start.
okay?
Broadus says that Williams is gonna start opposite D-Law and base D and rush opposite Parsons in with rush situations. So that's the base defense. Okay, I can see that.
Did he just answer you?
No, he did not answer me.
I was like, is he out of surgery listening to us and texting about Cowboy stuff already?
G-Bag is in the
bullpen?
Nope, they're not in there.
We can move on.
They're not in there, Kevin.
Photos.
They're
Yeah,
taking
they're doing
pictures.
photos.
We're taking pictures today.
True.
Can you believe that?
Yes.
You can believe that we're taking pictures.
Been
We
scheduled
need
for
pictures
some
of
time.
us.
My wife was like, can they change your fat face picture out of the Rangers program?
What were you?
It's like, it's before I've had a beard since about 2016, I will say, that I've usually had facial hair, but they still use just me of being very heavy and a very purpley shirt from about like 2014 or 15 when I kind of looked at my heaviest. And she was like, I was like, well, this is for the fan. This isn't for the Rangers. The Rangers have taken a picture of my worst and they keep putting it in the program.
And she was like, well, can they get the picture
They
from
probably
the fan
can.
and
I
send it
just
over
need
to
to
the
take the
Rangers?
initiative to probably text somebody and go like, hey, can you use a new picture of me instead of the one from 2014 where I'm in a purple shirt and look really ugly?
And I just saw Lucius. He's got a tie and a white shirt and a black coat on, Kevin, and you have a button up today.
What a day.
What do you do for pictures? What's your favorite thing on picture day when you were a kid?
Do you like
When
smiling?
it's over. No,
Oh
I
my
do not.
Smile. You're smiling today.
Well, you're smiling. We're going to
Big
tickle
smile.
you.
Did you brush your teeth? Your teeth look good.
Yes.
Let's show those pearly
Did you
whites.
floss?
Do you want me to just no?
Why not? How often do
What's
you
wrong
floss?
with you?
Probably only twice a week.
You don't have to lie to me. I
no,
can see.
Probably only twice a week. I know it's supposed to be like every day or maybe twice a day. That's too much.
Did you dress up for picture day as a kid? Did you smile for picture day?
I don't remember that. Somewhere along the way, I lost the ability to fake a smile.
What?
Without looking
I
like
wanna
a
see-
psycho.
I want to see a picture of Kevin with hair. I
mean,
don't think I've ever
they
seen a
used
picture
to
of him.
exist.
Did you have curls or was it straight? How'd your hair
So
look?
when I was little, my hair would eventually curl if it got too long. That's why I was like, keep my hair really short.
Oh, I was hoping you were like the Undertaker.
No, I never had
the wrestler.
You said when you were little, did you lose your hair at 10? Like what happened?
No.
Yeah.
But after that, I never let my hair get long enough that it would curl.
What age did you lose your hair where you're like, I just need to shave it off?
Well, see, I was actually you went the reverse order. Is I wanted to shave my head, and so I did. And then on the grow back process, and this was probably mid-20s.
Okay.
At best, late 20s. And it was just like, sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
We've abandoned ship.
2003 is when I abandoned ship.
All right.
That's when I was 24.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just not working. I don't know why my hair has decided to stop growing on my head, but it has.
I'll probably do what Wendell does and just, carry that comb around. Wendell's my grandfather.
Oh, I was thinking Turk Wendell, who would eat licorice in the dugout and then brush his teeth between innings.
Yeah, and that little amount of hair, I'll just be like, whoop, right there and just kind of style it a little bit. All right, so then the last thing here, guys, is definitely the death birds. All right, so the other day, and this happened to me twice now, crow attacked me and Carter while we were out on a walk. I don't know why crows continue to think that it's okay to come at me. This is the second time I've been attacked by a crow while out on a walk, and I'm not happy about it. And Carter was like, didn't this happen to you one time before? And I was like, yeah, it is
You're
terrifying.
not actively antagonizing crows.
I stared at the crow. I looked in its eyes as I walked by just to make sure that it stayed where it was and didn't come. And then all of a sudden I turned back around and here it is coming at me again.
I would say to stop this, put on a pointy hat, paint your nose red, and put straw inside of your clothes and have it kind of stick out.
To scare the crows away because I look like a scarecrow.
Yeah.
That's an option.
God.
What are you making that face for right now, Kevin?
I don't know why I didn't
dance
predict.
along.
I don't know why I didn't think that would happen.
If I only had a brain.
Yeah. They
usually get nervous about that.
About singing?
Yeah.
He's talking about the Wizard of Oz in case you didn't totally get that one.
Don't have a green witch come down and light you on fire, because if you do have straw inside your clothes, you're going to be in big trouble on that
From
one.
the 469, crows can remember people's faces and also tell their friends about it. So that's something that also concerns me, is maybe that's what happened. They were like, that one dude was staring at me. By the way, he's brunette and has a beard.
Can I tell you something? I think that's a little arrogant by you. I think it's a little arrogant of you to assume that this crow doesn't have anything else going on in his life or her life and went back to the flock and was like, hey, we need to take care of this, buddy. That's arrogant.
From the
crow
817,
might have other stuff going on.
Crows have been confirmed to hold grudges as well as teach other crows to hate certain people as well, Kevin. So you can call it arrogance or just natural progression in life and society.
Okay, and from the 806, at least Mike is trying to help.
Yeah.
Jeez, Kevin.
Your wife has lipstick. You already have that to paint your nose. And then you have to go get a pointy hat. I don't know.
I will buy you a pointy hat and straw if you need it. If you will actually dress up like a scarecrow,
and
I 1,000,000% am in on that.
All right, I guess this might be the only option to do that. But I will say this, Kevin. I'm not going to get to the birds list. We don't have enough time for it right now. There's 7 deadliest birds, the 7 most dangerous birds on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Where does the crow rank? We'll have to find out later.
I'm trying to get an 86 Flea or Otis Bird song card.
Wow, this is interesting. And Larry Bird could be in TCU this weekend.
I also need a Larry Bird
Did both of you just decide to empty out everything in your head at this moment?
And Hunter, if you're a Tolo, man, what happened? I've been texting you back and forth, and you stopped texting the back part.
From the 817,
Just
Corey's
been
in
going
trouble.
forth.
Crows pass hate down through generations of hatred.
They're like people?
Yeah, they're able to also take scrolls long ways to pass messages along.
I don't believe that. I have never seen a
to the
crow
white
do
wall,
that.
I think, or the
Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it hasn't happened, Kevin.
That's a fair
There's
point.
things I bet you believe in that you've never seen before.
You know what? That's a good point. I'll dare any crow right now. Come squash your beef with Corey and carry a scroll to your friends. Because I don't think you
I
can.
coached a kid named Hunter Crow. I bet he could do it.
Also wanted to add this before we go, Kevin.
Sheryl Crow?
The show Full Swing,
There's
they
a lot of
were
crows.
recording today whenever the news broke about the PGA and Live Tour. So season 2 will have
A lot of F words.
Yes. So this is very
All right.
interesting.
You know what? I do want to dive back into
The guy
that.
who the executive producer of it, he said, "Hell of a day to be recording to have a golf show. This is a great time to have a golf show."
I mean, if it's not the biggest day in the history of golf, it is one of the seminal days in the history of golf. Let's talk about the merger that I was shocked by, and apparently a lot of golfers were as well. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have you covered.
Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car, truck wrecks, and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Canes
Hatching,
T-Mass.
but his metrics aren't bad. 2-2. And Duran lines one down the left field line. That's a base hit. Heim scores. Garver heads to third. Duran up to second. And the Rangers are on the board. They've tied it up. An RBI double for Ezekiel Duran. And with the score one apiece, the Rangers with men at second and third. Nobody out for Leody Taveras.
Look at Joey getting work done when I did not appropriately set that up.
Yeah, I had no idea why Corey was holding up the number 5. I thought
And then he looked at me and I was also holding up the number 5.
I was like,
This morning I was trying to say hi to Joey and he just ignored me. Because remember, I walked around and high-fived everybody in the studio and I was trying to give him an air high five and he just ignored me. So
in that moment, he was checked out. Now he's here. Don't forget, Joey's last day is Friday if you want to prepare and celebrate accordingly. But I said this before, by the way, the Rangers are victorious again as they continue their run as one of the, if not the hottest team in all of baseball. But shocking happenings in the world of golf today as the European Tour, the LIV Tour, and the PGA Tour are all going to merge. And the reason why I say merge is there are now betting odds on what the name of this organization will be. I honestly just assumed it would remain the PGA Tour because of the name brand there.
PGA Live.
PGA Lives.
You throw European on the end and now it's live. And so
That's not bad. That is not bad.
You're welcome.
What do you think is the favorite for a new name of this entity?
Golfy McGolfface.
Okay.
Saudi's PGA.
The Global Golf Association is the betting favorite
God,
at the moment.
That sounds like there's just going to be 10 dudes sitting in a room of glass ceilings, and they're just going to be sitting in there. Most of them have eye patches, and they're like, all right, now what are we going to do with this new laser technology while we take the world over?
I don't know how much you're going to like the rest of these then.
You call it the GGA?
Yep.
I guess it's better than the GAG Tour.
That is true.
If you change the G
that
to
is
the
true.
end.
Next on the list is the World Golf Tour, then the World Golf Association, the World Golf Organization, and the Golf World Tour.
Oh, too many golfs. I like the second one, the World Golf Tour. Not bad.
How long has the PGA been around? I feel like this is 100 years. This is like changing MLB or NFL.
That's why I said I'm surprised there were betting odds out about this.
1929 was when it was founded.
I just assumed it would stay under the PGA banner. And by the way, who's really controlling this thing has already seemed to catch a lot of people's attention. Yeah, that's exactly right. Is in the memo that they said was confidential, but it definitely wasn't, is the PGA and their commissioner stated that the PGA would remain in control and operate the tours. However, both that commissioner and the head of the Public Investment Fund, which is essentially the Saudi fund, like it's officially called the Public Investment Fund, but realistically it's the Saudi fund, which is worth, by the way, $620 billion.
Sounds like a lot.
That does sound like
How much is the
lot,
PGA worth?
Sure as hell's not worth $620 billion.
I don't know how much the NFL is worth, but when we look at generating money, like they generate $20 billion a year,
And
I don't know what you'd say. What is the NFL worth? Because each individual team.
You take the NFL and each individual team, and let's call it $250 billion.
Okay.
And so you see what kind of money they're working with. So the head of that, or the governor, Yasser Al-Rumayyan, they appeared to, and Monahan, the commissioner of the PGA, appeared today on CNBC. And to your point about the Saudis being in control of this, listen to this quote. If you look at this is from the Saudi interest. If you look at the size of golf, monetary-wise, it's about $100 billion today. And I think the growth, it's there. I think working together, we can have a faster growth rate than it was for the past 10 to 20 years. And then added, We are committed to doing whatever it takes to ensure success. We would not have gotten involved if this wasn't going to be profitable. So that sure does sound like a pretty damn heavy influence right there.
The PGA Tour is a $1.5 billion business that earns the majority of its revenue from 5 categories. Tournament revenue, domestic and international media rights, tournament players, clubs, corporate licensing, and investments. So $1.5 billion, and you said they just added $620 billion to it. So that's definitely, a good rainy day fund right there.
And now that fund does go a lot of places, and I know some people accuse it of being sports washing. Like, I'm familiar with that term because they're involved with the WWE.
I do also, I know we talk about, live wins here. I do wonder how much the idea of antitrust came into the conversation of this moving quickly.
Sure.
Because PGA didn't want that. Like, there's no way they wanted to have people say, hey, we need you to open up all these books now. We got to look at everything. We got to go in and audit everything on you. And then, by the way, all your people need to show up to our Supreme Court, and we got to start having these conversations. So as much as that, money being thrown at them was a huge deal. I mean, that's a massive amount of money. And there's no way that Liv really wanted to just throw that money around.
Yeah.
There was another factor that was pressing them for it. I do think there were other things that, like, this helps Liv in other ways, because I don't think they were doing very well as a business. They weren't good.
Now, I'm glad that you brought that up, because go ahead.
Well, I just assume, I agree with everything you said. I assume PGA just said the $620 billion means they're never going away.
And that is kind of encapsulated in this tweet, and I apologize, I'm just now seeing this. Is it Byung-Hung An is another golfer? He tweeted out, quote, I'm guessing the live teams were struggling to get sponsors, and PGA Tour couldn't turn down the money. Win-win for both tours, but it's a big lose for whoever defended the tour for the last 2 years.
Yes.
And that's where I think the fascination lies. Because business-wise, I get it. Like, everyone's got their morals until somebody else takes out their checkbook, right? At least it feels that way a whole lot. And so for the players who did turn down all the money, somebody brought up Tiger Woods. Is the report out there months and months ago was Tiger Woods was offered $900 million. Now, I know he's not hurting for money or anything like that, but
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. I don't care who you are. And he turned it down, and now McIlroy, Spieth, whoever else you want to, the Scheffler, whoever else you want to throw into that category is, hey, this business deal is happening, and it's happening at least in part because of the Saudis and the money that you did not want to be involved with.
How much Waffle House you can buy for $700-800 million, dude?
And I think the players, like the lesser names, probably get even more of the short end of the stick. Because like the Spieth and Rory, like, they have a lot of money. A lot of them, yes, it is crazy amounts of money, but they are kind of playing the game at this point for the championships and the trophies. But it's the golfers that are maybe not in the top 100 of the world rankings that may have turned down to stay with the PGA Tour and that loyalty, and now they kind of get screwed, and they don't have the comfortability of knowing that they're going to become a top 10 player in the world like the Spieth and Rorys have for the majority of their career. So I think it makes it really, really tough. And I think also a tournament like the Masters probably had a lot to weigh in, because I think some of the majors were getting tired of every time they came on site, it became this conversation of live versus PGA, and it was taking away from the golf. And yes, the Masters is separate from the PGA Tour, but they have a lot of pull in this game. And they're like, hey, we're not doing this because it should be about the golf, and you guys are coming on our property and making it more political than it needs to be. And I think they probably had enough of it too.
And I think you make a lot of really savvy points there. And I'm sure if you want to go to Rory or Scheffler or whoever, and they were like, you know what, this is bullcrap, but I want my money, I have no doubt that the live people will be like, sure, how much money do you want? And they could work it out. Whereas your fringe 100 player outside, they're like, fine, quit. We literally don't care whatsoever. But the thing that bothers me about, I understand the message they're putting out there, is now all of golf is unified under one umbrella, just like it was 2 years ago. Like, it hasn't been this way for 50 years. We are not that far removed from the general acceptance that pretty much all the best players in the world were on the PGA Tour. This just happened. And now they're like, hey, we finally did it. Yeah. Do you guys remember all the way back in 2022 when we couldn't do this?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of unity on the guys in the PGA Tour that are not just, but the guys that were standing up for it.
I don't think sued too. Some of them.
I don't think that they're going to be standing. That they're going to be like, man, I'm so happy about this all the time. While the PGA is pushing that, I am curious though about, are the purse prices going to go up? Are the purse like,
for sure.
Are those things?
I think for
the
sure.
ways to pay players, are those about to go through the roof?
And that's what I thought was interesting too, because with the whole live situation for the next season on the PGA Tour, they already upped a lot of the purses, and there was also designated events with more prize money. Plus, there was going to be some events with no cuts.
Yeah.
So they kind of got what they wanted, even with the creation of live. And well, now I guess it gets doubled down.
I'm just looking up one contract here. Bryson DeChambeau. Isn't he an SMU guy?
I think that is correct.
So last year, this is a July 5th Sporting News report. DeChambeau is set to make more than $125 million over 4.5 years. That means he's making a minimum of $27.8 per season. $3.5 million per event on the schedule. Well, I don't know. I know I've brought this point up earlier in the show, but if I'm Jordan Spieth, I'm like, no, wait a second. He still gets that money? Because it hasn't even been a year. It's getting close to 1 year.
Yeah.
So he's about to make his final part of his $27.8 million contract in his first year, and still has 3.5 years left to make the $125 million. Is Liv going to say, hey, thanks for letting us join the PGA. Hey, here's your $30 million a year contract, Jordan Spieth? Because Jordan Spieth is better than Bryson DeChambeau. Not by a lot, but he is better.
Sure.
So I'm sure Liv is like, no, we did it. Like we gave these guys the money they accepted so that we could break down the PGA to have us join their tour. I'm not giving out another $125 million for what? Where are you guys going to go?
And this feels very like, without spoiling anything, Succession-esque. Like Corey showed me the meme of Liv and PGA essentially being Shiv and Tom. And I thought that was just a spot-on comparison. But think about this. So Yasir Al-Rumayyan is going to be the new chairman of the commercial group. So that sounds like, hey, he's the dude. But Monahan, who's the commissioner of the PGA, will be the new CEO. And the PGA will have a majority stake in the new venture. So it is still, like, if you consider it a merger, it is still the PGA who has the controlling interest in the merger and their commissioner who will be heading up the deal. However, the public investment fund will invest in the venture as well. Okay, well, great. You're in charge, but are you really if the money guy is second on the list? If you're in charge, but the guy who runs all of the fund or a lot of the fund is second, is he not really in charge?
No, he is definitely in charge.
Gosh, DeChambeau made $26.2 million in his 7-year career on the PGA Tour. Makes more money per year because he joined Liv, and he still has years to go on that contract. I guess maybe you tell Spieth, hey, if you want to play in this Live Tour event, we'll pay you $5 million to do it.
Like
so instead of having a yearly contract, it's like, hey, we want you to play in this Live Tour event, but it's part of PGA. You get points for it and everything. We'll give you $5 million to play in this 3-day event.
And the thing about it is, we don't know the answer because they don't know the answer. So this has supposedly been in the works for the last 7 weeks, despite multiple golfers this morning being like, oh, that's news to me. And then
that's neat.
Yeah, they don't know like what or if the new name is going to happen because there are still a lot of moving pieces with this. And I'm really interested to see how it goes.
Kevin, I have some information.
Do I get to
Not
know it?
about the Live Tour or PGA.
Is it super happy news?
Kinda.
Okay.
Jabril Cox owned the final drive of Cowboys minicamp practices today. He had 2 consecutive pass breakups to prevent touchdowns in the red zone and was then swarmed by his teammates in celebration thanks to Patrick Walker.
I don't know if he moved to quarterback.
That would be amazing.
You know what, Corey? I have some good information.
Oh my gosh, more news.
Brian Broaddus is out of surgery.
That's better news.
Per one of my sources. I'll let you figure out. We might crosstalk with him.
It's an LSU day.
It's LSU day, no blockages, and he is already able to send out a message.
Wow.
So
that's amazing.
Amazing news across the board.
That would be bad news if you go back 40 years to Brian Broaddus blocking. And you said
and there's no blockage.
Yeah.
Is that how you would
but
describe
now
that?
it's very positive.
Does he have to get up a flight of stairs before he can start having relations again? Like, how's
What?
that?
I don't know.
I think that's the.
Hey, if the golf people don't know, I don't know about that.
I think everything has to heal. It takes time.
All right.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
I think it's to get up a flight of stairs without getting out of breath, and then it's like, all right, now you're cleared for it. That's what Keanu Reeves told Jack Nicholson once.
How much of your regular life do you base off of things Keanu Reeves said in a movie?
All the time. If I ever drive a bus, I think I have to keep it above 78 miles an hour the whole time.
And Mike constantly is behind the wheel of a bus.
Or it blows up.
No. Coming
If
up
you got on
next,
a bus and Mike was the driver.
I'm getting off the bus.
And
I'm
Dennis Hopkins.
100%. I'll still put my fare in. Doesn't matter. I'm turning around and getting off the bus. And you're like, we're going to get there fast. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos, I'll tell you what's better than driving a bus, I think. It's driving a Jeep. It is Jeep season, Tolos, at Southwest Chrysler Dodge.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time, courtesy of Dean Unleasing, for a chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Peggy, we're very excited. How are you?
I'm doing well, despite the fact that we talked a lot of golf today. It was actually really interesting. I heard that you guys have a pretty stacked lineup, and we'll get to that, but you were also relaying some super positive news about one of your hosts.
Yes, indeed. Got a text from Brian Broaddus maybe 20 minutes ago that he's all clear, and there was no additional work required there in his ticker. So he's good to go. He'll be back tomorrow.
Do we know?
Tomorrow?
That's right.
Wow.
French fries. You guys were doing the fried stuff the other day.
The
Does that
greasy
mean
foods.
since he didn't have anything wrong, he can just hop right in?
Yeah, he's got another date with the Chinese buffet tonight.
Nice. Yeah, I don't think he's going to have to hang him up as quickly as he thought he was going to. I thought he was going to have to enter into a whole new world when it comes to the way he eats, but he might have just gotten a little bit of a shot in the arm. No, you can keep powering through those Chinese buffets, and we'll see you back here maybe in a couple years.
Have all the crawfish boils.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to be on a rabbit food
The
diet.
andouille sausage, the crawfish etouffee.
Yeah.
Load him up, man.
And just put all the butter on there.
How
all the butter.
surprised were you guys about this golf merger that came out
I thought
today?
you said have some fries. I was like, what is happening? But
I
that's
want
a
him to
good
be
question.
okay.
Wouldn't mind if I did.
Yeah, that's a good question, though. How surprised?
Because many
Extremely.
golfers were surprised.
I was pretty stunned.
Extremely, yeah. It seemed like the golfers didn't want it, and the commissioner, is it Jay Moynihan, just last year was like, have you ever had to apologize for being in the PGA? It seemed like there were pretty strong lines that were drawn. So, yeah, I was surprised. After just a couple of seasons, the ABA, NBA merger, the football merger all happened over extended periods of time. And we didn't hear there was any progress on this. I guess, Greg Norman, the face of Live Golf, was completely unaware there were even negotiations going on. So even he was surprised, Hagee.
No.
Yeah.
There were no tea leaves to even read. It was just wake up and here's
Boom.
all the news at once.
And the players are finding out on Twitter. I'm a little bit bummed by this because I liked the drama of the PGA Championships. And you had the Live guys, and are they going to be partnered up together? And they're having
the
to
last
talk
two
about it.
majors have almost been
I think it
disasters.
adds intrigue
PGA.
to these tournaments that otherwise I'm not really plugged in on until the final day. I'm not somebody that just sets my weekend up to watch these golf tournaments. It's not one of my favorite sports, but I was intrigued by that layer of it, and now that's gone.
Well, there is a new layer that is intriguing, and that is that those guys do show back up, and they're still kind
Oh,
of.
I thought you were going to say the name.
Well,
But yeah, I'm
whatever that is, at some point, do they all show up on the same party bus, and they get off wearing their black shirts and
Wear
everything?
Live
They're like,
Golf.
yeah, this is our place
No,
now,
because
buddy.
the Live golfers get off on a much better party bus.
Oh, do they?
right?
Yeah.
Not on it, off of it. My bad.
Off
It's
it,
a
okay.
much better
Heaven.
party bus. Dang it.
Laying in
Hey,
You are dressed with the collar on it. Are you going to Baby Dolls later?
You guys do look
I wish it was Wednesday.
ready to have a time.
Are you excited about if it gets named the Global Golf Association, which is currently the
Worst name.
bet leader
So bad.
So bad.
for,
That should have been the one demand for the PGA. We keep it still the PGA.
well, they lost so many aspects of this negotiation, it would appear.
It's going to be renamed, though, for sure.
Not for sure, but that seems to be the direction a lot of people think it's going to go. Apparently, they haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, I think you'd want to benefit from the brand of it,
That's
but
what I would think.
inside a negotiation, who knows what could be determined, and the PGA is not like an entity that's used to negotiating these kind of situations. So who knows? Maybe they got whooped. Maybe they got whooped by big Saudi negotiating lawyers.
It does feel like that.
But yeah, I think the PGA, it just resonates over decades. I don't know why you'd want to walk away from that.
Not the GGA, which would be the new awful acronym.
I love these GIFs or GIFs. I don't know which. I still don't know what to call them.
Just
the
GIFs.
GIFs.
Soft G. Soft G. So you go hard G?
I go GIF.
But it
like Tapini.
This
butter.
debate you
Creamy.
started.
They're guesstimating what it's going to be like when the Live golfers walk back in,
And one of the best one was like the prime NWO years with the Wolfpack, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, just strutting in like boom, 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 boom. But I tell you what, I
that's what I thought Greg Norman was going to do until you were like, he didn't know.
Yeah. No, I think though the both parties are the leadership is going to say, guys, we got to get back to being buddies. There's no more icy stare downs on the tee boxes, no more driving range, awkward moments. We're doing this in part to bring the golf world back together.
Make the live guys slip by pouring oil where they're about ready to putt.
Oh man, that'd be great.
Yeah, dude, we need that stuff. Otherwise,
Spy
it's boring
Hunter.
to me. All right,
Okay,
I need the
some
drama.
hijinks,
I need the
man.
drama factor. Otherwise, it's like cool.
Want some pranks, dude.
Yeah,
banana peels.
Keep throwing tampons at each other.
Want some guy yelling, "You're a jackass," like in Happy Gilmore, and it just threw him off completely.
It would make the game better if they did that.
That dude with the nail in his head.
That's right. Is there any drama added by the fact that the other entity that got folded into this is the DP World Tour?
Excuse me?
Yep.
Dr. Pepper, man.
That's what the European Tour has been called for a while now.
Nobody knew that.
Really? What's
nobody knew that.
What does that stand for?
Direct
deposit
places.
Okay.
Direct deposit.
Nobody knows.
No, I don't.
Double D.
That goes above my head. I don't know what you're talking about, Hagee. I think you've been searching some weird stuff.
I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, Wolf.
Dak Prescott.
Dak
It
All
Prescott.
means
right.
a double play in baseball.
Okay, well, you can just stick with that.
Yeah, there you go, Mike. Now you're speaking
It's
my
a double
language.
play.
What do you guys
What the hell does it
coming
mean?
up
I'm looking
on
right now.
Yeah, it's just that's such a bizarre
today?
name.
Turn to DP.
We got a huge show. We got Marcus Simeon coming up at 3:20, the Rangers Player Show, and all your Cowboys headlines from another busy day up there at the Ford Center at the Star, right out of the gates.
Looking forward to it. Roll home with the G-Bag
ambiguous.
Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow as Derek Holland returns to the show. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say something rude to the crows out there, Kevin.
Yeah, you crows aren't going to do crap. Bring it on.
You're in trouble.
The more you listen, From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcoming. It's a little bit of an overcast Tuesday. It is, as some storms have been sitting over the area here for, better part of 4 or 5 days, something like that. Hopefully we have a smooth trip through this next 4.5 hours of broadcasting with you. Rangers and Cardinals coming up pregame at 6:30. That is where we will start the discussion. General at your service at ease. Brian Broaddus is in recovery. He's out of the OR. He's feeling good. He was texting.
You spoke with him?
I texted with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay.
I texted him this morning at about 10:30 because he said he went in at 8:30 and it was going to be like an hour and a half. So at 10:30 I was like, okay, let's see what's going on here. And he didn't get a hold of us until like 1:30.
Started to get a little worried.
Yeah, he probably had a lot of messages to get through and maybe couldn't get a hold of his phone for a while. But yeah, he said the procedure went great. There was no complications or anything like that. And so now we just turn our attention to congratulating him on a successful procedure and waiting his triumphant return tomorrow.
Let's bring a whole lot of egg rolls tomorrow here for the boy. You know what I mean? How about that? Some crab rangoons for him.
Yeah. Let's celebrate a brisket sandwich Wednesday. Yeah, bring Broaddus back in. He's got the pipes are clean, baby.
Yeah, false alarm. He can go ham. All the hot and sour soup he could ever dream of.
He doesn't have to restrict his diet as extreme as he thought he might have to. And that was terrifying for him because that's a man that loves food. Mm-hmm. He loves work and he loves food. I bet he'll be at Cowboys practice tomorrow.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, he's definitely going to be there. He's already texted me. He was like, practice tomorrow? I'm like, yeah. I had FOMO today missing it because we had picture day.
What a beast. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Of course, you have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over there. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Salute to you, sir. Okay, Rangers with the walk-off dub over the Cardinals last night. Marcus Semien extending his hit streak to 24 games and has the game-winning run. As he's now just a few games with a hit away from the Rangers' all-time record. And he'll join us on the Rangers Player Show coming up at 3:20 today right here on The Fan. One of the top superstars in all of DFW sport. Top 5, you think? You got Luka. Micah. Yes.
Dad probably still would.
He's top 2 and he's not number 2.
Yeah, okay.
100%.
Yeah. I like that.
Right.
But Simeon's up there for sure. I mean, the dude's been incredible.
I'm just joking, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. He is. He's dominated though, and he belongs in the conversation. Corey Seager's up there.
Yeah.
Obviously with the Mavs, Kyrie Irving, if he comes back, we got continued speculation of the Kyrie Irving situation. But this is a legit sports superstar, and he's going to join you coming up at 3:20. Absolutely dominating. And fulfilling his destiny is one of the great Rangers right now. The other big story, though, Jacob deGrom, and the top angle has to be, does this ownership and front office have the desire to make a play for Ohtani? Because that's what we need now.
Well,
you had big plans for deGrom. We can't count on this.
Yeah.
And you can't spend all this money and not win a World Series, so let's go get Shohei.
Talk about putting your team over the top.
Yeah.
You go get Shohei Ohtani, and I know that, certainly there's been flirtation there in the past. I talked about that last year around the trade deadline. The question will be, will the Angels actually move him prior to him hitting free agency? If I were the Angels, I would. He's pretty much been very outspoken about he's not wanting to return there because they're not a winning organization, and he wants to win. But if you're the Rangers, best opportunity to get him, it's probably not the free agent market. I could see him going to the West Coast somewhere. It would be via trade, and I've continued to pound the table for this. I don't think there's many teams that can offer as good a package as the Rangers right now.
I'd like to see him jump in there with a huge offer because I think if he goes to free agency, the pitches from Los Angeles and New York will be so loud and so compelling. I don't know. I would hope that the Rangers would have a chance, but I think your best chance is to get him in here and then show him how good of a time he can have.
Right. Because I was just going to say, would you be willing to make the trade if you weren't for sure that he was going to re-up with you, and it could just be a basically one playoff run rental before he dips off to New York or whatever?
If it's a rental that, in my opinion, puts you as the front runner to win the World Series, I think it's worth it. Because if you get the championship at the end of the day, yes, I think every single fan would say, hey, it's fine. I know we gave up a lot, and I know it was just for a couple of months, but we got the World Series.
Yeah, and I think if he really does want to win, he'd be joining a Rangers team that is doing all the winning right now.
Yes.
So we'd get a taste of that and selling him on this particular club and this organization and how special it is and where things are right now, the culture. I mean, these guys are just having so much fun. I think he could just fall in love with it for sure. So I'd bet on that, and I'd make that deal.
Okay, the 214 is saying, whatever you do, do not ask Marcus Semien about the hitting streak. You do not want to jinx it. All the Tolos will blame y'all if he snaps the streak tonight. I hear you. I'm not going to ask him about it. You know,
I was going to leave that for Eric.
I was going to leave it for Jared.
Okay, smart.
Let's get Sands in here. Why do we need deGrom right now? Why not wait? Oh, you can wait. I just think he'll get hurt within 3 starts of coming back. Like this, I love Chris Young. This might have been the worst signing in the history of DFW sports free agency.
Do you think you just wait? Like if you're not sure you get more than 1 start out of him, do you just wait until it's a must-win playoff game?
You just throw him
and
out
that's
there?
the first game you throw him out in?
I don't know, because you have to like get his arm ready and put him in competitive situations. That's why pitchers show up early for spring training. He couldn't even make it through that without having a complication. So,
and by that you mean the first 90 minutes?
Yeah, first 90 minutes
of
spring training. So I don't want to be Debbie Downer about it, but I'm a realist. I mean, how sure are you that he'll be back and play for a couple of months without getting hurt? I mean, that's just. It's not going to happen.
It seems impossible.
No
one can bet on that.
You can't be sure. I mean, and all Mets fans were sliding into the DMs and saying the same thing. Like I told you so. This is what you're going to deal with this guy. The point is anytime he goes out there, he's the best pitcher in baseball. So you just kind of live with it. But yeah, the amount of money that you paid the guy, I get some of the frustration and disappointment. The hope is, hey, you don't rush him back, and maybe he does end up staying healthy for you.
He is so amazing. He actually makes pitching a baseball look like a badass athletic accomplishment.
Yes, it's crazy.
Like usually it's boring as hell.
What do you mean, yes? Don't agree with it. Are you listening to what this man is saying, bro?
I do think it's a badass athletic accomplishment.
He just crapped on all pitchers out there as if what they're doing is not amazing already.
But the standard of deGrom is beyond anyone else I've ever seen throw a baseball.
No, I was crapping on
He
pitching.
really was. You're not paying attention to this man. He's really slick with the mouth.
I appreciate you having my back, though.
What he says.
I appreciate Wolchuk having my back. I just think, all pitcher performances up there, it's like, yeah, whatever. Somebody get a hit, let's have something actually exciting happen. And they put this pitch clock in there, which makes baseball better.
It's sick.
But still, all the other guys are pretty boring compared to deGrom. He gets up there and starts swinging that thing. But it's kind of like Derek Holland, He's like too strong for his own body.
He was boring too.
That guy's forearms are ridiculous. Nothing Derek Holland does is boring.
Shout out to the Dutch. We love you, bro.
Yeah, salute to Derek Holland. Had an announcement on Twitter today. He's going to have to come back from Tommy John now. I told you he was stronger than ever. I mean, the guy is just a fit. He's like an ox up there.
Yeah,
too strong for his own elbow.
I think so. I think that's what happened.
Don't you come back better from those pictures? I mean, those surgeries?
That's what they say.
Yeah, you can. You absolutely can.
Tell them to tighten up a little bit. Make it tight for me, boy.
Yeah, put some extra muscle in
it. Being Rookie of the Year.
Was there was there a time or was there a suggestion that people should go in even without having it injured, just go in and get the surgery as a youngster just so that it already happens? And was that a thing?
Don't know.
That's super toxic if so.
Yeah. I can't confirm
at 14
that that's a
years
thing.
old, dad's like, hey, listen, this is going to be good for you. We're going to go ahead and get the Tommy John now. Set yourself up for the future because it's going to happen to you one way or another. Let's get out of the way early.
They're signing these young middle school phenoms up for the TJ.
First order of business is putting them under the knife.
Golly.
Yeah, we're going to have to get you a new Tommy John situation here going. I remember hearing that, though, and that was, I think, before like guys started having 2 of them. And it was like, wait a minute. Even if you get one, it doesn't guarantee anything. Tyron at left tackle today. Tyler at left guard. Matt Waletzko right tackle. This after Jerry yesterday talking about Terrence Steele and the idea of position flex, and he likes the tall guys with the length. But I think.
It's a hell of a scouting report.
Reading Cowboys.
I'm saying, okay.
Yeah.
Sound like Cardi B's,
That guy with great taste.
Yeah. But Cowboys Twitter sleuthed this out for us. The Cowboys are experimenting with all their tall guys with long arms at inside positions to see if they can get some sort of advantages flowing. And Jerry was talking about that last night. But I think they're just more experimenting than settling on something.
Absolutely.
And I'd be surprised if Tyron's healthy and Terrence Steele's healthy. It's not Tyron at left tackle and Steele at right.
The one guy that I don't think they're experimenting that they are trying to see can he play guard is Josh Ball, because I think they've realized he can't play tackle. So he is a guy that continues to get guard reps. But yeah, I think that their ideal week 1 starting 5 for me is Tyron, Tyler, Biotish, Martin, and then Steele. The question is, today McCarthy for the first time gave us some doubts that Terrence Steele will be ready to go for training camp.
Oh, there you go.
A few months ago, they're like, oh, he's ahead of schedule. He's ready to rock. Everything's fine. I've seen him out there working out, and he looks like he's moving pretty well. But, yeah, it'll be fascinating when Steele's got the pads on and he's ready to go. Gesundheit. Where's Steele lining up? Because I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it with the guard stuff. But, yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer for me because I wanted Tyler to just stick at left tackle, let him rock there, that they just moved Tyron back over there. But we know about the injury risk.
Hey, Dawson, I'm sorry. No. I'm glad you sneezed and actually sneezed instead of trying to eat it like you do.
Yeah.
Because that's dangerous.
Is it?
It's very dangerous.
To eat a sneeze.
Yeah.
It can
to hold your
cause a disruption.
Something can happen.
Okay.
I don't want anything to happen.
Well, I got to be aware of that.
I was a sneeze eater for a long time. And then I've had to come out of that. And I came out of it just fine. But you lock in a bunch of germs that are trying to escape your body, I guess.
Okay, I see that. Now, are we talking about when it sneezes, but you just shut it down and do it internally, or just is it a total?
I think a catastrophic event could happen to you.
Yeah.
Well, what I did most recently is just a denial of the sneeze. Yeah, that one I think is fine.
It never reached its climax.
Right.
It started.
That's always the worst, right?
There's a point of no return, and that's when you just need to let it flow.
The blue tees.
Mike McCarthy said the team is asking more from its running backs and pass pro than in years past. Jeff Blasco has the O-line coaching background. Tony Pollard's done an outstanding job in a leadership role, and I really like the young guys in the room. That's cool. I think it's notable that they let their best pass blocking running back go, and the guys they have remaining probably aren't the most equipped.
No,
to take a step up.
If there's a knock on Deuce Vaughn, and that is the one thing that is against him because of the size. Pass protection, not the strong suit there.
He will get stuck in the navel of any linebacker that is blitzing through the A gap.
And they did have him running with the ones during 7-on-7s today, which was exciting to see. But that is a growth in Tony Pollard's game that I think went under-discussed last year. He did improve quite a bit pass protection-wise, but not to the Zeke level.
I think with Deuce, it might be the exception to the low man wins rule when it comes to the pass pro from him. But I'll wish him nothing but the best, and hope that comes together. Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy said Luke Schoonmaker's doing good while dealing with the plantar fascia issue. We're just being smart with him and other players who are missing practice, and he is expected to be ready for training camp, so that's good. And they had scheduled 11-on-11 work, but decided to back off and keep it 7-on-7 out of fear for getting fined. These guys are scared of getting fined. McCarthy's been fined 2 years in a row. Apparently, when they go 11-on-11, it just gets a little too physical for the NFL. Yeah, we got to steer clear of that. So I don't mind that at all. I don't, you get those linemen wrestling around and trying to get on the second level with linebackers. Things happen.
Yep.
Things happen, and I'll just take the assurance of health. It is quite a veteran depth chart at this point.
Speaking of assurances of health, I'm seeing here from Health Shots, a sneeze generates so much pressure that if you hold it, the pressure could cause a rupture to your eardrums, irritation of the throat, and even in severe cases, rupture of blood vessels in your eyes.
Eardrum, bro. We don't need eardrum. That's your tools. Okay. That's one of your tools right there.
Sounds terrifying.
Your profession there, Mr. Dawson.
Yes. Thank you for looking out. I'll keep it flowing. It might be explosive, but I will not.
Just go crazy with it, man. Everybody has it. It's natural.
And they say,
you already burp on the radio, bro, which is really fire, by the way. So don't worry about it.
Too much.
Let me tell you about Twin Peaks.
Yeah, I love it.
It's amazing.
I love it.
But they do say we all close our eyes when we sneeze because your body just does that, and you can't
keep your eyes open.
Keep your eyes open. If you did, your eyes would shoot out of your skull.
I'm going to test this.
You can, I've tested.
And if I lose my eyeballs, I lose my eyeballs.
You won't. You will. Your body won't allow it to happen.
They'll shut them.
They will just shut itself.
We'll keep it pried open like a Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Show you inappropriate content.
In and out.
I'll throw that on the bet payoff board.
Woo.
Okay.
Good. Oh, that's horrible.
By the way, our Cowboys coverage brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Finals have another night off, which is BS.
Yeah. What the heck? We should not have a night with no Stanley Cup final or NBA final. By the way, the Golden Knights are just destroying the Florida Panthers. Does that make us feel any better about the way the Stars went out?
I mean, not necessarily better, but it more understandable. This is the best.
This team's awesome.
Yeah.
You ran into a buzzsaw.
We did.
Who were clicking, and you weren't clicking. Okay, taking out the LeBron story with Kyrie Irving. What is it? Is it leverage to get to LA? The reports continue today. Lakers remain uninterested in Kyrie Irving. Is it just a sign that Kyrie just wants to stay with the Mavs and is hoping to make the most of it in his new home? What's this story meaning to you guys right now, 24 hours after it broke?
I just think it means that he's finding it difficult to get to the Lakers. The Lakers probably don't really want him, certainly not for the money that he wants. But he does want to play with LeBron, and the best way for me to play with LeBron and get all the money that I want is going to be here in Dallas. So, I mean, that's pretty much what I chalk it up to.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like everybody that's in the know and is talking with people that represent Kyrie, like Mark Stein, right, Hayes from Yahoo. Kyrie's been saying all good things. He wants to be a Dallas Maverick. I did find it interesting, though, in the Yahoo Sports article yesterday, they had one little difference in it that the Mavericks were kind of talking to the Lakers about a LeBron trade even prior to the trade for Kyrie and getting him in Dallas. Wow. Like the Lakers were poking around, hey, what's going on here with the Lakers? Or are you guys in shambles? I mean, things weren't looking good. They looked like they weren't even going to make the playoffs for a period there. And the Mavs were just kind of gauging interest, even though LeBron, I believe, has a no-trade clause. But there was a buyout option. Maybe he would waive the no-trade clause. So I don't think the Mavs' interest in LeBron is specifically just Kyrie-related. But it does seem like all the tea leaves we're hearing and reading, yeah, Kyrie wants to be a Maverick.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and I don't know if I'm excited about it. Well, I am excited about it because watching Kyrie Irving play basketball is worth tuning into any game for. That's, I think, part of what we learned in his short stay here was that he's the most entertaining man with the basketball this organization's ever had. That's no disrespect to Dirk. It's just phenomenal. It's phenomenal entertainment value to watch him play. I can't see how it's part of a winning formula, and I hope that the big picture is, let's hold Kyrie, and if it doesn't work, figure out a trade with one of our two stars. I think you could build a winner around Kyrie. If Luka hates it, and going into 2024, you're hearing he wants out, I think you got to consider that as well. But whatever the case, though, they can't let any assets go without getting something significant in return. But right now, I'd feel stuck if I'm the Mavericks. It's like, what do we do? There's not a lot of interest coming in for Kyrie Irving to create the sign and trade that could maybe create a balanced roster for us. So I think it's just a wait and see approach, and entertaining show while we wait would be the glass half full. What we learned from Chris Young yesterday, then the G-Bag of the day is coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. You getting back to being you here in 2020? We have the G-Bag of the day coming up here at 2:30. The top audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the day, you can get a reset of who the champ is every night with Lucius Alexander. LA Live takes the air about 5:40. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, we had Chris Young on yesterday. In 1 hour, Marcus Semien is going to join the show, so we're stoked about that. What about deGrom? Here's what CY said an hour before the news developed yesterday.
Yeah, Jacob was home for the last, I think, 4 or 5 days with the birth of his third child.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're super excited for him and happy for his wife Stacy, and their 2 other kids. So Jacob returned today. I'll meet with our medical group and pitching group in a little bit and kind of figure out the next steps here. But we're happy to have him back, and we're most importantly happy for the birth of a healthy baby in the deGrom family.
Maybe we should have, been tipped off a little bit talking about meeting with the medical group. That was a pretty serious meeting, and within 45 minutes of Chris Young leaving our broadcast position yesterday, we got this piece of news. They've decided to go 60-day with him and keep him out for at least another month. But that was fun to have Chris Young on yesterday, and it's incredible if you get to get out to the globe and you see a guy who's about 6'8" with a giant butt. I mean, he's got like a basketball player's butt, doesn't he? You could see how he was working the post there at Highland Park and in the Ivy League and stuff. Sports star Chris Young.
No question.
But he was great to hang out with, and it's always awesome when they can have us out to the ballpark and sit down some special guests with us. And then put on a show like they did last night.
The walk-off win, I mean, I will ask this. Out of all these type of ways you can win, but just type of sports excitement, I think the walk-off victory in baseball is near the top. Like maybe a Hail Mary in football could come close, but goodness gracious, that walk-off with Nathaniel Lowe last night, you had Semien and Seager.
Yeah.
That was just electric. It's always fun. Like any type of walk-off win is just exciting.
Yeah, for sure. A game-winning play that expires the game, and I mean that is just that's super fun in any sport. But it was, especially last night with all the Cardinals fans that were there, it was fun to give them a little bit of heartbreak at the end of that game, and it's fun to see the Rangers win these kind of games, like especially with how much they're blowing some of these teams out. It's like, hey, it's not always going to be like that. We know that. So sometimes you got to win a game like that. It's nice to see them do it.
And I don't like this idea of giving the visiting fans too much credit for like traveling for their team. They just moved here because we got a much better place to work and raise a family. Okay, let's be honest. What's going on with all these away fans?
Yeah, they didn't hop on a bird to go catch a Monday game in June.
Well, and now you got the more balanced schedule, so like every team plays everybody. It used to be like you'd never see the Cardinals here once, but every 4 to 6 years. And now, all right, they're excited. The Cardinals get to play here. Same thing with the Braves.
By the way, you said 6'8", Chris Young.
Yeah,
Google's telling me 6'10".
6'10".
Yeah, he is 6'10".
Dude, it was crazy because I'm not the tallest guy. I'm around average height. But when I'm looking up to somebody that much, it's rare. I was like, holy crap, this
Brian's
dude's huge.
Pretty tall, and he made Brian look tiny.
Dude, look at G-Bag Nation's Twitter.
We were all Matt Weiner next to Shaquille O'Neal. I was like,
yeah, we were.
Wow, like I knew he was huge, but when you look at the picture and you just see how small you actually are compared to him, it's like, holy smokes. I mean, I was wrapped around, my arm was wrapped around what would usually be someone's shoulder, and it was right there hugged up around his belt line.
Yeah. Okay, cut 5 here from CY. Was your vision what sold Bochy to come out of retirement? Here's the GM.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that went into the decision and specific to the conversation. But I think ultimately what it was sitting down with Boch and him getting comfortable with me, hearing more about the organization from ownership to the player development side. I mean, one of the first questions he asked me was about our R&D team and the use of analytics. And he wants that. He needs that. He wanted to know that we were strong in that area. And just our players and our personnel. And then the big picture vision, how we're going to improve our pitching. And it was all of that combined. And, I think what he wanted to hear was that there is a path to winning here. And it's what I believe. It's what John Daniels believed before I came here. It's what our ownership, Ray Davis, believes. And, we're seeing that now play out a little bit. But I told Boch yesterday, we were in his office post-game, and I just congratulated him. I said, Boch, you took a shot on us. You took a risk on the Texas Rangers, a team that was, well below 500 last year, in the hopes that we could turn this around and be competitive. I just said I want you to know how much that means to me, that you believed in us as much as we believed in you, and I couldn't be happier with him being here. He is tremendous. He's everything that I had hoped, and it's just a thrill to work with him every day.
Yeah, what a huge get, to get CY a couple of years ago, but then to get Bochy to come out of retirement and do this for you. I think, as a player that played for Bochy, you knew what you were getting, and it was probably one of those very unique situations that allowed it to come together.
Yeah, man, this guy is special. I think, and I'm excited to chat with Simeon about that here in a little bit. Just like not only Bochy, but this entire staff, because it feels like these guys deserve a ton of credit. Of course, so much goes to the players, but like the turnaround that so many of these guys have had, just in my mind, speaks to Bochy and all of his guys, and not just the culture, but the way they teach things. They are getting their points across in a huge way.
Yeah, he's a winner, and he's doing that as well. I mean, it's the greatest start that the Rangers have had through 59 games in the franchise's history. I mean, it's simply outstanding what they're doing right now. But absolutely, I think there were questions of, could a Jonah Heim, could Nathaniel Lowe, these guys that were great last year, carry that over? And they've not only carried it over, they're better than what they were last year. And then to get a guy like Josh Young, who the fan base was excited about, but he's been arguably one of the top 3 third basemen in all of Major League Baseball, not just rookies, but offensively and defensively right now. Everything's clicking right now, and Bochy's pushing all the right buttons.
Well, no disrespect to Ron. We were some Ron worshipers here in the G-Bag Nation for years. And he's still my favorite skipper. But this Bochy guy, he sets himself apart because of how comfortable he is with the analytics.
Yeah.
Gives you that old school vibe, the great laid back demeanor that players really respond to, but also is a great ally of the front office and your nerds who are trying to get things, integrated into the game plan that can really help you. We have Kyle Yeomans, Cowboys.com, coming up at 4:00. Dave Raymond at 5:00. We'll be talking Rangers with him, and Marcus Simeon coming up at 3:20. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. I'm in the Pimp Cup, holding these Gators down. I got some cold Jack in the Box sitting right next to me.
What'd you go with?
Bought this about an hour ago. Cold Jack in the Box. Can't wait to put it in the microwave. My life is going well.
Curly fries, bro? Was it the greasy conversation? Did that get you? You're like,
it was the closest thing near me, and I had to put some food in my belly. Had to.
Yeah, it comes in handy every now and then.
Yeah, I had to.
Central.
And I skipped not to get a salad or anything healthy. I said, I got to get something crap.
Good for you. So yes to the curly fries.
Yeah. Yes to the curly fries.
Yeah, okay.
Double cheeseburger with the bacon joint and 2 tacos. Can't wait to get into it.
The tiny tacos are amazing as well. I
Tiny
like their
tacos.
teriyaki bowl.
Really?
Yeah, I think Jack in the Box has it going on in a
It's
couple of
not
ways.
bad.
The
Their egg rolls
24-hour
are good.
breakfast.
What?
Yeah.
This is news to me, man. Not
Yeah.
the 24-hour breakfast, but a teriyaki bowl.
The teriyaki bowl's nice.
I was kind of shocked that the Jack in the Box been around since like the 70s or something like that.
It's been a good run, man.
Damn, I thought it was something new. I really did.
I remember it in the 80s, but it had a PR nightmare and kind of went away for a while.
Yeah, I was around for that. Our winner is Cameron and Mace, the rappers from Harlem. Legendary rappers. They also have the hookup here at the Dallas Mavericks situation. They get like floor seats here at the Dallas Mavericks. I'm trying to figure out who's hooking them up. They talk about that a lot. I'm thinking it might be the Sham God.
Well, maybe they were both.
Am I saying Sham God right?
God
Sham God. Okay.
Yeah,
Because I'm thinking about the other Shams, and he gets called Sham God.
Sharanya.
Yeah.
Sham God is a New York legend.
Shams is the Riz God.
Okay, Riz, excuse me.
But
respectfully.
But Cameron and Mace were really good basketball players. They probably know a bunch of people.
They are really good basketball players. Yeah, they have the hookup here in Dallas for some reason. And here they are trying to campaign for Shannon Sharpe to be on their internet sports radio show, and it just morphs into something else.
I know you got Club Shay, and I know you're not just reaching a buyout without something else lined up, but think about it, my. It makes mad sense.
Yeah.
Mad sense.
We get him and Michael Irvin. We can get 100
Now, we can get Mike Irvin, nigga. All we need is a quarter key. We get a quarter key on Mike. We get a quarter key up here, Mike. You could come right up here, Mike Irvin. I'll pure. We right in Miami, right off the water. Every Monday, you be lined up. Come with it. You make sure you're right.
Every
You
Monday,
pay you in cash and cocaine.
Mike, I ain't in on that. Mike.
Don't act like you don't know what Mike like to do.
Hope Mike's not in town.
Yeah, it's just jokes.
Yeah, it's just jokes, Mike.
Could be thought of.
Unless you're going to do it.
Yeah, it's just jokes for us.
It's just jokes. Let's see. We had a dad that had a proud dad moment and a proud husband moment at the same time. Hopefully you can get this audio together. Dad walks into the room. He's talking to the wife. Hey, I need you to console our child. Our child think we were wrestling or you're being hurt. And I just need to tell him everything's okay.
You just say?
Our daughter's crying right now because she heard you screaming, and she wanted to make sure you're okay.
I was screaming?
Yeah. So I think you should go talk to her. Let her know that you're okay.
What's wrong? I heard you screaming. I wanted to know what's wrong. My dog was answering me. Oh, our door was closed. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, let's turn it off.
Like you were hurt or something. Oh, no, I'm not hurt. I'm sorry that scared you. I thought you were so asleep.
Poppy was in there. Wham, 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 wham.
I'm not hurt.
Mommy. Wow, must have really been.
Jesus,
got it going.
Jesus.
Couldn't hear the knock on the door.
Yeah. My girl was saying my whole name, bro. I was like, yo, why does it sound like roll call? Lucius Alexander. Lucius Alexander. Lucius Alexander. Come to the front.
She's proud.
Yeah, she is. I want to give a shout out to the Texas Rangers and that walk-off. Was that low?
Yep.
Your boy Marcus Semien, though, had the scoots. He
Yep.
came from second, right?
He was hauling.
He had the
Yep.
scoots, bro.
Low, the fourth batter Cabrera has faced. Here's the pitch. It's hit on the left side and through. A base hit into left field. Semien around third. Here's the throw from Donovan. It's offline. Semien scores. And the Rangers walk off the Cardinals in the opening game of this series. The final score, 4-3. Rangers are bouncing between first and second. And it is a happy house in Arlington.
Hell yeah, it is, Hicksy.
Sure was. I was happy as hell, too. I was choking on my Zalot's pizza.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah, it's good pizza to joke on.
Thank you.
Pizza to
Thank you.
joke on.
I appreciate that. This little girl right here has been hanging around her uncle a little too long. This is the fun uncle. He likes to cuss around the babies, and the babies pick it up.
Don't f around. he just f around all the time.
Don't what? Don't what?
You didn't do this with your baby. You didn't do this with your baby.
But don't what? What is he doing?
Don't take me a picture.
Don't take my picture. Don't try to record me because you know I'm out of line right now. Trying to go viral. Ain't gonna give me no money.
Man, these little kids are the best. So cute. Yeah, we had our moment a couple of weeks ago though, and it was not the cool uncles. It was the soccer team dads. Soccer tournament weekend. A lot of time around the colorful language.
What were they saying?
Pretty much every word.
Okay.
Besides the one.
I just didn't know if there's like phrases that they didn't even know. They just like to hear it and it sounds good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Hers was when you make a mistake and you say, "Oh bleep."
Yeah.
Oh bleep. Like she dropped something. She dropped something. She was eating and dropped her fork and said, "Oh bleep." I thought it was funny. It just works. It's funny.
It's hard not to laugh though. You're like, yo, I don't want you to say that, but that is great.
Yeah.
And you had great timing with that and everything.
Yeah, they're picking up everything. Boy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
This is a little throwback, but I want to play it. NBC Sports Philadelphia broadcast didn't care how Mets star Francisco Lindor kind of tossed the ball to first base after an easy double play. This happened last week. I'm talking about he just tossed it just like that, and they were a little upset about it. Stuffy. Did you call it stuffy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 outs. Bryson Stott's coming up. That ball was scorched. GMC precision play. Line drive right to Lindor. You got a problem with that, the way he threw it over there? I'm not a big fan. Be a little bit more professional about it. Yeah, almost like, showing me up. Salt in the wound. Listen, it is what it is. It was going to be a double play no matter how he got it over there. I thought he was just going to toss it to McNeil and let McNeil tag him.
What are we doing? The fun police over here.
Stuffy, bro. I don't like how he threw that ball over there.
I mean, there's some great people in baseball, but the way they enforce their code, like it's a superior way of being, is just insane.
Yeah, I love it.
It's just
so toxic.
It is. It's horrible. It's horrible. Can you imagine, like, coming from a different country? Like, what? I can't celebrate? I can't be like, sweet, yeah, look at me. I got to be like, yeah, I want to thank my teammates.
Right.
Okay. And throw the ball. What is professionally? Put a little style on it.
What is professional?
Screw you. I'm doing a trick over here, bro.
Hand it to him.
Harlem Globetrotters aren't even really playing a game. They just do tricks. The crowd loves it, bro. Okay? Let me entertain a little bit. Is it Cameron and Mace? Is it the proud dad and the proud husband moment at the same time? Simeon with the game-winning run. Little girl hanging out with the fun uncle too much. Or the play-by-play guys annoyed by Francisco Lindor. I'm going to go with our guy Simeon, who joins us coming up at 3:20, Chief.
The self-serious starts baseball broadcasters. Got to vote for them.
Love it. Lucius.
I've been getting pressed about playing this Cameron and Mace audio, so I'm going to keep voting for that.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I can't believe you're playing that.
Well, Lucius is getting pressed. I'm voting for Cameron, baby.
Oh, my score 2-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the Cameron and Mace podcast with thoughts on getting Michael Irvin and Shannon Sharp to work for him. Okay, Wolchuk, do you have Krusty's Corner today?
Yeah, we got 5 second-year players who will play a vital role for the Cowboys in 2023. And if you could only pick one, who would you go with to have a Pro Bowl type of season? That's next on The Fan.
Okay, but I want to chat Frank.
From the start, like we are. The Fans' official coverage is proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with a classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on Silverados, Trax, Equinox, Malibus, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat to those on a tough road and haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Just saw a tweet from Brian Broaddus from the hospital. He's doing good. So he'll likely be back tomorrow. Here's Wolchuk with Krusty's Corner.
A little shocked he's not here right now.
It's a little disappointing, honestly.
What the heck, man?
You find out that there was nothing in his heart anyways. Felt like he would have been here for his scheduled program in Krusty's Corner.
Unbelievable. So now here it is. We've got to pick up the slack for him.
I imagine it looking like Kevin Durant when he was in the hospital and he tweeted out his joint. Y'all remember that at all?
Yes. Was it the Achilles? Was that thing ruptured?
Yeah,
God,
he
that was
going
gross.
through it, bro.
Yeah.
Breathing through the tubes and stuff.
Good to hear that Brian's okay, but I guess he's at a Chinese buffet near you.
I mean, he missed practice for that today. That's pretty embarrassing.
Pretty lame is what I think. All right, so 877-881-1053. I do have the 5 second-year players who will play a vital role for the Cowboys in 2023, and I asked the question, and a lot of texts coming in like, what about CD or Stephon Gilmore? Specifically these second-year guys. Like, if you can only pick one second-year guy, Jake Ferguson, Tyler Smith, Damone Clark, Deron Bland, Sam Williams, one of these dudes to step up and play like a top 10 at their position type of level, which guy do you think would be the most important for this football team to step up and kind of take the next step in their career?
Man, if Damone Clark could hit his potential and be that super physical, super fast linebacker that's always arriving and, you know, making plays, I think that guy could be huge right now because, you know, looking at the inside linebackers, they have just sufficient, in my opinion. I think Leighton Vander Esch has done a nice job carving out a pretty good career, but they need playmaker. They're at that second level, Chief.
Yeah, I'm looking at the premium positions. I'm looking at Sam Williams, who I'm expecting to have a big season from a pass rushing standpoint, especially Deron Bland, you know, similar deal. But both those two guys you feel really, really good about. I think the biggest surprise and the thing that would help you the most, assuming Sam Williams is at the minimum just as good as he was last year, and Deron Bland was at the minimum just as good as he was last year. Give me Jalen Tolbert to be a dang Pro Bowler.
Sure.
I mean, come on, man. That changes the outlook of this offense for sure, especially if Michael Gallup's actually going to return to being himself, which everybody's alleging after seeing him run
Tolbert
around.
wasn't even one of the 5 on this article because you've got now with Brandon Cooks, I guess he's going to be so buried down on the depth chart. But, yeah, it'd be nice to see Jalen Tolbert actually give you some type of life. For me, I think Ferguson is getting a little undervalued here. I know people are looking at Schoonmaker, and Mike McCarthy talked about today him dealing with that plantar fasciitis, but they're just being smart with him. And they expect him to be ready for training camp, which is very exciting. But I think Ferguson can have a big year, but I think it's got to be Tyler. Whether it's a guard or at left tackle, you need Tyler Smith to end up being that home run and get to the all-pro level that some of your other first-round picks have had. Yeah. I think he will. I think he's got the talent to do so.
Man, he could be an absolute beast at left guard. I think at left tackle, the techniques, the coordination that it requires to really secure that edge down in and down out, I'll be surprised if Tyler gets a lead at that. But I think at left guard, at least for this year, if Tyron stays healthy, he could be an absolute mauler. He's just stronger than most everybody in the game. So that would be exciting, Tyler Smith.
Yeah. The offensive line is so important. So I could get behind that. But in a perfect world, I think Jalen Tolbert coming out of nowhere and giving you nothing last year and then being a Pro Bowler right now, would just be a total game changer.
I think he could. I think he's going to surprise some people and have a solid second year.
Tolbert?
But the good thing is that I'm not out on Jalen Tolbert. I get it. Rookie year was terrible, but I just think he's one of those guys that maybe it just took him a little bit longer. They put too much on his plate. And he wasn't available at OTAs or minicamps. He missed it. He was hurt. He wasn't out there. And those reps are important for some of these young guys, which is kind of why I'm scaling back my expectations for Schoonmaker as well.
Yeah, this Schoonmaker thing, to me, now that Brian's not here to filibuster and defend the guy ad nauseum, to me, the measurables are there with Schoonmaker, but how you put the athleticism together in actual plays is huge. And I think Ferguson shows you when he gets the ball and turns towards the defense, he's an athlete looking to make things happen. Schoonmaker's like, okay, cool, I'm fast and huge and I got the ball. Now what do I do? Fall down there for, an additional couple of yards? That's all I'm seeing from Schooney. I think he can be a great blocker. I think he can be a good pass securing type of receiver. But your football IQ is defined by how dangerous you are when you turn and look at that would-be tackler, I think. And Schooney has none of that. Ferguson has lots of it.
Yeah, I think Ferguson does. It's funny when you look at their athletic charts, you see Schoonmaker being so much more athletic, but when you watch them play, Ferguson definitely jumped off the screen with his athleticism after the catch so much more than what Schoonmaker did, at least when I watched him after the draft and saying, okay, Schoonmaker's a Cowboy, let's turn the tape on this guy, and I didn't see much of that either. But in terms of giving you the Dalton Schultz, Jason Witten, hey, I'm 9 yards down the field and I can catch the ball, and I can run, but I'm not really making anybody miss. I think he's that security blanket guy for sure. I don't think he's a game breaker, but they care much more about the blocking aspect of the tight end.
That's where Schoonmaker's going to come in and help out with the run game for sure. I do think he's got some ability after the catch, but we didn't see it at Michigan. You're right. I think some of that is the offense that he plays in and what he was asked to do, but I think that it's a fair question. How much is he going to be able to give you yak-wise at the next level? Now, one good positive today from camp reports are, you got the ongoing kicker debate. Jerry talked about yesterday, they're probably going to be looking at bringing in a veteran kicker. They haven't done it yet, but Tristan Vizcaino did what he could do today to kind of quiet any of that. He went 8 for 8, made kicks of 33, 35, 38, 40, 43, 46, 47, and 55. So perfect day for Tristan Vizcaino as he tries to say, hey, you don't need to bring anybody else in. I'm the kicker of this football team.
Sounds like Jerry was offering the gig to Errol Spence, the champ, though. That's what Errol said.
It was pretty cool to have him out there at practice. And yeah, he was. And then Errol Spence said, well, I played a little safety in corner. Maybe I could line up for you. But the Cowboys have a lot of depth right now at corner.
Yeah, they do. They're good there. I'm anxious to see what they can do at kicker, though. We need a reliable option.
I think they've got to bring somebody in. And Brian keeps talking about Mason Crosby. Maybe. I think Robbie Gould is still a guy. I get the kickoff thing would probably be the reason why they don't do it. But they need to bring in a leg that they can really count on and rely on here, especially if they think they're going to be playing close games.
Michael Gilkin, I just saw, speaking of Jalen Tolbert from earlier, allegedly playing much, much faster. He's thinking less, better handle of what is being asked of him across all wide receiver positions, and he caught multiple touchdowns during red zone 7-on-7.
There you go. We also had positive reports of Jabril Cox as well today, who apparently was dominating the late drills, according to Patrick Walker at DallasCowboys.com. We will talk with Kyle Yeomans coming up at 4 o'clock, a little over an hour from now, and get his update from what he saw as well. Mozzie Smith, the rookie, also looked good to start his first summer of mini camps with the Cowboys. Jonathan Hankins was also on the field. So you had, Mozzie rotating in, taking reps with the second team on Tuesday, as Hankins was with the ones, along with Quinton Bohanna. But, that's something where I don't think there's any debate. Like, Mozzie's going to jump Quinton Bohanna on the depth chart. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, this is a young man's game. He will be better than Hankins by the time we get to October at the latest.
No doubt. Otherwise, the only other thing that was interesting, we talked to you about the offensive line, but also Tony Pollard. Not really out there much today. They're kind of being cautious with Tony Pollard, but all indications are he should be ready to rock for training camp.
Right on, dude. That would be massive if TP can be as good as he was at the top of his game last year. He is an absolute game breaker whenever he gets the football. They need that element in the offense big time. Okay, thank you, Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 Through the Fan. We've heard from Broadus on both text and social media. He's doing great, so reach out and congratulate him. I know he loves hearing from you, Tolos. As long as he's not engaged in a clapback Broadus, Toxic Tuesday type of throwdown.
Ask him where the hell he is. Why didn't you come to work today?
Yeah, he can handle the stress. Be like, hey, Broadus, I was thinking I might have a migraine headache, so I was going to go to the doctor and miss work tomorrow. He's just, I think he's a hypochondriac. That's what's going on with Broadus. He's like, oh man, I'm 58. I probably got a bad heart. I got to book this appointment. He did like an angioplasty or something like that. Or I don't know what it was.
He's been doing that podcast for too long with fellow hypochondriac Bobby Belt. Rubbing off on him a little bit.
Yeah, we got the NFL news of the day coming up next. Boley, where are you taking us on that journey?
Oh my gosh, we've got some good audio as we've got the Bills. We got new stadium information here from Buffalo, as well as some signings as well to tell you about next NFL news of the day.
Okay, I want to chat about my friends at Window.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. The 989 is coming in hot. Says, way to pigeonhole Schoonmaker before he's taking a single NFL snap. Leave the garbage hot takes to Skip Bayless. Y'all can be better than that. 982, is that 989? Is that a Michigan area code? Have we figured that out yet, Wolchuk?
I can look it up. I'm not sure where 989's from.
Well, I tell you what, before we get to the NFL news today, I got to tell you what, this is an opinion business. And if you don't like strong sports takes, you can go look somewhere else.
Michigan.
I'm sure you can stream ESPN radio somewhere if you want headlines and stats and facts. But what we do here on the Fan is call it like we see it. And I think it's pretty clear, even if you're the biggest Wolverine homer, you tune into Schoonmaker's highlights and you see a big, solid, strong son of a gun that's got no wiggle. He's got no couth about him when he gets the ball in his hands, okay? It's all about reading and reacting. It's your instincts. Here comes the defender. I'm going to quick go the other way. And most guys just don't have it. Some dudes are built big and strong enough that they still play football, okay? Usually they're called offensive linemen or, defensive linemen, maybe a kicker. Usually it's the guys that got those instincts that play the attacking positions. They play them great. Dawson's catching feelings today, says the 571. You're damn right I am. And if you want some more reaction, you just load up on text right now because I'm not here for your BS
catch
today.
me outside?
Okay. Saying, oh, what's this? I'm tuning into sports radio and I heard a guy with a strong opinion. I better call in and complain. 989. Freak out of here. Here's Wolchuk with the NFL news of the day.
I'm glad you got that off your chest. We got a lot of allegations going on. The NFL investigation of the Colts, we found out the player, guys. It's cornerback Isaiah Rodgers. Now, I did get butt cracked yesterday. Had a Tolo.
got cracked?
Tolo went ahead and tagged us in.
Good for you, man.
Michael Pittman. They were like,
Good
oh my
for
gosh,
you.
Krusty was right. Michael Pittman's the guy. Then I look in and no, it's the fake Adam Schefter that tweeted this. So don't believe everything you see out there, kids. It's not always true, all right? But we did know that it is now Isaiah Rodgers who has commented on the situation. He said, addressing the current reports, I want to take full responsibility for my actions. I know I have made mistakes, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to repair the situation. The last thing I ever wanted to do was to be a distraction at the Colts organization, my coaches, my teammates. I've let people down that I care about. I made an error in judgment, and I'm going to work hard to make sure that these mistakes are rectified through this process. It's an honor to play in the NFL, and I have never taken that lightly. I am very sorry for all of this. And apparently, according to Albert Breer, there's more players. We're going to find out more players that have been gambling. Can you believe it? The nerve of these players to gamble?
Had no idea it was going to be so prevalent when the floodgates opened.
This has to be like gambling on football games to be a concern.
It has
right?
to be. I don't think they now. There is a rule you can't do this in the facility, like at the facility. Period. It can be on baseball. It can be on basketball. It doesn't matter. I do think the NFL's main concern in this is the inside information. You can't be betting on your own team. You can't be betting on the sport that you play. But to me, it's also just. What the hell? They're cashing in on FanDuel. They're cashing in on BetMGM. You name the casino rights. The NFL's making so much money now on gambling, and they're going to crack down here on the players. Again, it's a little bit bizarre, but I get it. I understand. If the rules are bizarre. Rules are rules.
Rules are rules. If you prey on cheerleaders, we will help cover that up. If you gamble on a college basketball game, we're going to help prosecute you, get you out of this league. Can't have any of that on these grounds.
Gosh, I'm upset that Krusty's not here today because Ron Rivera's taking shots at his guy Sam Howell.
Taking shots at his own quarterback?
Yeah. And it's not necessarily shots. It's more so just, hey, I'm not necessarily going ahead and giving Sam Howell this job. He said, again, it's one of these things that, guys, it's just because I said Sam's going to start as QB1 doesn't mean he's going to finish as QB1. I like to believe that if he goes out and does the things he's capable of, he's got a very, very good chance of doing that. But I think Jacoby's shown us some things that have really caught people's attention. in reference to Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett
who we
is
know
turning heads at OTAs.
Pretty much a 500 quarterback at best.
That's a great June headline, man.
Yeah, that's good talk. I think Brissett is a cut above Jobber, though.
Yeah.
He's going to get some wins for you. He'll put up some numbers. I would not be surprised if he's better than Howell.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's better than Hal. I do think we've kind of found out Jacoby Brissett is an ideal backup that can come in a pinch and keep you afloat. Sam Howell's a guy that they're hopeful, hey, maybe he could end up being the franchise quarterback. I know they took him late in the draft. He's looked okay. I thought he was solid in college. Throws a pretty deep ball, but geez, you've already got like Ron Rivera fighting with himself. Like, what did I say? No, I didn't mean that. It's not Sam Howell's job.
It's hard when you work for an organization that likes to solve quarterback by bringing in 3 backups a year.
Right, exactly.
That's what they do.
I do think Jacoby Brissett might be able to go down in history. We'll see how much more longevity he has, but being like one of the best journeyman backup quarterbacks of like at least our generation.
Yeah. And Chase Daniel, man.
Chase Daniel is
he the GOAT right now?
He's the lead dog.
Yeah.
And he never really has to step in for any action. You know, like Jacoby's in there, he's got to actually come in there and play sometimes.
That's the good work when you don't have to actually play. They can't find out you no longer have it.
Right.
You know, you can string that out 7-8 years if you're behind a healthy guy.
Chase Daniel has concealed his poor level of professional quarterback play by just being behind Drew Brees for so many years.
Mahomes.
You want guys that insist on taking all the snaps. Peyton Manning, that's the ideal backup job.
Exactly.
Behind him.
Then we finally
he'll hide
found
your
out,
helmet.
Oh my gosh, the neck injury. Now Curtis Painter's got to play. How has this guy had a job? He can't throw the football.
We should do a backup quarterbacks list that just of names that kind of just make you chuckle, make you smile. I think Curtis Painter might be number 1, if not for sure top 5 on that list.
Okay, the Bills are breaking ground on their new $1.54 billion stadium. The whole thing here is they're still not going to have a roof. Now, Brandon Beane, their GM, has been making rounds on podcasts. He was very open after the draft. We played some audio about him and the trade that they made to move up and get Dalton Schultz. He was on the Pat McAfee show. This was yesterday. They talked to him about the new stadium they're building. Why don't you put a roof on this thing? Here's Brandon Beane.
There was never consideration to have this thing covered so that, maybe the Super Bowl could take a trip or something of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, as much as you'd love to get a Super Bowl, we just feel like Buffalo. When you think Buffalo Bills, you think outside football. To me, it'd be like doing it at Lambeau. Like if you put a dome in Lambeau, that just wouldn't seem right. And we like, playing outside. The good thing for fans is, and I don't quote me on this, but a certain number, like I want to say half to 60% are going to be covered with a tarp. When you go to Seattle or whatever, kind of goes over. But another positive is it's going to be grass. And, we have these debates of turf versus grass. So that was one of the big things that we pushed for. So it's going to be grass like Lambeau has and have all that coil underneath to keep the field warm. So very excited about that.
Well, we do prefer genuine grass here in the G-Bag Nation. We've been on the record of that one for years.
Big grass show.
And I love that Buffalo's keeping their stadium rocking. As a fan of the Bills, I'd be pissed. Mm-hmm. I'm not coming to any games to sit in minus 10 degrees. But as a fan, I love tuning in for a snow game, Chief. It's cool.
No, but you don't have like that Bills Mafia in your DNA.
There you go.
That's a different breed. You know what I mean? Like those people would be the opposite. They'd be ticked off if there was a roof over their heads. Like they want to be as like the more weather, the weather brings misery. It actually like counteracts, and they're happier.
They want to know the other team's miserable. That makes them happy. They'll do anything to get a Bills dub.
It's their home field advantage.
They're catching themselves on fire and all kinds of stuff. I love it. Bills Mafia for the win.
And they're legally drunk, which takes away the sting of the cold a little bit.
That's a good call. That's a good call. And Walter, just to be fair, they're not lighting themselves necessarily on fire
They're
per
jumping
se,
onto-
but they're leaping onto fire tables.
Yes. And then they're just going ahead and simmering in the fire. It's pretty incredible.
They're smarter than actually setting themselves on fire.
Are they?
Barely.
Slightly.
Yeah.
Just a tad.
Well, just because they know it's more entertaining to jump into the fire off of like a Winnebago in the middle of a tailgate than it is to just light yourself on fire.
Right. And my favorite part of that audio is when they ask Brandon Beane that, and he's like, "Well, when you think Buffalo Bills, you just think outside football." And I think it's AJ Hawk. He's just like, "Hell yes."
I thought that was Lucius.
Gosh. I don't think it was Lucius. I'm pretty sure it was AJ Hawk and that guy. He's like, "Oh, hell yes." You can feel the testosterone boiling there.
When you think Buffalo Bills, you think outside football. To me, it'd be like,
hell yeah.
Hell yeah. There's too much downtime in football to be that excited about playing in cold. Like those people are psychopaths. If you're playing a sport that requires constant running, you're going to be fine in the cold. These football players are insane. You play for 4 seconds and then stand around for 40 seconds, and then you go sit on the sideline for 12 minutes. You'd be freezing your balls off.
Jags are the next team that's going to go ahead and renovate their stadium. We've talked about that. They're going to have shade on all seats, wider concourses, increased space for football operations, better vertical transportation, and they're replacing the HVAC, plumbing, mechanical, and electrical systems in the stadium. They're also constructing a state-of-the-art 125,000 square foot sports performance center. I guess when you finally get a franchise quarterback like Trevor Lawrence, you decide, you know what? We need to up this baby because it's been kind of the biggest dump outside of Washington in the NFL for a while.
This is surprising because I thought they were building their new stadium in Frankfurt, Germany or whatever.
Yeah, well, they're probably going to go half and half in London. And,
that's right. London is the home of the Jaguars.
Yeah, they're big there. We might have an issue when it comes to getting a team on Hard Knocks this year. And this is something that CBS Sports posted today. Found this interesting. But the rules, basically the formula that a team doesn't have to be on the show are they have a first-year head coach in place, they have a playoff berth within the past 2 seasons, or they've appeared on Hard Knocks in the past 10 years. So, for instance, the Broncos don't have to be on the show in 2023 because they've got a new head coach, Sean Payton. The Patriots don't have to be on the show because they made the playoffs 2 years ago. Cowboys have been on the show over the last 10 years, so they don't have to. So, when you factor it, the only teams left that they could do this with are the Jets, the Bears, the Saints, and the Commanders. Now, the Jets are obviously the choice, in my opinion, but you've had the Jets kind of be, Woody Johnson, I'll leave that alone. Whether we do it this year, I think we'd have to take a hard look. Some of their players have come out and said, man, y'all can give Hard Knocks to another team. We're trying to focus and win. That's a distraction. Robert Saleh hasn't wanted to comment when it comes to the Hard Knocks thing. I thought this would be a no-brainer. You have the Jets on Hard Knocks. You get Aaron Rodgers. It doesn't seem like that organization's really too fond of it. And then we're left with the Bears, the Saints, or the Commanders.
He said those last 3 names, he being Wolchuk, with just a disgusting look on his face, just a grimace, like we have no interest as a football country to watch any of those 3 teams.
I don't need to watch Dennis Allen and Derek Carr with his eyeliner on. The Bears, maybe that could be interesting because I like Justin Fields. And the Commanders, that could be fun for our entertainment because we can just make fun of them the whole time. But we really want to watch a Sam Howell, Jacoby Brissett battle going on in Hard Knocks.
Sounds juicy to me, man. It's hard to predict where the best drama is and the personality of some of these assistant coaches and the toxicity of the players getting cut. And it's hard to say what is going to be most interesting. The high-profile guys know how to avoid cameras, or they're so fake in front of them, it's weird. And I'll tell you what, from being out in Oxnard and seeing the difference of when they have those shows in there and not, what ends up happening is people complain about them. And as soon as groups of people get together, instead of talking about football, they're talking about how annoying the cameras are, or how this guy was acting fake in front of the cameras, or this guy's trying to get in front of the cameras. And it becomes a distraction because you're just talking about it and they're constantly in your space in a way that you're trying to go through adversity and make tough decisions and fight for your career. And this other crap keeps happening. And there's no doubt in my mind it takes away the focus of football. I want it nowhere near the Ford Center at the Star ever again.
I agree. Like, it's fun as a fan to consume that, right? It was like every week we got to watch this. This is dope. It's our football team. But yes, I could see it being a distraction. I'm glad you brought that up because I was wondering, last year was our first year out at camp. But the year before, you had Hard Knocks out there. I didn't know like how that really works. Are the cameras being all over the place? Like, does that end up impacting our ability when it comes to being on the sidelines? They're like, no, this is just designated for HBO.
It's tougher for us. It makes it a little bit more difficult for us because they create their own lines and their own alleys across the practice facility. But you can see it on the players and the coaches and whatnot's faces because you get more eye rolls when you ask about it. It's like, oh, geez, okay, here we go, talking about Hard Knocks.
Yeah. The Jets, you were talking about Robert Saleh yesterday, Eric. He has decided to cancel mandatory minicamps next week due to an earlier training camp start. He said, with the Hall of Fame game, we're reporting a week earlier than everybody else, and guys need to get away. We've been here. They've put in a really good offseason. All the guys have since April. And just to give the guys the extra week to take their break because you need a week off, and then you've got to rev it back up, get ready for the season. So having this extra week, taking the week off, then 4th of July, there's just a lot of things that can mess up the flow. But we'll pick it up, and we'll get back together right before the Hall of Fame game.
There you go. I mean, at least they got the extra week of training camp, but I would still be trying to capitalize.
I figured you'd hate this.
Got a new quarterback coming in. We got things. We got T's to cross and I's to dot here. All right, this is a detail oriented business. We need to capitalize on that second week, not chalk it up to we'll just fall back in line and we'll work the same amount as everybody else. Why not capitalize on that extra week of work? Come on, Bob Saleh.
All right, let's step aside, and Marcus Simeon set to join you. The Rangers Player Show is next on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat about my friend. All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This Rangers Player Show is brought to you by the Junior Rangers and Cars for Kids. As joining us now in his second season with the Rangers, rolling here on a 24-game hit streak, making a push in the MVP rankings with an 881 on-base plus slugging it. A ribby last night and the game-winning run in a walk-off dub. It's been very exciting here as Marcus Semien joins you now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well. How's everybody doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We're having a blast, watching you guys do what you do, and we want to start with congratulations on that hitting streak. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think just really just finding a routine that I like in the cage and making it work in the game. I think you can do everything right in the cage, but if you get out there at game time and you're off, that's when you need to make an adjustment. But you pair that with game planning and having a good plan against whatever pitch you're facing, and so far things are going well for me.
So you bring up the routine. We hear a lot about you're very routine oriented. What's a day in the life of a game day for Marcus Semien like?
Well, like yesterday we had a 7:00 game, so usually get up early with my kids, have breakfast, took my son to a swimming lesson, came home, played around outside. Then I took a little nap, came to the ballpark. I eat, get in the training room, get in the weight room, cage, ground balls, BP, come back in the clubhouse, get off your feet for a little bit, and, get ready to go. 7:00, I just want to make sure I have all the energy so I can get going. Now it seems like games are shorter. It used to be 3.5 hours you need to be, just ready to do anything you need to do. But now the games are a little shorter, so I think that's helping us out.
Yeah, how much better physically do you feel because of that?
I feel good. I just want to make sure I stay consistent in the weight room. That's always a big thing for me, just to make sure you feel strong throughout the year. And you want to have your best months be at the end of the year. So for me, staying in the weight room and staying strong is very important.
What's your favorite lift day in the weight room? Favorite body part to work?
Well, we do total body here, for me at least. So, I think I used to be kind of a bench press guy, back squat, but Jose understands that I'm getting older, and we just need to be smarter. But for me, being consistent is the most important thing.
Heyday Marcus Semien, what's he getting up in the bench?
If you ask me that in the off season, I probably have a higher number. But with the dumbbells, probably 110s I got up to maybe. But in the season, we keep it lower. We don't want to be getting hurt in season on some bench press.
No, absolutely. But no one's more impressive in the weight room than Adolis, right?
Yeah, that's a joke. That might be his biceps, the 110.
Gosh.
But no, he is one of the largest human beings I've ever seen on a baseball field, but with athleticism. So we're very lucky to have him.
But Marcus Semien's the hardest worker on the team, right? No one's outworking you.
Well, I feel like at this level, everybody needs to work hard. Our opponents are so good. Everybody's throwing so hard. You look at the prospects that are getting called up nowadays, and they look like they're just different. So, for me, a guy who's been around, that's a given. You need to show up and be consistent, get your work in, and it's not about how much you can lift or how fast you can run, but can I get in here once a series, or that's what I try and do.
Well, Boch has called you a manager's dream. Have you noticed anybody else kind of emulating and following your routine, your work ethic as you continue to be a leader for this team?
Yeah, what comes to mind first is the young players. We have Josh Young, Duran, Tavares. He's been around longer than Young and Duran, but just watching them kind of navigate their, this full season, and just watching them since spring training, I like what I see. And their bodies look like they're feeling good. Obviously, Duran's coming back from a minor thing. He didn't even need a rehab assignment. He came back and hasn't missed a beat. So, watching those young players get their routines in and prepare for 162 plus, it's fun to watch.
It's Marcus Simeon here with you in the G-Bag Nation, home of the Rangers. They say you're a leader by example. Do you have to break anything down, or are they essentially just copying you?
Well, I think everybody's routine should be different. My body is not the same body as Tavares. It's not the same body as Josh Young or Durant or any of these guys. So that's where, working with our training staff and our strength coaches and understanding, okay, where am I weak or where am I strong, and how can I make sure I have no deficiencies in my body? Because, once you have a weakness somewhere and you keep playing every single day and you're not fixing that, that's where the injuries happen. So in terms of leading by example, those are things that I think should be a given playing in this league and trying to play every day. And, guys want to follow because I think they've seen the games played that I've been able to, manage over the years, and everybody wants to do that.
Yes, sir, they do. Okay, so what's the hot item for breakfast with the kiddos these days?
Well, for me, it's oatmeal. For them, it's probably waffles or pancakes or something sweeter. But, for me, I keep it oatmeal, and on the road, maybe eggs, maybe pancakes every once in a while. But at home, definitely oatmeal.
Now, as a star, a lot of guys just have a chef chilling there. Do you have one of those, or do you get down there on the grill and throw down for the kids yourself?
No, we don't. We don't have a chef. It's funny. I think about like the way NFL or NBA players kind of. I feel like baseball players don't do that as much. I think baseball players, you find that we're more like everyday people. I think that we do play a sport where yes, we're not running and tackling each other, or there's less physicality to it. But for me, I think just keeping everything in moderation with your diet, keeping it simple, those things work for my family and I.
We had Chris Young on yesterday. He was talking about how his biggest challenge is the food that you guys are getting at the stadium, walking through the kitchen. He's just having to fight off the hankering to just grab something. What's the spread like for you guys prior to the game?
Yeah, I think from day one that the stadium opened, from what I heard, the food has been unbelievable. The staff, the kitchen staff in there works so hard just to make sure we have everything we need. There's Latin options for the Latin players. There's, they keep it, the variety there. And that's all we can ask for as professional baseball players, is to have something we want to eat and something healthy as well, so that we can have as much energy as we can to get wins for the ball club.
Yeah, I know you're super dialed with this, but are you doing much in the way of cheat meals?
Cheat meals?
Yeah. Sounds like a foreign concept.
No, I'm not one of those guys to say, hey, I can't do this, I can't do that. I just think, like I said, keeping things in moderation is crucial. I think as a young Marcus Simeon, yeah, maybe too much candy, soda, all those things. But as you get older, you realize, okay, why does my body hurt? It's because I'm eating stuff like that. So, for me, I want to feel good more than I feel bad, and maybe cutting out certain sweets is the key there.
What is your favorite sweet, though? I like the zingers myself.
Man.
Or sugar wafers.
I think candy, Sour Patch, watermelon, which we have on the plane a lot. So just being able to say no to that sometimes to feel good the next day is something I have to do.
It is incredible as you get older. You feel the immediate impact of some of those inflammatory foods, Marcus. So it's awesome to see you dialed in there, and it's no surprise. So Marcus Simeon with us. This site Fangraphs has a quality team metric, and I don't know if you saw it, but they just moved you guys up into the #1 spot with all their measurements. So congrats on that. Do you guys think you're the best team in baseball? How do you react to thoughts like that?
Yeah, that's great. I think our offense has been on an historic pace. I think that when you look at our offense 1 through 9, you look at the guys who aren't even in the lineup, they'd be starting somewhere else for sure. That's just a testament to the hard work that we put in, the game planning. We made some adjustments from last year. I think that last year was definitely a wake-up call for myself and a lot of players here. But once you have year 2 in this place and you understand your routine and your coaches and just how to play here, I think that things have gotten better. Now, the FanGraphs being number one, that's great right now, but I think we're still striving to be better in all aspects of the game, and we understand we play in a division that is extremely competitive, and we're going to have to be better.
Talking about last year, did you ever like go home at night and say, "Wow, honey, I don't know if this is meant to be. We might have joined a long-term losing situation." Did you second guess your decision at all last year?
Well, I think when you look at the roster going into last season compared to this season, I think everybody in the organization knew that we were on the right path. We may not be the team we want to be yet. Of course, we did not perform well either. So going into spring this year, you look at the additions we made on the pitching staff, the manager, the pitching coach, the associate manager, having the hitting guys return. You know, our offense was solid last year. We just had kind of slow starts, right? So, you know, you look at the staff and the players that we brought in and the young talent that we have, things are definitely looking a lot better this year.
Well, you and Corey have both just been raking right now. I mean, you since Corey's got back from the IL, he's been crushing it. Last night, of course, you walked, Corey gets on base, then Lowe brings you guys home. But do you feel like you both are hitting your stride now at the right time? What's the relationship like between you two?
Yeah, I think us being at the top of the order, we just want to make it hard on that starting pitcher and whoever's facing us, because we know we have guys behind us who, you know, Silver Slugger and an All-Star right behind us, and then a Rookie of the Year candidate, and you know, and Jonah Heim, an All-Star candidate, and just the lineup is relentless, right? So it's up to Corey and I to get things going. Now, last year, you know, me in the leadoff spot, Corey in the two-hole, us both starting slow. I feel like when he was hot, I was not. And when I was hot, maybe he wasn't. And I feel like this year, us getting going at the same time has been beneficial for us for sure.
You know, lately around the water cooler, the chatter here at the station, we've been calling you Marcus Himian. Just didn't know if you would sign off on that as a nickname.
That's fine. It's better than what a lot of people say with my last name. So, you know, I appreciate that. You know, I think that for me, you know, I say it all the time, I just want to help us win ball games, score runs for us on offense, and take away runs on defense. And whatever nickname comes out of that, that's up to you guys.
Marcus Himian with us here on 105.3 The Fan and the G-Bag Nation. Now, what do you think about Draymond? I know you're a big Warriors fan. You think he's coming back, or is he about to be a Dallas Maverick?
Do you guys want him?
I would take him. He plays good defense. I know a lot of other fans don't want him, but I'd love to have Draymond here.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know how the rest of the league felt about Draymond. I know watching him his entire career, you know, he is irreplaceable. I think the effort he brings on defense, the facilitating duties he's given, you know, that Coach Kerr has given him to find the right guy, whether it's Steph or Clay coming off screens or somebody slipping, you know, he is irreplaceable. And the thing about him is his IQ is so good that if none of those options are there, he'll drive and score too. So, I mean, I really hope he comes back. I don't like the fact that Bob Myers has gone, you know, his separate way, but I really hope that whoever comes in as a GM brings him back immediately.
The punch in the face, though, from like by way of leadership, I guess, from Draymond, that's not something that I would imagine you've seen in many clubhouses, huh?
Ooh, yeah, that was a tough one. I mean, you know, if I had to choose sides, I'd probably take the veteran guy's side on that one. I don't know exactly what happened there, but, you know, that's part of being on the team. And the unfortunate part is, you know, there's cameras everywhere, and that's not fair to them. They're in their practice facility, and, you know, probably a time where there should be no media in there either. So that was just kind of bad news to start off the season, but obviously they bounced back and did what they had to do to get deep in the playoffs. It didn't work out, but I think they managed that whole situation well, considering what happened.
Well, you've been managing the heck out of this situation, Mr. Simeon. We appreciate you, and if you have any problem with these Cardinals fans taunting your last name or anything, you just let us know. We'll get it taken care of for you. I appreciate it. I always told, you know, my dad always told me, make sure they know how to say your name. That means you have to play better. So, you know, that's always been my goal going into it.
Wow. Well, you're playing great, Marcus. We're lucky to have you, man. We're rooting for you.
All right.
Take care.
Yes, have
There
a
he
good one.
goes. Marcus Semien, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you here. Rangers superstar on 105.3 The Fan.
You asked him immediately about the hit streak, Gavin. What the bleep are you doing?
I don't know.
Did you realize it, or did it just kind of slip out?
Just sort of slipped
You
out.
knew what you were doing, didn't you?
I did not.
He got caught up in the air. He didn't want to travel.
I was excited.
He-
I was excited to talk to one of the best guys.
If he goes over tonight, man, I'm looking straight at you.
Don't do this to me, Wolchuk. I'm still traumatized.
You're right. We're going to blame Jared.
Dear God, what was I thinking?
Right out of the gate.
I was going to let it slide, but we just got infiltrated with texts. Everyone heard it.
Dude, I'm gonna be tuned in for all 4 or 5 at bats tonight. Hopefully
crap.
6 or 7. Let's have a conga line up there at home plate. Get this guy plenty of opportunities. Okay, big story revolving around the Mavs and Kyrie Irving. What are we most likely to see moving forward? That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I do want to tell you one more time about my friend.
Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road to Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers of new Silverados, Trax, Equinox, Malibus, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those who drive a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Yes, sir. Find those new roads. We have breaking news. Jacob deGrom is going to have Tommy John surgery. Evan Grant with the story. Yeah. What's the story for you at 877-881-1053? I'm a Chris Young guy. You know, I when they did it, I got excited. But if you remember on the show, I was like, man, I'm trying to fight off being a negative Nancy here because of the injury history is so significant with this guy. Nobody's perfect, I guess. And obviously that applies to Chris Young now at this point. Not only are you going to miss this year, but next year, he's just hurt in every way over the last 3 years. So you kind of got what you were asking for, I think, and it's really unfortunate that he can't play. I guess maybe he could play for your attempt to go back to back and win the World Series in 2024. You know, let's target October of 24 here for the return of deGrom. I just can't believe it. You know, we should have seen it coming though. Yes. And a couple of times I asked, Sandler, are we sure we can rule out Tommy John? And there had been no indication that it was a possibility. But when the elbow is not healing, there's just so few things it can be.
Right.
You know, and I guess it was Nolan Ryan who, in the 80s, famously had a doctor recommend Tommy John, and he said, no, I'm good, and he strengthened it and took Advil, and like the ligament managed to heal on its own well enough, and maybe you're hoping that the body heals itself, but getting no progress yesterday, they decided to put him on the 60-day, and now today comes confirmation of the worst case scenario here for deGrom, right?
Yeah, I guess they found out earlier this morning. Bochy talked about, hey, they were going to get another photo, see what's going on inside there, and I guess it's a tear. So he's got the tear in the ulnar collateral ligament, and that's going to have the Tommy John. It is frustrating because that's going to bleed into next year as well. To me, like hindsight, yes, it is. As a Rangers fan, they're paying a ton of money to this guy. I still don't blame them for making that signing. You have an opportunity to go get the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. The only way you were going to acquire him is to money whip him. They did that. The good thing is they've been playing so well without him to where this just doesn't seem like it has the same type of sombering news and impact that it typically would. Yeah. Because Nathan Eovaldi's been great. You've had Dane Dunning step up. And there's some names out there, Corbin Burns, Shane Bieber, guys like that you could maybe go and acquire if you really wanted to add a starting line pitcher. But it certainly is, with the amount of money that the Rangers paid for him, it is it's deflating news.
Yeah, who cares? We're kicking ass without him, says the 214. That is definitely one way to look at it. And, this team is going to get better over the next month to 7 weeks as we approach the trade deadline. So there's still a lot to be excited about with this baseball team. Thankfully, Chris Young is so awesome. He built a team that's still the best team in baseball without the best pitcher in baseball.
Yeah, it's so shocking if you would have said, hey, by the beginning of June, deGrom will not be throwing another pitch all season, and you'd still be in a place where you're leading the division and all these kinds of things. But it's a giant bummer, I guess. A little bit of glass half full. It does. You get this news before the trade deadline, so as you mentioned, Walchuk, you can get ahead of some things because if this happens afterwards and you're thinking, oh, we thought we only needed some bullpen, but maybe you need another starting rotation guy. We'll see how they deem it. But either way, this is a bummer, but we can't be surprised.
No.
The Mets fans were telling us from day one. I mean, for all around us was, hey, just get ready for the injury roller coaster that's going to take place. And we've been on it. We've been on it since the second he stepped foot in Surprise, Arizona.
Yeah.
And now it's just, gosh dang it, dude. We got 5 starts out of him?
Yeah, if that, and it was fun at times. What he was able to do, and I guess you can hope he comes back late next year and is great. But he'll be 35 then. I mean, we're already seeing what's left of his athletic prime being exhausted, and now you keep your fingers crossed that he can stay that great coming back from Tommy John. There's a pitcher in baseball right now who's really struggling to come back from Tommy John, who was a star. I forget his name, but it's not a sure thing. Most guys come back about as good, but some guys just can't quite, bring it back together, especially as you're getting a little bit older. And then even if he would make it all the way back to being that great, to me, it's just a timer. Listen, Chris, you're my guy. Hurt players keep getting hurt, whether it's, for me, traumatized as a child with the Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan decision, and then reinforced in my adulthood with Greg Oden over Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
The Mavs trade for Porzingis. I'm screaming from the hilltops, what the hell are we doing? He's not that great, and even when he is, he just keeps getting hurt. We got to stop doing this, guys, okay? Eventually, we're going to come up with a much more sophisticated genetic code map, and we're going to be able to pinpoint the dudes that can't stay healthy. And we're going to avoid them. And we're going to say, hey, tough luck. Most people get born with no athleticism. Join the club. Some get born with athleticism but can't stay healthy. And I think, unfortunately, that's what you're looking at with Jacob deGrom. The great thing is we got disability insurance on deGrom's contract, says the 469. That's glass half full.
There you go.
Maybe turn this into a Prince Fielder situation a little bit where you get some relief down the road.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be 2 years without being able to play before you're eligible to apply for that. But yeah, a little bit of a bummer. 214 says trade for Ohtani. There's the response.
That's the move. That's the move. I think they got it in them.
Do we have the dough? Would that work?
Oh, yeah. They've got the money to do it. And I know there's some people that are like, oh, he's going to be a Dodger next year. Why does it matter? We've gotten some pushback already. Is the rental, would it be worth it? You've got some names out there that you could go get. Ohtani probably being number one because he's also going to help out your lineup as well. Not like they need it, but he'd certainly help put you over the top. I mentioned Shane Bieber. He's one of the hot names with Cleveland. But, this was just one of those situations where the Rangers just might have been bleeped. The other name that they were going to sign, Carlos Rodon, who ended up going to New York, he hasn't pitched at all this year either. So, it's really just thank goodness for a guy like Nathan Eovaldi who's come in and been the ace for this team, and John Gray's been pitching really well. Perez was good last night. But, yeah, they've got some options, and I think Ohtani is realistic, and maybe this just kind of ramps up the fuel to the fire to go get that guy.
Yeah, go get that guy. Have some young guys be awesome for you. There's no doubt in my mind the Rangers organization can overcome this, but it's a serious kick in the junk here for sports fans. He's having surgery, yes, 817. Jacob deGrom is going to require Tommy John surgery. 360, they just now found the tear. They found the tear probably a month ago, but we're hoping it was small enough that it would heal. But it became clear over the last couple of weeks, this thing ain't going to heal. And we're going to need to, have an operation there to get that back to, to full strength. So, yes, take your breath away, doesn't it?
It does.
Breaking news on the Fan presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Maybe you call the White Sox up. You got guys like Lucas Giolito, who's a stud, that you could maybe make a trade with them. They've kind of been disappointing. Dylan Cease is a dude that I love. I don't know that they're really pressing right now, though, to try and get another arm because of Dane Dunning, but you never know. If the other shoe drops and you start having some issues here or something happens and Andrew Heaney's not playing or performing, yeah, this is going to make the trade deadline that much more intriguing because the Rangers are players just for all arms, not just relievers, but potentially starting pitching as well.
Well, bad things happened in threes. We had Kumar Rocker. We had Derek Holland. And now we got Jake deGrom there with the Tommy John surgery. So Godspeed, gentlemen. Godspeed.
Amen to that. Hey, by the way, for appearing on today's show, Marcus Simeon will be receiving a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers, 8 locations across DFW.
He seemed a little low energy today. Maybe he'd already heard about the deGrom news.
Oh, it's possible.
Oh, yeah. I thought he just got deflated after you mentioned the streak.
Oh, no, jeez.
We do have some fans that are like, hey, bet payoff.
He better get a hit tonight. He better get a hit tonight.
I do like that idea. Dawson payoff if he goes over tonight.
Oh, geez. You guys are killing me with these. We're just making up bet payoffs.
You're killing yourself on these.
Now he's starting to get a little frazzled.
Time to look in the mirror.
He's starting to get angry.
He's angry. Yeah, Dawson didn't pick any games wrong during the NFL season, so now we just have to make up bet payoffs to put on him.
Hey,
I see what you guys are doing.
Damn self.
Yeah, you did. That wasn't us putting the pressure on you.
Stars confidence.
Kyle Yeomans, Cowboys.com, will join you next and tell you about a big day up there at the Star with all the minicamp storylines next year on 105.3 The Fan. Got to
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You're about 20 minutes away from Zach Wolchuk's top 10 at 420. It's time now to talk some Cowboys. Minicamp continues. Our coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Broaddus will be out there tomorrow, I'm sure. Joining us now from Cowboys.com, it's Kyle Yeomans. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing outstanding. Wondering, what the top story to you is out there. Is it the offensive line alignment or something else?
Well, I think first off, it is. It's whatever's happening up front, because that's been the biggest question for the Cowboys this offseason. It's where are they going to put Tyler, Tyron, Terrence, whenever all these guys are back and healthy. So, yeah, I think that's, especially whenever these guys don't have pads on, that's probably the first place you're looking is where they're lining up and how they're going to try and deal with that rotation come training camp and come Oxnard.
Are you buying this at all, that the Cowboys are intrigued by these taller guys playing guard, even if they're not the strongest dudes? I feel like the game's been around long enough. We got a pretty good idea on the body type it takes to play guard these days, Kyle.
I think there's some truth to it, because overall you've seen at least an opportunity for a lot of these guys to see reps at guard. I mean, today was Matt Waletzko. That was the first one that really stuck out to us. He was playing left guard, and Josh Ball, of course, has spent some time at right guard whenever, of course, Zach Martin's not been in the fold the last couple of days. So I think seeing those guys rotate in, it's not necessarily a cut and dry situation where it's you're going to see these guys at guard all season long and that's it. I think really with it being in OTAs and with it without pads, it allows these guys to get some footwork and get some continuity with being inside or being outside. And I think the success that they had with Tyler Smith there last year maybe sets that up as a possibility, because they can say, okay, maybe there is this position flex with some of these bigger guys, these stronger guys that you can put on the interior. And luckily for the Cowboys, they don't have one of these smaller quarterbacks that you have to worry about him throwing it into the back of the helmet of these interior offensive linemen. Instead, you can rely on Dak Prescott to get the ball out and get the ball over these guys in front of him. So I think it's mostly just a tryout phase, and we're going to see, at least the closer we get to Oxnard, some of these guys weed out and depend on where they're going to be come preseason play.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me where they're going to actually put Terrence Steele, because Jerry keeps on teasing, maybe left guard there. And then we saw Tyron today kick back out over to left tackle. What's the latest on Terrence Steele? And then we got the report that maybe he's not even ready to rock for the start of camp.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the wire for the most part with Steele, because he has been on this trajectory from an injury standpoint for quite some time. But even in talking with him the last couple of days, he seems like he's in good spirits and he's trying to get back, and he feels like he's still confident in getting back to camp. He told me the other day he can't wait. I mean, that was the first thing out of his mouth. He's like, I just can't wait to get back on the field and get going. But he's the key to this whole thing, Zach. I think until Terrence Steele is healthy, you don't know what you have from a rotational standpoint. Yeah, you can try things out. You can throw Tyler at left tackle or at left guard. You can throw Tyron at right tackle if you really wanted to, but of course his best spot is at left tackle. But until you have Terrence Steele and you know exactly that he's healthy and he's ready to go full strength, I don't think this offensive line is at full strength no matter what. And additionally, you have a couple other dominoes that need to fall after the case.
Are you buying Jalen Tolbert second-year bounce-back season?
It's hard to really put an expectation on him, but is he going to be better than a rookie year? Yeah, I think so. It's kind of hard to be anything less than what he was in 2022. But I like what we've seen so far. And it's hard, again, because it is so early and there are no pads. But what you've seen is some explosion. What you've seen is an ability to pick up what they've been doing offensively and pick up those assignments and those routes, and really being in the right place at the right time. He caught 2 touchdown passes today in red zone work, and that was mostly 7-on-7, and it's not very physical. But if he's at least showing signs of improvement, then I will take that from Jalen Tolbert, because I think for the most part, that's what you want to see from the second-year player, is at least some sort of improvement, and hopefully that means he's going to find some sort of contribution.
It's Kyle Yeomans, Cowboys.com. A couple of young receivers in there. Are they looking to find like something significant on their depth chart, or what are they doing there yesterday?
I think they were just maybe kicking the tires on a couple potential guys. Of course, you saw that they did release Callaway, Antonio Callaway, no longer with the team, and they go out and they sign Johnson, who comes in as a former draft pick and somebody that maybe can be a speed guy. I mean, he's a sub 4.5 wide receiver, and they've made a conservative effort to put more speed on the offensive side of the ball. So I don't think it was really anything significant. It was mostly depth pieces, because neither Callaway nor Johnson really have high expectations going into training camp to fight for these battles. I think the biggest thing is going to be the middle of that wide receiver depth chart, because you're set at the top with CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and of course Brandon Cooks coming in this offseason. Then you've got a number of names after that. You have Dennis Houston that showed up last year in the preseason and has stuck around up until this point. Dontario Drummond, same thing, flashed some things in Oxnard last year and could potentially find himself playing a role. And then you have Simi Fehoko and Jalen Tolbert, two guys that were draft picks and haven't necessarily lived up to the expectations to this point. And so you need them to show a little bit this year if they're going to really make the roster and find their way aboard. So I think it's a three-tiered look at the way the wide receiver room is built out right now. And for the most part, a lot of the eyes and most of the eyes will be fixated on what the middle of that tier group looks like going into training camp and what they're able to bring to the table.
What stood out to you from the linebackers today? Guys like Damone Clark, Jabril Cox, you mentioned some of the receivers not necessarily stepping up. He's a guy that I think we were super excited about and hasn't lived up to maybe expectations. What stood out to you with that group?
Yeah, it's a lot of footwork and a lot of reading ability that you're working on right now, of course, without pads. So if you don't have the pads on, you can't show the physicality and the tackling and whatnot. But, I mean, there were parts of practice where you saw these linebackers get into coverage. Jabril Cox made a really nice play in coverage today and broke up a pass on the goal line. And that's something that, of course, he was heralded with out of LSU and during his time as a Tiger down in Baton Rouge, was how good he was in coverage. But since he came down with that injury a couple years ago, he hasn't necessarily lived up to the expectations from a coverage standpoint. So it was good to see him have some good reps and find his way into a PBU toward the latter parts of practice. Another thing I think to look at are some of these other young players. I mean, Devin Harper, who's heading into year number 2. You've got Damone Clark, who could take a second-year jump now that he has a fully healthy offseason and can really dive into bringing some strength. But I'll tell you what, the guy who I was most impressed with today was DeMarvion Overshown, the Texas linebacker. It wasn't a lot, and it's really hard to differentiate between a couple of these guys, but his footwork is crisp. His ability to go sideline to sideline, he showed a little extra effort, that hustle that you would anticipate from a rookie and somebody that is trying to make an impact in a busy room. But it was also what he did on the sleds. Some of the physicality he showed even without pads on was really fun to watch, and I think Overshown might be one of those under the radar guys that could make an impact either on special teams or maybe in the rotation at linebacker as well.
I mean, I hear you, Kyle, but there's no way anything he did on the field today was more impressive than what he did on that stage with you the other day when he belted out whatever country song that was. That was incredible.
Yeah, that was fun, man. I love that event. It's our rookie premiere where we get all the draft picks and all the undrafted free agents. We put them up on stage. We just have basically like a Q&A session. So, yeah, I mean, the question was asked by Isaiah Stanback, good friend of ours and an analyst for DallasCowboys.com. He asked if there's one thing that you could beat anybody else at on the stage, if you were that confident, any event, what would it be? And he was like, sing. And so he just gets up and he belts out the country song, and he just hit every note, man. It was so fun to watch. And, of course, he grew up in East Texas. He came from Beast, Texas, as they like to call it. Then he went to Texas and played for the Longhorns down in Austin. So he's at home. He was wearing country boots. It was like he was ready for that moment, and he certainly shined, and it was fun to watch. It was one of the more organic and just wholesome moments that I've had in that event the last couple of years, and it was a ton of fun.
Yeah, love seeing that video. Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, from one rookie to another, when it comes to Deuce Vaughn, do you feel confident that this offensive staff will implement him more so than what we saw from Tony Pollard, where it took forever, so many years, even though we could all see he was impressive and he was a guy that you wanted to add some juice to your offense, they still neglected to use him? Do you think that happens with Deuce Vaughn, or will they be more interested in getting him involved early and often as a rookie?
You know, it's hard because I don't even think Tony Pollard is the only example of that. And to be fair, he made a Pro Bowl last year, but they utilized him on special teams. But Kevontae Turpin was also in that same sort of mentality where he brings a skill set and he brings limitations to that skill set that coaches need to find a way to scheme around. And Tony Pollard was the same way. Kevontae Turpin was the same way. And I think Deuce Vaughn might have a similar skill set and a similar limitation at that as well. So I think there are going to be ways where they try and get him involved. And I think with Tony Pollard not available at the moment and him sitting out through much of this offseason has allowed for Tony Pollard for Deuce Vaughn, for Ronald Jones, and for Malik Davis to kind of share some of those extra reps and maybe get a couple extra looks. But I don't know. I don't know if I can confidently answer that question until we get deeper into the training camps and even maybe the preseason, until you finally see him in game action and NFL game action on just how much they're going to utilize. Of course, they're going to make a shot at it, but is it going to be effective? It's hard to really say yes or no to that prior to really see him in actual NFL action.
Has there been a Zeke sighting yet? I know Jerry keeps getting me teased on that one.
Not yet, Gavin, not yet. Okay. We're getting close to that. We got to get I guess the post-June 1 is here now, right? I mean, the money has been allocated. So, maybe sooner rather than later, but there hasn't been anything, at least at the Star, that I've seen.
Well, Kyle, thank you so much for your time. We look forward to seeing you out there in Oxnard here before too long, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me. We'll talk to you soon.
There he is. He's Kyle_Yeomans, basically Yeomans. On Twitter, if you want to follow him, DallasCowboys.com. And a fellow student of yours, right?
Yeah, he was a buddy of ours at the University of North Texas. We did some work with him, and it's good to see all the success that he's had over there with the Cowboys.
I believe I was calling him Kyle Yeomans on North Texas television for at least the first year that I knew him.
And he was so nice and humble about it. He just didn't correct me. And then I heard somebody else call him by the correct version of the last name. And I was like, dude, why didn't you say anything? Like, I don't know. I just let it go. People do it all the time.
You know what I want to see with Kyle is somebody try to get in his TV shot like that reporter lady who's going viral today.
Yeah.
Would you shove the person out of the way? Do you think Kyle would put his arm around him and be like, come on in here, buddy? We know Zach would be agreeable. Like, he'd start interviewing the guy.
Are you kidding me? I'd swift kick in the jugular.
Absolutely. In the jugular.
I was thinking a little
that's flexible.
I'd go roundhouse this.
Like a good chest kick or something.
Eric knows how flexible I am.
That's true. It's one of his more impressive
Get
qualities.
some high kicks.
Speaking of UNT.
Yeah, I'll challenge Hagen.
Ooh, look at this.
Shout out to Pride Month, too, by the way, right there. Yes. Pride Month. I always give it a go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's a good call. Yeah, these guys have been celebrating it every year for a long time.
100%.
Yeah.
As you should be. Okay, deGrom news.
Why they call them the bleeders?
You're damn right. You're damn right.
You got to be kidding me. Wow. Okay.
We're rolling in it.
Jacob deGrom needs Tommy John surgery. Okay. That's the second most shocking thing we've heard on the air over the last 45 minutes. Yeah, Jacob deGrom, he needs Tommy John surgery, and that's unfortunate. We talked about it as it broke about 30 minutes ago. And now, I think the question is, how's the front office respond? Do they feel like they got to go get a new ace now? I would say, please. And can they win the World Series if they don't? Can they win? I'd say they could.
I still think they can, yeah, because they've been basically without him, and they've shown, even without the playoff bullpen that they will end up having, they're still the best team in baseball right now. Yeah. So, yeah, I think they absolutely can, but it becomes much more difficult.
Yeah, if you get an ace that can do the 8 or 9 innings of work in the playoffs and win you 2 games or occasionally even 3 games in a 7-game series, it gives you a huge lift. But I feel great about how solid this rotation is. If you get like 3 great bullpen arms, like a solid pitching rotation, it would be more than enough to win the World Series, wouldn't it, Will Chuck?
Yeah, they're 19 games over 500. They only had him for about 3 or 4 weeks. So, I mean, to me, I think that this team, with the rotation is currently constructed, is good enough. deGrom is talking to the media. The Rangers had a follow-up story, and this is from Evan Grant, that the follow-up on today's MRI confirmed the Rangers' worst fears, that there was the partial tear of the UCL. He's going to have to require surgery. deGrom was tearing up as he talked to the media. He said, "This stinks. It's not ideal. When you were told you can't be out there doing something you love, it's tough. We've got a special group of guys here, and I want to be able to get out there and help them. It's a disappointment." He said he's hopeful to try and get back by the end of next year. But Chris Young confirming the latest pictures showed that we'd gone backwards. There's now structural damage. It's significant as compared to what we saw originally. Ooh. And there was inflammation. So, man, big bummer.
So you hoped it healed and it got worse.
Yeah.
Physical therapy hurt him worse.
Well, and wasn't he throwing some bullpens?
He's thrown quite a few bullpens. Yeah.
So I could see that maybe that did actually end up making it worse. I have no idea, but I also think they probably held out on the news on this because didn't he just have his kid? They were going to just wait till after that situation before they broke this super sad news.
That would make sense. They get weird. Like when you, Darvish, needed Tommy John surgery, they told us when we arrived at spring training, they're like, "Oh yeah, it's just a little pulled triceps. He'll be fine." The next day, they're like, "Well, actually, it's a UCL tear."
By pulled triceps, we meant Tommy John. I don't know how you didn't decipher that yesterday.
Son of a bee.
Be better at your job, journalist.
They don't need to mess with that offense. They don't need to mess with it. The offense is doing stuff nobody's done since the 30s.
Yeah, but that was before Dawson jinxed Marcus Semien, and who knows how that changes the lineup situation. I'm sorry for bringing that back.
No, it's fine. I'm counting on the G-Bag blessing that all these Ranger players have received when they've joined us. They usually get even better than they have been. So tonight, from Semien, I'd expect like a 4 for 5 night, something like that. Woolchuck's top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Where are we going, sir?
Well, a man has lost how much weight by eating this fast food for 100 days, and it is National Drive-In Movie Day. The top 10 most anticipated summer movies. Which one are you most pumped for? That's next on The Fan.
things better.
Welcome back, Nation. There is a silver lining to the Jacob deGrom cloud story. Tommy John surgery. It's going to be bad, maybe out a year plus. But there is a silver lining. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when it hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Here we go. Wooly Bully's top 10 in just a second. Insuring his 5-year, $185 million contract would have been prohibitively expensive, according to sources who were granted anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. So that's the first thing from Ken Rosenthal's article in The Athletic. It's an uninsurable deal. That should have told them, maybe this isn't the best idea. I do like, shooting straight with you. I'm a huge Chris Young fan. It's a horrible contract, You can't ignore injury history like this. But Rosenthal continues in The Athletic. This is from back on May 10th. The premiums might drop on the insurance if he stays healthy for an extended period of time. But the way deGrom's option year is structured, it gives the Rangers a measure of insurance on the back end. That's the silver lining. The option goes from deGrom's to the team's choice if from 23 to 26 deGrom has Tommy John surgery. On his elbow or shoulder that causes him to be on the DL for any period of 130 to 186 days or longer. The option to be deGrom's if none of those conditions are met and he pitches 160 innings. So the 6th-year option, you're off the hook on it now.
There you go.
Wooly Bully, that's your silver lining here on the deGrom injury.
Wow. And I just saw somebody, Super 70 Sports, noted that Jacob deGrom has thrown 254 innings this whole decade. deGrom's most innings pitched in a season this decade. Do you guys want to guess?
Most innings pitched in a season this decade?
Yes.
I'm going to bet 50.
He's almost doubled that at 92 innings, but that is still exceedingly low. And he's had 4 complete games in his entire career.
Yeah, it's a tough reality. The great news is the Rangers are still awesome, and the pregame's coming up at 6:30 tonight. First pitch 7 o'clock as they take on the Turds of Cardinals once again. Here's Wooly Bully with his top 10.
Thank you very much, General. We will get to the top 10 most anticipated summer movies here in just a moment. If you've seen any summer movie yet that you would love, let us know. 877-881-1053. I did have this story, though. This was freaking bizarre. And I've seen this dude pop up on TikTok and social media sometimes, but this guy has dropped a staggering amount of weight. He's done nothing but eat McDonald's every day for the last 100 days. So he's 57 years old. He's from Tennessee. His name's Kevin McGinnis. And what he did was every single meal for every day, he ate half of his McDonald's meal. Like he'd go get a Big Mac. He'd eat half of the Big Mac and then half the fries.
It's a good strat.
And then dinner, he'd change it up. He'd get a 10-piece McNugget. He'd eat half the 5 McNuggets and then half the fries. But he's done that.
Well, if you do it like that, you won't have to worry about being fat. That's portion control.
Well, there you go. So he's done this for 100 days, and his effort was, hey, I'm going to debunk, supersize me, that you can still eat McDonald's every day and lose weight. So he weighed in at 238 at the start of the experiment. And he dropped nearly 30 pounds halfway through the 100 days. At the end of the 100 days, he dropped a total of 58.5 pounds.
Pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive.
Consistent pace he was on. Yeah. It just comes down to calories, folks.
Yeah. When it comes to gaining or losing weight, it's the calories for sure. Now, I do think there is something to like the science behind the actual quality of the food that you're eating. Like you can lose the weight, but there is something that it does to your cells when you're eating terrible food. So I wouldn't consider necessarily somebody who's just living on McDonald's and physically you just at the naked eye tells you, hey, this guy is, he's pretty slim, whatever. Doesn't mean internally he's actually healthy.
Right.
That's a good point.
And he wasn't doing the type of, because like in that Super Size Me doc, right? He's with doctors' offices and he's seeing professionals and nutritionists, and they're going ahead and doing blood samples. This guy didn't do any of that, so who knows like what other kind of side effects this had for him. But he did drop the weight, which I still found rather staggering.
Yeah, I think it's it's one of those things where if you're committed to not eating very much, you can eat crappy stuff and still lose weight. It's an exciting diet.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about a chocolate chip cookie diet. I'm only gonna eat 5 of them a day.
Yeah, just half it.
Yeah,
that's the key, just half.
And they say your metabolism slows down. I haven't researched this, but I don't think so. I think it might slow down and when you're like 60s, 70s, 80s maybe, but during this little time from like when you're 18 to 50, I don't think so. I think your activity slows down.
Boom. You nailed it, Lucian.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
Some more bro science. There's two bros agreeing with each other. That means I must be wrong.
Look, if Eric agrees, I'm going to have to go ahead and
I want to
fact
have like
check
a
this.
Predators Arnold handshake with you right now and just be so freaking locked in.
Dylan,
I
you
agree
son
with
of a
that.
bitch.
Gosh, this is what happens when you drink breast milk, everybody. You're
I'm
turning
telling
out
you,
to be Arnold.
I think if deGrom would have had his baby a month prior and he could have started his rehab on the tap,
we'd be okay.
I think you're talking about a guy who would not only be okay, but like we're talking career year kind of stuff.
There's freaking HGH in there, bro. It's like a little supercharged milk.
Protein.
It's basically PEDs.
Yeah.
It really is, man.
All right, we got the top 10 here, most anticipated summer movies. The summer movie season is in full swing. We got the new Spider-Man that's out. The Little Mermaid hit theaters, which I did
Spiders.
end up having to see last Friday night. I would pass if you have the opportunity. I know a lot of people have loved it. You don't need to pay to see it, in my opinion.
You paid for like a PG movie or a PG-13 type of vibes?
I do have one of those Cinemark, member deals. So I ended up seeing it for free.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Thank goodness. I didn't end up having. I don't think you need to pay to see it.
Movie theater membership. Wait, which one is this? This is Mermaid?
That was The Little Mermaid.
Okay, so you ended up going to see it.
I did end up seeing it on Friday.
Wow.
Like I think it's Halle Berry. She plays Ariel, and she's fantastic. She's got a beautiful singing voice. But to me, like, I don't know. It
was really over 2 hours long. Like that's egregious.
Yeah. And it's just the dude who plays Eric has a solo in there, Prince Eric. It was cringy. There were some cringy moments for me.
That's heartbreaking.
It just wasn't for me.
It's a bad look for all Erics out there.
But the kids out there might love it. So hey, if you got kiddos, go for it.
Crazy what you'll do for love.
Yeah, I mean, if you got kids that can last 2 hours and 10 minutes on what is apparently not that great of a movie, then have at it.
I think an hour and a half is the sweet spot for that one.
At least take them to go see a movie that's obviously going to be thought-provoking and entertaining as hell, and that's Margot Robbie's Barbie.
Hey, Barbie, I'm pretty pumped for it. The 210 said the new Spider-Man is off the chains. We also got some love for the new Guardians, which I did see. They're loving that one. Fast X has come out. Let me know what movie you're pumped for. Number 10 is the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem.
Oh, it's a good one, huh?
Yeah, apparently that's the number 10 most anticipated movie. I think Seth Rogen's producing this, actually.
Interesting.
Could be pretty good. Could be pretty good.
Yeah.
Number
the
9.
biggest stoner show.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 9 is this movie called Joyride, which follows 4 Asian American friends as they travel through Asia to search for their birth mother. It's an R-rated film. It's supposed to also be a comedy. Could be pretty good. Number 8 is The
Sounds
Flash.
like a real knee slapper.
I mean, Asia's huge.
It is. There was some Crazy Rich Asians. That movie blew up. People loved that movie, and I saw it was actually pretty funny. So maybe Joyride's kind of following in their footsteps. The Flash comes out, I think it's June 16th. Now, Ezra Miller was under a lot of scrutiny, but I'm pretty pumped. This movie looks sick. You've got old school Michael Keaton in here as Batman. This looks like it could be a lot of fun.
I hear this Ezra Miller is like one of the, and I've seen nothing. I know nothing about him other than that he's going to be in this movie, and he's got some off the field concerns.
Big time.
But he's one of those guys that has the off the field concerns, but he's so dominant on the field, or in this case, in front of the camera, that like these people are willing to tolerate anything this guy wants to do. He can be harmful in all these different ways, but apparently he's such an incredible actor.
He's a good actor.
Like, so be it, man.
When
you can
talk
still
about
be the
Kevin,
star of. You can still be our lead.
Very good in that. Perks of Being a Wallflower. He is a very, very good actor, but yeah, he's got some stuff going on that he needs to figure out in his personal life. Number 7 is Barbie, Margot Robbie, and the great Ryan Gosling starring in that.
Did I read this correctly? Where they used so much pink paint for the set of that movie that there became a pink paint shortage across the world.
Really?
And if you were trying to dial up pink room for daughter or whatever, you could blame Margot Robbie and I guess Ryan Gosling for the fact that you had to put that plan on hold.
CGI the pink paint? What are we doing?
Something I don't recommend, by the way. You got to repaint him a few years later. They grow out of the pink phase.
Oh, with the Barbies?
And then their friends start coming over and they're like, oh my goodness, my room's pink. They get embarrassed by it.
Oh, no.
You got to paint the damn thing twice.
There you go.
It's terrible.
Number
I hope my
6.
wife's listening because she's got all these like flower painting ideas on the walls, and I'm like,
okay, if you're gonna paint, get the right tools. Get the absolute best stuff. The rollers, the big pans, the whole deal. because it'll put a hurting on you.
Number 6 is the new Indiana Jones movie and the Dial of Destiny. I don't know why we're doing this.
The reviews for it have been patently terrible, like worse than the reviews for my terrible song that we unveiled yesterday.
Oh gosh,
Worse than those.
I don't think that's necessarily accurate. The reviews for that were pretty poor, but you're right. I don't think that Indiana Jones is going to be good. I might skip this one, and I'm probably going to skip the Transformers movie.
Dude, if
too.
you have to de-age your lead character in any movie, de-age them by like 30 or 40 years, like chalk it up to move on to the next one, or why don't you just bury this particular series and be creative enough as a movie maker to just make a new one.
That then you won't we won't show up. We got to get return for our dollars, because it's not the movie people that are used to making movies. It's a lot of tech bros that have taken over the movie situations. Venture capitalists are invested into the movies now, so they want something like a win-win.
It's not.
They don't want a brand new. Exactly, they don't want a brand new idea.
Right.
Tech bros. All right, let's do Terminator 16.
Yes,
Come on,
that's
man.
why we're doing all these remakes and sequels. Number 5 was Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Pretty loved that movie. I recommend it if you're going to see it. Asteroid City comes in at 4, which is the new Anderson film. He's done Moonrise Kingdom, Rushmore, some others like that. You got Tom Hanks. It's in Asteroid City.
I prefer the original Ass City.
Ass City.
Chuck.
Number 3 is Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. Tom Cruise is going to battle with Oppenheimer because he wants all the IMAX screens, and Oppenheimer's like, F you, we're taking the IMAX screens.
That looks good. I like that. That
Mission
shows
Impossible are good.
That seems interesting.
Yep. Number 2 is Oppenheimer, the new Christopher Nolan film. We got a lot of feedback on that on the text line. I'm pumped for that. But number 1, the most anticipated summer movie, and it is out, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Oh, it's another multiverse type movie? Is this one not good, Lucius?
I was waiting for one. Killers of the Flower Moon is dropping this summer.
Is that Scorsese?
Bro. Scorsese.
Okay, I'm pretty fired up for Scorsese.
Osage County, where the natives had a whole lot of oil on their land. And then the guys found out about it, so they said, we're going to marry all the native girls and kill them and take the oil. Fantastic. It's a real story. I read the book.
It looks really good. And I'll see anything with Scorsese, even though some of his movies are also entirely too long.
I'm looking for late summer Equalizer 3. One of the great movies.
Dude.
It's September 1. Yeah.
Denzel. That is a fantastic movie franchise.
The first one was great. I didn't think the second one was that good.
I didn't see the second one.
The second one was dominant as well.
He puts off kind of the vibe of that serial killer show that you like, Dexter.
Yeah.
Where he's got this past, and he uses his special set of skills to like remedy situations. If you mess with a little girl, he can make a mental note of that and kill you.
100%.
You're not waking up the next day.
100%.
He's like, hey, I didn't like how you're talking to that little girl coming out of the grocery store, bro.
It's a vigilante.
It's over for you. Hey, we got to run, Nation. When we come back, the 440 Sports Hodgepodge with Chief. What kind of podging are we doing today, sir?
TCU and their baseball team have a giant opportunity on and off the diamond. That's next.
Hey, we have Dave Raymond coming up at 5 o'clock to talk about the Rangers news there with Jacob deGrom. But I want to chat Twin Peaks. It is your ultimate sports lodge. They do have a menu.
Season. Are you exceptional?
Apply online at Elmer.com. Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's Chiafalo.
All right, sad news of the day, of course, Jacob deGrom, Tommy John surgery, out for the season, and maybe a little bit more after that as well. Of course, that is the news of the day. Just want to make sure people are well aware of that. But there's another baseball situation going down right here in our backyard. It's not just the Horned Frogs football team that's getting it done. It's also the baseball team. They're doing some pretty good winning here in the NCAA regional, trying to make good on their quest for the College World Series. And that's exciting for them. That's exciting for us. It is not exciting, apparently, for the Omaha Bar that feels like the biggest loser of the week after TCU upset Arkansas, actually, in the NCAA regional. If you guys remember the Omaha Bar, that is just, it just crushes during College World Series week. And it's Rocco's Pizza and Cantina.
Hey, oh, Rocco.
Hey, Rocco's, man.
Yo, Adrian, huh?
Sounds like a delightful place. It really does. And they have their Jello shot competition every year during the College World Series, and they get each fan base, they have like a scoreboard up on the whiteboard inside, you remember, and they have every fan base that's there participating in the College World Series has an opportunity to win the Jello Shots challenge and just tally up the most Jello Shots purchased. Last year it was Ole Miss that won the title on the field and off because they took home its first ever baseball national championship, and the fans purchased almost 19,000 of those Jello shots at the bar.
Amazing.
It's right across the street from Charles Schwab Field where the College World Series goes down. And so Rocco's, they have their competition amongst fans. And so Ole Miss dominated the field last year, not just on the diamond, but of course inside the four walls of Rocco's. And so those fans accounted for almost $85,000 worth of purchases for Jello shots.
Holy cow.
So in the end, the restaurant actually donates some to charity, over $60K to charity last year, but they still made $140,000 during College World Series week just off the Jello shots.
Hell of a promotion they have going there.
Hell of a promotion.
I mean, to be honest, if I was traveling there with my fan base, I wouldn't want to lose this thing.
No, you got to have a sense of pride about you.
I mean, we got to get lucky to win the baseball, but this Jello shot thing, this is just effort.
Well, now
it's like the trash whiskey too, right? Or the trash liquor, the Jello shots. It's like Everclear or something. You know, real cheap.
Some sort of vodka.
Oh yeah, the cheapest.
It's all fun and games because of the Jello, you know. But what's inside of that thing, man?
It shows up later like it was just Jello. Why am I?
They creep
why
on
do I
you.
Live and die right
The
now.
one time that I ever had that situation where you're on the toilet but your head's also in a trash can,
Jello shots.
It was a bad Jello shot night.
Oh man, yeah, crept on and slept on the Jello shot. Now you won't have reigning champs with the Rebels, you know, obviously not making it into the tournament. So, but the thing was, so we knew Ole Miss was not in this deal, but they were banking on Arkansas making another run because Arkansas's fans last year,
They travel really well.
They were very, very dominant in their efforts to win the Jello Shot contest. But of course, our TCU Horned Frogs upset Arkansas in dominant fashion too. It was like 20-5.
Yeah, they killed them
in game 4. And by the way, shout out to Trey Richardson. That dude, I mean, 3 home runs. He was special in that game. So nonetheless, TCU eliminates the top seed, and they move on. And so now you're talking about almost 9,000 Jello shots being removed from the field if you consider Arkansas's fan base from last year. They're not in it. Ole Miss isn't in it. And now Rocco's is going, okay, who's the fan base that's going to help carry this Jello shot contest to the moon? And I have a good feeling that any program that makes it there is going to, do this and play this Jello shot game with pride. Yeah, but there's a numbers advantage or disadvantage when it comes to TCU, and I think there's a lot of prolific TCU drinkers out there.
You don't think TCU can do this?
But
I
just
think
by
challenge
sheer
TCU.
numbers,
Come on, Horned Frogs, let's go.
Per capita, they could do it. I don't know if they have the fan base, the alumni. I don't know if they have the graduates. Yeah. And plus they're a good baseball program, but they're not a one that's been building momentum to this. People don't mark this on their bucket list like I got to go to Omaha as a TCU baseball fan.
That's a good point. Like there's not a lot of TCU fans that have years of, built up Jello shot experience at the College World Series to say, okay, we've put the work in to now we've gone through the bumps. The bumps and the adversity. Yeah, we've paid our dues, and now we're ready to win the title. This is going to be one of these, like, if they show up and dominate in this challenge, I think it would be a giant surprise, to be quite honest with you.
And it'd be a great local story for the drinkers there in Fort Worth, man. I think TCU can do this, and Texas. Texas is there, too. I think the state of Texas needs to just own this thing.
That's true. I would like a TCU. If this comes down to TCU in Texas, and obviously not on the diamond, but just specifically on the whiteboard.
Yes.
The real scoreboard that matters during College World Series week.
Lone Star State represent.
It's gonna be tough to pull off. I think that the numbers advantage is certainly not there when you consider. But and honestly, I would imagine Rocco's is crossing their fingers like hell. LSU makes it to this thing.
Yeah,
like just for their own selfish reasons.
Drunken Brian Broad is there. Clean heart.
Like one SEC kind of fan base. But I think this is the opportunity to go from, okay, we're TCU, like Big 12 fan base, all of a sudden now we're living with the SEC folks.
Double it.
And we're here to stay and compete.
Let's go. 817. I go to TCU. I'll make sure we bring home the Jello shot dub for the G-Bag Nation.
Well, I think there's a lot of numbers that come along with this. Obviously the size of your fan base, the history, but are you good enough to make it all the way to the final? So you can keep everybody in town long enough.
No question. Unless you just have one of these fan bases that's so hell-bent on making sure they're number one in at least one of these categories that even if the baseball team goes home, they're like, it's okay. We took a full week off for this, okay? There's still work to be done here.
Ready.
Off the diamond.
We ain't done yet.
Yeah. But I do think you're going to have some individuals put up some serious numbers, And so hopefully you got some guys that are ready to step up in a huge way and you go from like regular season Jimmy Butler to playoff Jimmy. You're going to have to bring your game to a whole other level here.
A Marcus Hemian, if you will. Hemi Butler. Yeah, I'd say you bring your Andre the Giants. They said that guy could do like 120 drinks.
Yeah, I think you got to bring, I think if you're TCU, one of the big keys is making sure your football trench guys are out there supporting the baseball team. You get some offensive linemen for TCU out there. I think they could really start setting some records.
817's saying, hey, you're underselling how many people from TCU go to this. 3,000 strong back in the 2017 World Series.
Okay. Right on.
Maybe TCU's traveling better than you think.
Let's make that 5 or 6K.
Let's go. Let's get those numbers up, baby.
Yeah, show me just how wrong I am on the whiteboard with the Jello shots, Horned Frogs. You have been challenged. But seriously, great season so far, and I hope you kick their ass. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, should let you know we've heard from Broadus. He's great. He'll be back tomorrow. Hard at work. When we come back, we'll talk with Rangers television broadcaster Dave Raymond, get his thoughts on the Jacob deGrom injury, if it's more likely they trade for another starter now, and how likely it is they can still win big in light of this injury news. It's coming up next year with Dave Raymond here on The Fan. We got to chat about my friends over there at D&M Leasing, though, before we do anything else. They won big awards this year for exceeding customer expectations across the board. If you're looking to start a new car lease, D&M offers the best leasing experience in the nation.
secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Now we are into the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to have some fun. Okay, LA Live's coming up at 5:40. We'll hit the Expressway. And Dave Raymond, we're talking Rangers baseball. I mean, walk-off win last night. This team's unbelievable. But we're sitting in the wake of some Jacob deGrom news that's put everybody in a little bit of a mood. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe we'll reopen Club Rangers, get the positive vibes flowing back in here. And between now and then, we are joined now by Rangers broadcaster Dave Raymond here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you doing?
Listen, I'm doing okay. I'm with you. It's big news, and it's disappointing, of course, for the Rangers, but it's the type of thing I don't think you want to let overshadow all the positive, exciting stuff that's been going on with this team. So we'll just keep looking forward, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a lot of great stuff, and I do feel like they're good enough to win big even without him, which is a testament to everybody involved in this thing. Dave, do you agree that there's no reason to think that this should deep six their status as a contender?
For sure, and I've made the point a few times recently about this team. When deGrom was with the club and making his regular starts, they were 15-11. And that was good. Listen, we were having a great time. 4 games over 500, leading the division, etc. He goes down, and you knew that would be a big blow. I don't think anybody could have predicted how well Dane Dunning would fill in relief. But, geez, the fact that since deGrom has gone to the injured list, this team has gone 24-9. It's kind of ridiculous. So there's no team in baseball that's done better during that time. So I think they have definitely shown that they can handle it without Jacob. They would be a much better team with him. But at present, it doesn't seem to be a huge factor. They seem to be pretty well positioned as it currently stands with the rest of the teams in the division and, for that matter, in baseball.
Dave, we'd obviously been assuming some bullpen arms being added at the deadline. Do you think this opens up an opportunity for maybe a rotation arm at the deadline, or do you think they're good there?
Well, I don't know that I would be concerned about the rotation, even with deGrom going down. I mean, this is pretty deep crew, but I do think that all things being, well, what they are right now, I think they're going to be looking. I don't know that they're going to aggressively pursue a top-of-the-market rotation member, but I think that they will be open to the idea of jumping in whatever conversations there are out there. And I'll just throw a name just because it would have been bandied about earlier, I mean, literally a month ago, with the White Sox early season collapse and where they were headed. A lot of folks were wondering, well, what does that mean for Lance Lynn? Is there some possibility Lance would come back here in a trade? And I think at the time the thinking was be a part of the bullpen, maybe make that transition later in his career now to being a bullpen guy. And I don't think that's far-fetched or crazy. I do wonder now if keeping him in mind, maybe Lance Lynn's an option in a trade scenario to join the rotation. So that kind of thing, I think there are guys who you could look at as serving one or both or whatever roles, but I do think that if there's a starter out there that is compelling and could add to the staff, I think they would entertain it. I definitely do. I'll say this much. Chris Young was very clear about it today, and he's been clear about it since he took the job. He feels his job is very singular, and that is to make the team better. Every time he has a chance, just make this team better. And so if that means getting a pitcher and adding pitching to this rotation, he'll do it. And I don't even doubt that for a second. And just knowing his disposition and his feelings on whether a team could, let's say, have enough pitching, I think we know where he stands on that. It's not possible. So if it's out there, I think they'll be looking to add.
Gosh, I would love me some Lance Lynn. Get him back here, my spirit animal, Dave. That's our guy, Dave Raymond, with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, although I have dropped to consider him on a wait here.
That's true. So, can we confirm that Lance hasn't?
Nope, you're right. We cannot confirm that Lance hasn't. Maybe he's looking svelte as well. But, Dave, this offense has been absolutely fantastic. I asked this to Jared yesterday during our Crosstalk segment with him. Out of everybody in the lineup that's performing, is there somebody that's really jumped out to you and surprised you? Like, man, I really didn't see this coming.
It's a great question because you almost don't want to answer it in the affirmative because that would suggest that you were doubting them in some capacity. But, for me, could we have predicted Ezekiel Duran would be this good? Probably not. I think that might have to be the biggest surprise. And maybe even bigger than that is the way he's played defensively. Even yesterday when he chased the ball into the left field corner and just clanged hard into that wall, that was a pretty good play, pretty good effort for a guy who hasn't played a whole lot of left field. He didn't make the play, but, man, he gives that kind of effort on every single play wherever he is. And obviously when he filled in at shortstop was terrific there. But the fact that he's hitting over 300, he has 7 homers, 24 RBIs. He's getting on – for a guy who does not walk on principle, it seems, the fact that he has a 358 on-base percentage is kind of ridiculous. So I think Zeke would have to be on that list. But again, could you have predicted Josh Young would have a dozen home runs already? Could you have predicted that Leody Taveras would lock it in the way he seems to have locked it in? He's such a high-ceiling prospect, or has been for years. But he'd been around a little bit, and you were starting to wonder, is he going to fulfill all the dreams and the hype? Well, Leody has. So, goodness, I mean, it's a pretty big list. But I think for me, Ezekiel Duran performing the way he has probably been, if we want to use the word surprise, he's probably been the biggest surprise.
Have you ever seen a team with this many surprises? Good ones.
I don't think so because that's just it. You could argue that Jonah Heim, performing the way he is performed, could be a bit of a surprise. Every single guy, when you look at the lineup these days, everybody's hitting 300 almost. I mean, Adolis Garcia hitting 260 stands out for the wrong reasons at 260. And there he is at the top of the league in RBIs and right there in home runs. So it right now, what's happening with this lineup is kind of unprecedented. And I was having this conversation with Chris Young the other day. This is really fun. Here we are. Today will be game number 60. And you can allow yourself to dream a little bit at this point. I think we're beyond that point where you say, is this start real or not real? They have the best record in division of any team in baseball. They've beaten everybody on the schedule, save the Cincinnati Reds. I just feel like you're at that point where you have to acknowledge, okay, this is real. And I worry that people might take for granted what's happening or get in a little too late on the excitement this season, because this is not a thing that happens. Teams don't run off seasons like this, especially coming off a 90-plus loss season last year. This is an amazing season that's unfolding before our very eyes on a daily basis. And I would just encourage folks, don't take it for granted. Jump in, because this is not a mirage. This team is for real.
Dave, what have the games been like with the fans? Like, my gosh, the Braves had a ton of fans that came out. The Cardinals yesterday, you could even hear them. But the buzz in the stadium with the Rangers now winning, you're 19 games over 500. What a difference it must be calling these games versus what we've had previously.
Over 25,000 last night on a Monday night in June. It's been awesome. And even when there are large groups from the opposing side here, it's okay. It creates a little energy, and it kind of fires up the locals a little bit too to try and be a bit louder. So I've really enjoyed that. The fact is that other teams come in here, and it's great if they have a little fan support and stuff, but this is becoming a focal point on everyone's schedule. So if you're the Braves, if you're St. Louis, if you're the Astros, whomever it is coming into town here, you're in for a dogfight. This has become the toughest place to play in baseball, and your fans can make some noise, but there are going to be plenty of Rangers fans making noise here as well. It's the home field advantage. That's another issue or a point worth considering. This team right now playing some of the best baseball in the league at home. So they're 20-8 here at Globe Life Field. So that's pretty good. It's been wild, man. It's been so much fun, and I just think the best is yet to come. We're not even close to the All-Star break yet, and I think when summer really gets into full swing here these next couple of weeks, it's going to get nuts around here.
It's Dave Raymond with you. Is there anything that compares to having a walk-off situation developing before your very eyes? How's that different than the rest of the innings?
No, it's definitely the thing. I mean, that's the thing. The walk-off is a blast, and last night was one of the first times in a long, long while where it almost felt inevitable. After we got through the top of the ninth with the portion of the lineup that was coming up in the bottom of the ninth, there was just something that felt like, well, they're just gonna win it here. They'll find a way, whether it's Simeon launches one or Seager drives him in with an extra base hit, whatever. They were going to win that game, and so that's even more fun when you could just watch it start to build and find its little way of making itself known in that 9th or 10th inning. But no, there's nothing like it, because when you're at home, the fans know, everybody's into it, and generally, worst case scenario is you go another inning. But best case scenario is you're going to see a moment that's going to be pretty magical, because even if it does feel inevitable, even if you do feel like you're the better team or whatever we want to say, it's still pretty wild, still pretty magical when you win one. Just like hitting that game-winning jumper from three-quarters court, that it's still magical. There's something about it, and it was great last night. It was fun to see Lowe be the guy to do it too.
Dave, are you a believer in the broadcaster's jinx?
No, I am not.
Okay, that's good, because we had Marcus Simeon on earlier. He's got something that's going on with him right now that could be historic. And the first question out of the gates from our own Gavin Dawson might have been about that. So we've had a lot of backlash from the Tolos right now. Could he have caused the jinx here?
So, this comes up from time to time, and I would say it to you a couple of different ways. Number one, Gavin's doing his job, right? His job at the end of the day is to educate, bring information, entertain, and you can't talk around what's happening. That's goofy. You're not doing your job in that spot. But if we want to, let's say, draw a name out of the hat here, who might be the best baseball broadcaster of all time? Oh, I don't know. Let's just take a random stab at like a guy like Vince Scully. There you go. That's a good choice. Mm-hmm. How many perfect games, no hitters did Vince Scully call, other than like a boatload of them? So famous for the Sandy Koufax perfect game, where he mentions the time at the beginning of the inning and does an incredible job of just building the suspense and talks about it in very direct terms the entire time. You can't hide from it. It's irresponsible. I was up for a job several years ago with another baseball team, and we don't have to get into all that. But they asked me at the end of the interview, how do you feel about perfect games and no-hitters? How do you handle it? And I was just feeling a little too saucy, and I went a little bit too far. But I said, look, I gave him the answer I've just given you, and I said, if I was in traffic and I'm driving home after work and I'm listening to the game and I don't know, my team's up 3-0, 4-0, sixth inning, it doesn't seem like it's much of a contest or anything. I pull in the driveway, go into the kitchen, mix up a little something, talk with the family, sit down a little later. Oh, yeah, how did that game end? And I find out it was a perfect game or a no-hitter. I would be so pissed that the guy on the radio was being cutesy and didn't tell me, and now I missed it. That's irresponsible. It would make me nuts. So I don't end up getting the job. I find out later that they were really excited because that year they were really cutesy and talked around a perfect game, and it happened. And that was kind of a badge of honor for them. And I thought, well, I don't think we were a match anyway, however it works out. So, anyway, my feeling is you have a responsibility. I'm not a member of the team, and you're not going to give me credit when things go great. So so get off my back when they don't go.
You got to keep the people informed, Dave. I hear you.
That's right.
I just saw the weight of the world be lifted off of Dawson's shoulders right there, Dave. You have no idea how therapeutic that was for him. I'm gonna vote that answer G bag of the day for tomorrow, Dave.
There you go, Dave.
Dave, are you open to referencing Marcus Simeon and referring to him as Marcus Himian?
Why?
Just because he's him and it's kind of a cool nickname.
I think I'm probably out on that.
Okay, all right, very good. What about Welcome to the Youngle after a Josh Young home run?
Yeah, Jared won't do that one, Dave.
Yeah, he said I think it's
Welcome
cool.
to the Youngle. That actually really works. That does work.
There we go.
I could roll with that one.
1 for 2. I'll take it, Dave.
I might steal that.
You're hitting $500 over there, Chief. That's right, boys.
Was the Marcus Semien question maybe the worst question you've ever been asked?
That was not strong.
Okay, very good.
I love you, Dave.
I wish you could have just said it was the worst ever so I could have been, number one in some level of category.
Not strong.
Hey, when's deGrom going to be strong again? What's the history, the recent history tell us on a comeback from Tommy?
Well, that's interesting because they weren't real definitive yet. And Chris Young mentioned, he said, sometimes you get in on that surgery and it may require a different approach or maybe a scaled back approach. There's this brace surgery that we do now and have for the last couple of years, and that's a little less involved. And so from those, guys can recover just a little bit quicker. But I think at minimum, you're talking 12 months. So best case scenario, you're looking next year, maybe the All-Star break at a return. And it's possible that it may not happen until, August, September next year, or maybe not until the end of the season or afterwards. So it's a bummer. I mean, it's a bummer for him. And I was very interested in talking to him today. He was emotional in a way that I did not anticipate. He was in tears. And it breaks his heart not to be a part of it. And I think he feels, I definitely feel like part of that is the excitement and the energy and just the aura around this club right now. There's a feeling that something special is happening, and it really sucks not to be a part of it if you're Jacob deGrom, because he's a big part of why a lot of the guys are even here. I think his signing here has a lot to do with Andrew Heaney agreeing to come here, with Nathan Eovaldi coming here. I think his mere presence meant a lot to these guys. So he's a big, big part of this, and I think it's an absolute heartbreaker for him, and I know it is for fans that he won't get to be a part of it this season.
We'll all vote to get him a playoff share and a ring, about October 10th.
Right. That's right. He'll take that. He'll take that, and he'll contribute too. He'll be with the guys every day. He's got a wealth of knowledge. And just his support, his presence, I think those things are valuable, and they will lean on him at times that way. And I hope that I know that he does feel a big part of it, and I'm sure the guys will help him and make sure that he feels a big part of it because he is.
Well, thanks for your great work on the TV, Dave. Enjoy this ride, and we'll catch up with you real soon.
Right on. Thanks, guys. Welcome to the Youngle.
There we go. We got fun and games, baby. Here he is, Dave Raymond with you on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers. Okay, when we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. Chief's going to do a rim session here about halfway through, then it's on to LA Live. But you know what's coming, the heat, the humidity, the high energy bills forcing your AC into overdrive. It's time to beat the heat, though, with Window.
Fan.